Oh, I need to change the layout. Forgot about that. Because I need to go like this all the way over, and I still need to make it big. Alright, we'll see how that goes. Might actually want to also pulp the game so you can see it. Because that's how you tell if things are working or not, you know? That shot should be perfect, I believe. Maybe it can go a little bit over to the side-ish, but for the main part, that's mainly what I need. Perfect. I could make it go over a little bit more so it's all on screen. Perfect. Okay. We are just going to skip intro and immediately go all the way to here. So, what is up, everyone? Welcome on back into a chill stream of the Banjo and Kazooie. I hope all my... You are talking. Shut up. Are you loud enough? There we go. Alright. That should be fine. As long as you guys can hear the game well enough and you can just hear me over the game, then that's what matters. So, we are back with Banjo Kazooie, and what we are going to do here today is I believe that I'm wanting to try and beat this game tonight, which will obviously take some time, and which I have another book that needs to be read. Wait a minute, hang on. There's a weird glossy effect. Sorry that you got really close to my face, but I was seeing a really weird effect. So, we are going to go right on over into here, and we have a book that is called Parable of the Sower. Parabola of the Sower. This is apparently going to be a book that might involve, as my teacher put it, might involve rape, might involve, he said, I don't think this book involves incest, so we're gonna hope that the topics that are talked about in this aren't too bad. Oh, it's just now getting to the part where I just went up close. No, not the very beginning, you idiot. The live section. There we go. So, we're gonna hope that's not that bad. And we're gonna have it read to us. And we're gonna just play some games. So we're gonna finish this game, and then I have this whole book here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish all of it. We're gonna do this, and then if I don't finish in time, I might just play just another game a little bit until I just get too tired. So, let's get right into things. Play this and play.
You change. All that you change. Changes you.
Okay.
The only lasting truth is change.
Whoa.
God is change.
Okay.
Earthseed, the books of the living. Saturday, July 20th, 2024. I had my recurring dream last night.
Boom.
I guess I should have expected it. It comes to me when I struggle, when I twist on my own personal hook and try to pretend that nothing unusual is happening.
Okay, we're gonna need to go to the next area.
Daughter. Today is our birthday, my 15th and my father's 55th. Tomorrow, I'll try to please him and the community and God. So last night,
This way.
I dreamed a reminder that it's all a lie. I think I need to write about the dream. Because this particular lie bothers me so much. I'm learning to fly, to levitate myself. No one is teaching me.
This water
I'm just
didn't
learning
rise.
my own, little by little, dream lesson by dream lesson. Not a very subtle image, but a persistent one. I've had many lessons, and I'm better at flying than I used to.
I think we have
I trust my ability more now, but I'm still afraid.
3 more levels.
I can't
maybe
quite
we need
control
to do.
my directions yet. I lean forward toward the
And
doorway.
then also get the
It's
code
a doorway
as well.
like the one between my room and the hall. It seems to be a long way from me, but I lean toward it. Holding my body stiff and tense, I let go of whatever I'm grasping, whatever has kept me from rising or falling so far. And I lean into the air, straining upward, not moving upward, but not quite falling down either. Then I do begin to move, as though to slide on the air, drifting a few feet above the floor, caught between terror and joy. I drift toward the doorway. Cool, pale light glows from it. Then I slide a little to the right, and a little more. I can see that I'm going to miss the door and hit the wall beside it, but I can't stop or turn.
There we go. What's
I
up,
drift away
bud?
from the door, away from the cool glow into another light. The wall before me is burning. Fire has sprung from nowhere, has eaten in through the wall, has begun to reach toward me, reach for me. The fire spreads. I drift into it. It blazes up around me. I thrash and scramble and try to swim back. Out of it, grabbing handfuls of air and fire, kicking, burning.
There we go, we need to get to there.
Perhaps I awake a little. I do sometimes when the fire swallows me. That's bad. When I wake up all the way, I can't get back to sleep. I try, but I've never been able to. This time I don't wake up all the way. I fade into the second part of the dream, the part that's
also, you guys don't, I don't know if you guys noticed, I got a new face cam, new
though at the time it didn't seem to
headset that's wireless, mouse and keyboard that's also
Darkness
wireless, which I am
Stars.
quite happy about.
Stars casting their cool, pale, glinting light. We couldn't see so many stars when I was little, my stepmother says to me. She speaks in Spanish, her own first language. She stands still and small, looking up at the broad sweep of the Milky Way.
There we go.
She and I have gone out after dark to take the washing down from the clothesline. The day has been hot, as usual, and we both like the cool darkness of early night. There's no moon, but we can see very well. The sky is full of stars. The neighborhood wall is a massive, looming presence nearby. I see it as a crouching animal, perhaps about to spring, more threatening than protective. But my stepmother is there, and she isn't afraid. I stay close to her. I'm 7 years old. I look up at the stars and the deep, black sky. Why couldn't you see the stars? I ask her. Everyone can see them.
There right now.
I speak in Spanish, too, as she's taught me. It's an intimacy somehow. City lights, she says. Lights, progress, growth, all those things we're too hot and too poor to bother with anymore. She pauses.
There we go.
When I was your age, my mother told me that the few stars we could see were windows into heaven. Windows for God to look through to keep an eye on us. I believed her for almost a year. My stepmother hands me an armload of my youngest brother's diapers. I take them, walk back toward the house where she has left her big wicker laundry basket,
Yeah, I
and
remember
pile
this
the diapers
fucking
atop
level.
the rest of the
Oh,
clothes.
there's gonna be some hard shit in this
basket
level.
Is full. I look to see that my stepmother is not watching me, then let myself fall backward onto the soft mound of stiff, clean clothes. For a moment, the fall is like floating. I lie there, looking up at the stars. I pick out some of the constellations and name the stars that make them up. I've learned them from an astronomy book that belonged to my father's mother. I see the sudden light streak of a meteor flashing westward across the sky.
There we go.
Stare after it, hoping to see another. Then my stepmother calls me and I go back to her.
Oh
There are
shit.
city lights now, I say to her. They don't hide the stars. She shakes her head. There aren't anywhere near as many as there were. Kids today have no idea what a blaze of light cities used to be and not that long ago. I'd rather have the stars, I say. The
There we
stars
go.
are free. She
Not
shrugs.
bad.
I'd rather have the city lights back myself. The sooner the better. But we can afford the stars. 2. A gift of God. May see your unready fingers. Earthseed, the books of the living. Sunday, July 21st, 2024. At least 3 years ago, my father's God stopped being my God. His church
There we go.
stopped being
That's
my
what I
church.
wanted.
And yet, today, because I'm a coward, I let myself be initiated into that church. I let my father baptize me in all 3 names of that God, who isn't mine anymore. My God has another name. We got up early this morning because we had to go across town to church.
God
Most Sundays,
is now
Dad
my
holds church
new
services in our
mom.
front rooms. He's a Baptist minister, and even though not all of the people who live within our neighborhood walls are Baptists, those who feel the need to go to church are glad to come to us. That way they don't have to risk going outside where things are so dangerous and crazy.
What?
It's bad enough
What's
that some
going on
people, my
outside?
father for one, have to go out to work at least once a week. None of us goes out to school anymore. Adults get nervous about kids going outside. But today was special.
Get on the
For
box.
today, my father made arrangements with another minister,
the
a friend of
box.
his who still had a real church building with a real baptistery. Dad once had a church just a few blocks outside our wall. He began it before there were so many walls.
I'm gonna fucking
But
drown
after
this
it had been
water
slept
if
in
I
by the
stay in here
homeless,
long.
robbed, and vandalized several times, someone poured gasoline in and around it and burned it down. 7 of the homeless people sleeping inside on that last night burned with it. But somehow, Dad's friend Reverend Robinson has managed to keep his church from being destroyed. We rode our bikes to it this morning, me, 2 of my brothers, 4 other neighborhood kids who were ready to be baptized, plus my father and some other neighborhood adults riding shotgun. All the adults were armed. That's the rule. Go out in a bunch, and go armed. The alternative was to be baptized in the bathtub at home. That would have been cheaper and safer and fine with me. I said so, but no one paid attention to me. To the adults, going outside to a real church was like stepping back into the good old days when there were churches all over the place and too many lights. And gasoline was for fueling cars and trucks instead of for torching things. They
Torching.
never miss a chance to relive the good old days or to tell kids how great it's going to be when the country gets back on its feet and good times come back. Yeah. To us kids, most of us, the trip was just an adventure, an excuse
There
to
we go.
Outside the wall.
You fucking
We would be
bitch.
baptized out of duty or as a kind of insurance, but most of us aren't that much concerned with religion. I am, but then I have a different religion. Why take chances? Sylvia Dunn said to me a few days ago. Maybe there's something to all this religion stuff. Her parents thought there was, so she was with us. My brother Keith, who was also with us, didn't share any of my beliefs. He just didn't care. Dad wanted him to be baptized, so what the hell? There wasn't much that Keith did care about. He liked to hang out with his friends and pretend to be grown up, dodge work and dodge school and dodge church. He's only 12, the oldest of my 3 brothers. I don't like him much, but he's my
Bro be dodging
stepmother's
work
favorite.
and
3 smart
what?
sons and 1 dumb one, and it's the dumb one she loves best. Keith looked around more than anyone as we rode. His ambition, if you could call it that, is to get out of the neighborhood and go to Los Angeles. He's never too clear about what he'll do there. He just wants to go to the big city and make big money. According to my father, the big city is a carcass covered with too many maggots. I think he's right, though not all the maggots are in LA. They're here, too. But maggots tend not to be early morning types. We rode past people stretched out, sleeping on the sidewalks, and a few just waking up, but they paid no attention to us. I saw at least 3 people who weren't going to wake up again. Ever. One of them was headless.
Dead.
I caught myself looking around for the head.
There we go.
After that, I tired not to look around at all. A woman, young, naked, and filthy, stumbled
There
along
we
past
go.
us.
I knew there'd
I
be
got a
one
look
here.
at her slack expression and realized that she was dazed or drunk or something. Maybe she had been raped so much
There we
that
go.
she was crazy. I've heard stories of that happening. Or maybe she was just high on drugs.
Perfect.
The boys
There
in our
we go.
group
Got one.
almost fell off their bikes, staring at her. What wonderful religious thoughts they would be having for a while. The naked woman never looked at us. I glanced back after we'd passed her and saw that she had settled down in the weeds against someone else's neighborhood wall. A lot of our ride was along one neighborhood wall after another, some a block long, some 2 blocks, some 5. Up toward the hills there were walled estates, one big house, and a lot of shacky little dependencies where the servants lived. We didn't pass anything like that today. In fact, we passed a couple of neighborhoods so poor that their walls were made up of unmortared rocks.
Oh my
Chunks
god,
of
stop.
concrete and
Just say,
trash.
fuck you.
Then there were the pitiful,
Now I have to deal with the
unwalled
goddamn
residential
shark.
areas. A lot of the houses were trash burned, vandalized, infested with drugs, or druggies, or squatted in by homeless
I hate
families
you.
with their filthy, gaunt, half-naked children. Their kids were wide awake and watching us this morning. I feel sorry for the little ones,
Oh
but
my
the ones
God.
my age and older make me nervous. We ride down the middle of the cracked street, and the kids come out and stand along the curb to stare at us. They just stand and stare. I think if there were only 1 or 2 of us, or if they couldn't see our guns, they might try to pull us down and steal our bikes, our clothes, our shoes, whatever. Then what? Rape? Murder? We could wind
There
up
we
like
go.
that naked woman, stumbling along, dazed, maybe hurt, sure to attract dangerous attention unless she could steal some clothing. I wish we could have given her something. My stepmother says she and my father stopped to help an injured
Oh
woman
my god, you bitch.
once, and the guys who had injured her jumped out from behind a wall and almost killed them. And we're in Robledo, 20 miles from Los Angeles, and, according to Dad, once a rich, green, unwalled little city that he had been eager to abandon when he was a young man. Like
Oh,
he
I
had
need to
wanted
get the
escape
hex
the dullness
piece
of
by
Robledo
doing that.
for big city excitement. LA was better than less lethal. He lived there for 21 years. Then in 2010, his parents were murdered and he inherited their house. Whoever killed them had robbed the house and smashed up the furniture, but they didn't torch anything. There was no neighborhood wall back then. Crazy to live without a wall to protect you. Even in Robledo, most of the street poor squatters, winos, junkies, homeless people in general are dangerous. They're desperate or crazy or both. That's enough to make anyone
There we go.
dangerous. Worse for me, they often have things wrong with them. They cut off each other's ears, arms, legs.
Oh,
They carry untreated diseases and festering wounds.
nice
They
people.
have no money to spend on water to wash with, so even the unwounded have sores. They don't get enough to eat, so they're malnourished or they eat bad food and poison themselves. As I rode, I tried not to look around at them, but I couldn't help seeing collecting some of their general misery. I can take a lot of pain without falling apart. I've had to learn to do that.
Okay, nothing
But
else in here.
it was hard, today, to keep pedaling and keep up with the others when just about everyone I saw made me feel worse and worse. My father
Perfect.
glanced back at me every now and then. He tells me, you can beat this thing. You don't have to give into it. He has always pretended, or perhaps believed, that my hyper-empathy syndrome was something I could shake off and forget about. The sharing isn't real, after all. It isn't some magic or ESP. That allows me to share the pain or the pleasure of other people. It's delusional. Even I admit that. My brother Keith used to pretend to be hurt just to trick me into sharing his supposed pain. Once he used red ink as fake blood to make me bleed. I was 11 then, and I still bled through the skin when I saw someone else bleeding. I couldn't help doing it, and I always worried that it would give me away to people outside the family. I haven't shared bleeding with anyone since I was 12 and got my first period. What a relief that was. I just wish all the rest of it had gone away, too.
Fuck off! Fuck off!
Bleeding that once, and I beat the hell out of him for it. I didn't fight much when I was little because it hurt me so.
Dude, the camera angles for this is the worst.
Struck, just as though I'd hit myself. So when I did decide that I had to fight, I said, out to hurt the other kid more than kids usually hurt one another. I broke Michael Talcott's arm and Ruben.
The camera angles of this shit is the absolute worst. Because you can only move in a hexagonal shape.
I got punished every time, and I resented it. It was double punishment, after all, and my father and stepmother knew it.
What the fuck?
But knowing didn't stop them. I think they did it to satisfy the other kids' parents. But when I beat up Keith, I knew that Corey or Dad, or both of them would punish me for it, my poor little brother, after all. So I had to see that my poor little brother paid in advance. What I did to him had to be worthwhile in spite of what they would do to me. It was. We both got it later from Dad, me for hurting a younger kid, and Keith for risking putting family business into the street. Dad is big on privacy and family business. There's a whole range of things we never even hint about outside the family.
No.
First among these is anything about my mother.
Nope.
Hyperempathy, and how the two are connected. To my father, the whole business is shameful. He's a preacher and a professor and a dean. A first wife who was a drug addict and a daughter who is drug damaged is not something he wants to boast about. Lucky for me. Being the most vulnerable person I know is damned sure not something I want to boast about. I can't do a thing about my hyperempathy, no matter what Dad thinks or wants or wishes. I feel what I see others feeling or what I believe they feel. Hyperempathy is what the doctors call an organic delusional syndrome. Big shit. It hurts, that's all I know. Thanks to Paracetamol, the small pill, the Einstein powder, the particular drug my mother chose to abuse before my birth killed her. I'm crazy. I get a lot of grief that doesn't belong to me, and that isn't real. But it hurts. I'm supposed to share pleasure and pain, but there isn't much pleasure around these days. About the only pleasure I've found that I enjoy sharing is sex. I get the guy's good feeling in my own. I almost wish I didn't. I live in a tiny walled fishbowl cul-de-sac community, and I'm the preacher's daughter. There's a real limit to what I can do as far as sex goes. Anyway, my neurotransmitters are scrambled and they're going to stay
I forgot about just how fucking weird
but
this
I can
story
do okay
is.
as long as other people don't know about me. Inside our neighborhood,
Oh, I forgot about the fucking
our rides today, though,
bomb
were hell.
box.
Going and coming, they were all the worst things I've ever felt. Shadows and ghosts, twists, and jabs of unexpected pain. If I don't look too long at old injuries, they don't hurt me too much. There was a naked little boy whose skin was a mass of big red sores, a man with a huge scab over the stump where his right hand used to be, a little girl, naked, maybe 7 years old with blood running down her bare thighs. A woman with a swollen, bloody, beaten face. I must have seemed jumpy.
Oh,
I glanced around like a bird,
side.
not letting my gaze
Damn it.
rest on anyone longer than it took me to
I'm
see
not
that they
gonna do
weren't
that
aiming
one,
in my
though.
direction or aiming anything at me. Dad may have read something of what I was feeling in my expression. I try not to let my face show anything, but he's good at reading me. Sometimes people say I look grim or angry. Better to have them think that than know the truth. Better to have them think anything than let them know just how easy it is to hurt me. Dad had insisted on fresh, clean, potable water for the baptism. He couldn't afford it, of course. Who could? That was the other reason for the 4 extra kids. Sylvia Dunn, Hector Quintanilla, Curtis Talcott, and Drew Bater, along with
oh my god.
Keith and Marcus.
Oh, this camera
Other
shit
kids' parents had helped
sucks.
with costs. They thought a
I
proper
love how
baptism
they
was
fucking
important enough
change
to
their
spend some
mind
money
every
and
2 seconds.
take some risks. I was the oldest by about 2 months. Curtis was next. As much as I hated being there, I hated even more that Curtis was there. I care about him more than I want to. I care what he thinks of me. I worry that I'll fall apart in public someday and he'll see. But not today. By the time we reached the fortress church, my jaw muscles hurt from clenching and unclenching my teeth, and overall, I was exhausted. There were only 5 or 6 dozen people at the service, enough to fill up our front rooms at home and look like a big crowd. At the church, though, with its surrounding wall and its security bars and lazur wire and its huge hollowness inside, and its armed guards, the crowd seemed a tiny scattering of people. That was all right. The last thing I wanted was a big audience to maybe trip me up with pain. The baptism went just as planned. They sent us kids off to the bathrooms. men's, women's.
Oh yeah,
Please do not put
those
paper
ones
of
I
any
don't
kind
go
into
in.
toilets, water.
I do go in these
For washing
ones.
in bucket at left. To undress and put on
Forgot
white
about
gowns. When we were ready, Kittis's father took us to an
There we go.
anteroom where we could hear the preaching from the first chapter of St. John and the second chapter of the Acts and wait our turns. My turn came last. I assumed that was my father's idea. First the neighbor, kids, then my brothers, then me. For reasons that don't make a lot of sense to me. Dad thinks I need more humility. I think my particular biological humility or humiliation is more than enough. What the hell? Someone had to be last. I just wish I could have been courageous enough to skip the thing altogether. So, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Catholics get this stuff over with when they're babies. I wish Baptists did. I almost wish I could believe it was important the way a lot of people seem to, the way my father seems to. Failing that, I wish I didn't care. But I do. The idea of God is much on my mind these days. I've been paying attention to what other people believe, whether they believe, and if so, what kind of God they believe in. Keith says God is just the adult's way of trying to scare you into doing what they want. He doesn't say that around Dad, but he says it. He believes in what he sees, and no matter what's in front of him, he doesn't see much.
Perfect.
I suppose Dad would say that about me if he knew what I believe. Maybe. He'd be right. But it wouldn't stop me from seeing what I see. A lot of people seem to believe in a big daddy god or a big cop god or a big king god. They believe in a kind of super person. A few believe God is another word for nature. And nature turns out to mean just about anything they happen not to understand or feel in control of. Some say God is a spirit, a force, an ultimate reality. Ask 7 people what all of that means and you'll get 7 different answers. So what is God?
It's kind of true.
Just another name for whatever makes you feel special and protected? There's a big, early season storm blowing itself out in the Gulf of Mexico. It's bounced around the Gulf, killing people from Florida to Texas and down into Mexico. There are over 700 known dead so far. 1 hurricane.
Go.
And how many people has it hurt? How many are going to starve later because of destroyed crops? That's nature. Is it God? Most of the dead are the street poor who have nowhere to go and who don't hear the warnings until it's too late for their feet to take them to safety. Where's safety for them anyway? Is it a sin against God to be poor? We're almost poor ourselves. There are fewer and fewer jobs.
Gosh.
More of us being born, more kids growing up with nothing to look forward to. One way or another, we'll all be poor someday. The adults say things will get better, but they never have. How will God, my father's God, behave toward us when we're poor? Is there a God? If there is, does he, she, it care about us? Deists like Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson believed God was something that made us, then left us on our own. Misguided, Dad said when I asked him about deists.
Oh, shit.
They should
Damn
have
it. I realized that
had
too
more
late.
faith in what their Bibles told them. I wonder if the people on the Gulf Coast still have faith. People have had faith through horrible disasters before. I read a lot about that kind of thing. I read a lot, period. My favorite book of the Bible is Job. I think it says more about my father's God in particular and gods in general than anything else I've ever read. In the book of Job, God says he made everything and he knows everything. So no one has any right to question what he does with any of it. Okay. That works. That Old Testament God doesn't violate the way things are now. But that God sounds a lot like Zeus, a super powerful man, playing with his toys the way my youngest brothers play with toy soldiers. Bang, bang. 7 toys fall dead. If they're yours, you make the rules. Who cares what the toys think? Wipe out a toy's family, then give it a brand new family. Toy children, like John's children, are interchangeable.
I love
maybe God is a kind of big
destroying
kid playing with his toys.
the lives of toys.
What difference
Best
does it
thing
make
to
if
do with
700
spare time.
people get killed in a hurricane or if 7 kids go to church and get dipped in a big tank of expensive water? But what if all that is wrong? What if God is something else altogether? 3. We do not
I
worship
remember
God.
this part.
We perceive and attend God. We learn from God. With forethought and work, we shape God. In the end, we yield to God. We adapt and endure. For we are Earth Seed. And God is change. Earth Seed, the books of the living. Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. One of the astronauts on the latest Mars mission has been killed. Something went wrong with her protective suit and the rest of her team couldn't get her back to the shelter in time to save her. People
Okay,
here in
this
the
shit's
neighborhood
gonna
are
be
saying
awful. I'm gonna hate
she had
this.
no business going to Mars, anyway. All that money wasted on another crazy space trip when so many people here on Earth can't afford water, food, or shelter. The cost of water has gone up again. And I heard on the news today that more water peddlers are being killed. Peddlers sell water to squatters and the street poor. And to people who've managed to hold onto their homes, but not
That's
to pay
why
them.
I'm legit
Utility
just
bills.
going to keep on
Peddlers are
saving
being
through
found
this
with their
part
throats cut
because
and their money and Their hand trucks stolen. Dad says water now costs several times as much as gasoline. But, except for arsonists
I
and the
didn't
rich,
slow down
most
the
people
thing
have given
yet.
up buying gasoline.
Oh wait,
No
can I
one
do
I
it?
know uses a gas-powered car, truck, or
I
cycle.
can.
Vehicles like that are rusting in driveways
can
and being
still do it.
cannibalized for metal and plastic. It's a lot harder to give up water. Fashion helps. You're supposed to be dirty now. If you're clean, you make a target of yourself. People think you're showing off, trying to be better than they are.
This is
Among
why I
the
do
younger
this.
kids, being clean is a great way to
I'm
start
not
a
doing
fight.
that.
Quarry won't let us stay dirty here in the neighborhood, but we all have filthy clothes too. We're outside the walls. Even inside, my brothers throw dirt on themselves as soon as they get away from the house. It's better than getting beaten up all the time. Tonight the last big window wall television in the neighborhood went dark for good. We saw the dead astronaut with olive red, rocky Mars around her. We saw a dust-dry reservoir and 3 dead water peddlers with their dirty blue armbands and their heads cut halfway off. And we saw whole blocks of boarded up buildings burning in Los Angeles. Of course, no one would waste water trying to put such fires out.
Perfect.
Then the window went dark. The sound had flickered up and down
Oh
for
wait, that slows it down.
months.
I'm gonna
The
need
picture
that
was always
later
as
on.
promised, like looking through a vast open window.
Oh no, wait.
The Yanni's family
Never
has
mind.
made a business
It's
of
all
having
good.
people in to look through their window. Dad says that kind of unlicensed business isn't legal, but he let us go to watch sometimes because he didn't see any harm in it, and it helped him. Yanni says a lot of small businesses are illegal, even though they don't hurt anyone, and they keep a household or two alive. The Yanni's window is about as old as I am.
Do these fans
It covers
ever
the
slow
long
down?
west wall of their living room. They must have had plenty of money back when they bought it. For the past couple of years, though, they've been charging admission, only letting in people from
By
the
what
neighborhood.
I'm seeing, no,
And selling fruit,
they do
fruit
not.
juice, acorn bread, or walnuts. Whatever they had to much of in their garden, they found a way to sell. They showed movies from their librarian let us watch news and whatever else was broadcast. They couldn't
Nope.
afford to subscribe to any of the new multi-sensory stuff, and their old window couldn't have received most of it, anyway. They have no reality vests, no touch rings, and no headsets. Their setup was just a plain, thin-screen window. All we have left now are 3 small, ancient, murky little TV sets scattered around the neighborhood, a couple of computers used for work, and radios. Every household still has at least one working radio. A lot of our everyday news is from radio. I wonder what MRS Yanni's will do now. Her 2 sisters have moved in with her, and they're working, so maybe it will be alright. One is a pharmacist and the other is a nurse. They don't earn much, but MRS Yanni's owns the house free and
Sing it, fuck it. Nope.
it was her parents'
Almost
house.
had it.
All 3 sisters are widows, and between them they have 12 kids, all younger than I am.
Oh,
2 years
bitch.
ago, Mr. Yanni's, a dentist, was killed while riding his electric cycle home from the wall-guarded clinic where he worked. MRS Yanni's says he was caught in a crossfire, hit from 2 directions, then shot once more at close range. His bike was stolen. The police investigated, collected their fee, and couldn't find a thing. People get killed like that all the time. Unless it happens in front of a police station, there are never any witnesses. Saturday, August 3rd, 2024. The dead astronaut is going to be brought back to Earth. She wanted to be buried on Mars. She said that when she realized she was dying, she said Mars was the one thing she had wanted all her life, and now she would be part of it forever. But the Secretary of Astronautics says no. He says her body might be a contaminant. Idiot. Can he believe that any microorganism living in or on her body would have a prayer of surviving and going native in that cold, thin, lethal ghost of an atmosphere? Maybe he can. Secretaries of Astronautics don't have to know much about science. They have to know about politics. Theirs is the youngest cabinet department, and already it's fighting for its life. Christopher Morpeth Donner, one of the men running for president this year, has promised to abolish it if he's elected. My father agrees with Donner. Bread and circuses, my father says, when there's space news on the radio. Politicians and big corporations get the bread, and we get the circuses. Space could be our future, I say. I believe that. As far as I'm concerned, space exploration and colonization are among the few things left over from the last century that can help us more than they hurt us. It's hard to get anyone to see that, though, when there's so much suffering going on just outside our walls. Dad just looks at me and shakes his head. You don't understand, he says. You don't have any idea what a criminal waste of time and money that so-called space program is. He's going to vote for Donner. He's the only person I know who's going to vote at all. Most people have given up on politicians. After all, politicians have been promising to return us to the glory, wealth, and order of the 20th century ever since I can remember. That's what the space program is about these days, at least for politicians. Hey, we can run a space station, on the moon, and soon, a colony on Mars. That proves we're still a great, forward-looking, powerful nation, right?
Nope.
Yeah. Well, we're barely a nation at all anymore, but I'm glad we're still in space. We have to be going someplace other than down the toilet. And I'm sorry that astronaut will be brought back from her own chosen heaven. Her name was Alicia Catalina Godinez Leal. She was a chemist. I intend to remember her. I think she can be a kind of model for me. She spent her life heading for Mars, preparing herself, becoming an astronaut, getting on a Mars crew, going to Mars, beginning to figure out how to terraform Mars, beginning to create sheltered places where people can live and work now. Mars is a rock cold, empty, almost airless, dead. Yet it's heaven in a way. We can see it in the night sky, a whole other world, but too nearby, too close. Within the reach of the people who've made such a hell of life here on Earth. Monday, August 12th, 2024. MRS. Sims shot herself today, or rather, she shot herself a few days ago, and Corey and Dad found her today. Corey went a little crazy for a while afterward. Poor, sanctimonious, old MRS. Sims. She used to sit in our front room church every Sunday, large print Bible in hand, and shout out her responses, yes. Lord. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. During the rest of the week, she sewed, made baskets, took care of her garden, sold what she could from it, took care of preschool children, and talked about everyone who wasn't as holy as she thought she was. She was the only person I've ever known who lived alone. She had a whole big house to herself because she and the wife of her only son hated each other. Her son and his family were poor, but they wouldn't live with her. Too bad. Different people frightened her in some deep, hard, ugly way. She didn't like the HSU family because they were Chinese and Hispanic, and the older Chinese generation is still Buddhist. She's lived a couple of doors up from them for longer than I've been alive, but they were still from Saturn as far as she was concerned. Idolaters, she would call them if none of them were around. At least she cared enough about neighborly relations to do her talking about them behind their backs. They brought her peaches and figs in a length of good cotton cloth last month when she was robbed. That robbery was MRS. Sims's first major tragedy. 3 men climbed over the neighborhood wall, cutting through the strands of barbed wire and lazur wire. On top. Lazur wire is terrible stuff. It's so fine and sharp that it slices into the wings or feet of birds who either don't see it or see it and try to settle on it. People, though, can always find a way over, under, or through. Everyone brought MRS. Sims things after the robbery, in spite of the way she was. Food, clothing, money. We took up collections for her at church. The thieves had tied her up and left her after one of them raped her. An old lady like that. They grabbed all her food, her jewelry that had once belonged to her mother, her clothes, and worst of all, her supply of cash. It turns out she kept it all over it in a blue plastic mixing bowl high up in her kitchen cabinet. Poor, crazy old lady.
Fuck, I fucking
She came to my father, crying and carrying on after the robbery because now she couldn't buy the extra food she needed to supplement what she grew. She couldn't pay her utility bills or her upcoming property taxes. She would be thrown out of her house into the street. She would starve. Dad told her over and over that the church would never let that happen, but she didn't believe him. She talked on and on about having to be a beggar now, while Dad and Corey tried to reassure her. The funny thing is, she didn't like us. Either because Dad had gone and married that Mexican woman Corazon.
Yeah, duh.
Just isn't that hard to say Corazon if that's what you choose to call her. Most
never mind.
People just call her Corey or
Doesn't
MRS.
fucking matter.
Olamina. Corey never let on that she was offended. She and MRS. Sims were sugary. Sweet to one another. A little more hypocrisy to keep the peace. Last week MRS. Sims' son, his 5 kids, his wife, her brother, and her brother's 3 kids all died in a house fire and arson fire. The son's house had been in an unwalled area north and east of us, closer to the foothills. It wasn't a bad area, but it was poor. Naked. One night someone torched the house. Maybe it was a vengeance fire set by some enemy of a family member, or maybe some crazy just set it for fun. I've heard there's a new illegal drug that makes people want to set fires. Anyway, no one knows who did it to the Sims/Boyer families. No one saw anything, of course. And no one got out of the house. Odd, that 11 people, and no one got out. So about 3 days ago, MRS. Sims shot herself. Dad said he'd heard from the cops that it was about 3 days ago. That would have been just 2 days after she heard about her son's death. Dad went to see her this morning because she missed church yesterday. Corey forced herself to go along because she thought she should. I wish she hadn't. To me, dead bodies are disgusting. They stink, and if they're old enough, there are maggots. But what the hell? They're dead. They aren't suffering, and if you didn't like them when they were alive, why get so Upset about their being dead? Corey gets upset. She jumps on me for sharing pain with the living, but she tries to share it with the dead. I began writing this about MRS. Sims because she killed herself. That's what's upset me. She believed, like Dad, that if you kill yourself, you go to hell and burn forever. She believed in a literal acceptance of everything in the Bible. Yet, when things got to be too much for her, she decided to trade pain for eternal pain in the hereafter. How could she do that? Did she really believe in anything at all? Was it all hypocrisy? Or maybe she just went crazy because her God was demanding too much of her. She was no job. In real life, how many people are? Saturday, August 17th, 2024. I can't get MRS Sims out of my mind. Somehow, she and her suicide have gotten tangled up with the astronaut in her death for her expulsion from heaven. I need to write about what I believe. I need to begin to put together the scattered verses that I've been writing about God since I was 12. Most of them aren't much good. They say what I need to say, but they don't say it very well. A few are the way they should be. They press on me, too, like the two deaths. I try to hide in all the work there is to do here for the house, for my father's church, and for the school Corey keeps to teach the neighborhood kids. The truth is, I don't care about any of those things, but they keep me busy and make me tired, and most of the time, I sleep without dreaming. And Dad beams when people tell him how smart and industrious I am. I love him. He's the best person I know, and I care what he thinks. I wish I didn't, but I do. For whatever it's worth.
I wish I didn't love my dad, but I do.
It took me a lot of time to
why do you make it so hard to
then
love,
a lot more time with
to
the
not
dictionary and
love
a
your
thesaurus
dad?
to say it just
Damn.
right just the way it has to be.
Hate you.
In the past year,
But
it's
I
gone
love
through
you.
25 or 30 lumpy, incoherent rewrites. This is the right one, the true one. This is the one I keep coming back to. God is power. Infinite. Irresistible. Inexorable. Indifferent. And yet, God is pliable. Trickster. Teacher. Chaos. Clay. God exists to be shaped. God is change. This is the literal truth. God can't be resisted or stopped, but can be shaped and focused. This means God is not to be prayed to. Prayers only help the person doing the praying, and then, only if they strengthen and focus that person's resolve. If they're used then,
Yes!
they can help us in our only real relationship with
Perfect.
God. They help us to shape God and to accept and work with the shapes that God imposes on us. God is power, and in the end, God prevails. But we can rig the game in our own favor if we understand that God exists to be shaped, and will be shaped, with or without our forethought, with or without our intent. That's what I know. That's some of it anyway. I'm not like MRS Sims. I'm not some kind of potential job, long-suffering, stiff-necked, then, at last, either humble before an all-knowing almighty, or destroyed. My God doesn't love me or hate me or watch over me or know me at all, and I feel no love for or loyalty to my God. My God just is.
Boss.
Maybe I'll be more like Alicia Leal, the astronaut. Like her, I believe in something that I think my denying, backward-looking people need. I don't
Get fucked.
have all of it yet. I don't even know how to pass on what I do have. I've got to learn to do that. It scares me how many things I've got to learn. How will I learn? Is any of
Easy.
this real? Dangerous question.
Best worth of like
Sometimes I
7
don't know the
feathers
answer.
ever.
I doubt myself. I doubt what I think I know. I try to forget about it. After all, if it's real, why doesn't anyone else know about it? Everyone knows that change is inevitable. From the second law of thermodynamics to Darwinian evolution, from Buddhism's insistence that nothing is permanent and all suffering results from our delusions of permanence to the third chapter of Ecclesiastes, to everything there is a season.
Fuck.
Change is part of life, of existence, of the common wisdom.
Bitch.
But I don't believe we're dealing with all that means. We haven't even begun to deal with it. We give lip service to acceptance, as though acceptance were enough. Then, we go on to create super
Nice
people,
rare
super parents,
flag.
super kings and queens, super cops to be our gods and to look after us, to stand between us and God. Yet God has been here all along, shaping us and being shaped by us in no particular way or in too many ways at once, like an amoeba or like a cancer. Chaos. Even so, why can't I do what others have done, ignore the obvious? Live A. Normal life. It's hard enough
Live
just
A.
to do that in this world. But this thing, this idea, philosophy, new religion, won't let me alone. Won't let
There
me
we
forget
go.
it. Won't let me go. Maybe.
Now I can get in there.
Maybe it's like my sharing. One more weirdness, one more crazy, deep-rooted delusion that I'm stuck
Perfect.
with. I
Now I can actually get
am
in.
stuck with it. And in
I'm
time,
still
I'll
definitely
have to
gonna
do
save
something
when I
about it.
go down in there.
In spite of what
Because it's
my father
fucking
will say or
rigged
do to
as
me,
shit.
in spite of the poisonous rottenness outside the wall where I might be exiled, I'll have to do something about it. That reality scares me to death. Wednesday, November 6th, 2024. President William Turner Smith lost yesterday's election. Christopher Charles. Morpeth Donner is our new president-elect. So
President. My
Donner
favorite
has
kind of
already said
president.
that as soon as possible
Double
after his
up
inauguration next year, he'll begin to dismantle the wasteful, pointless, unnecessary Moon and Mars programs. Near space programs dealing with communications and experimentation will be privatized, sold off. Also, Donner has a plan for putting people back to work. He hopes to get laws changed, suspend overly restrictive minimum wage, environmental, and worker protection laws for those employers willing to take on homeless employees and provide them with training and adequate room and board. What's adequate, I wonder? A house or apartment? A room? A bed in a shared room? A barracks bed? Space on a floor? Space on the ground? And what about people with big families? Won't they be seen as bad investments? Won't it make much more sense for companies to hire single people, childless couples, or, at most, people with only 1 or 2 kids? I wonder. And what about those
Okay, so I
suspended
just need
laws?
to find
Will it be
one
legal
more
to poison,
Jinjo
mutilate,
and then
or infect people
another
as long as you provide them with food,
Jiggy
water,
that
and
is
space to die?
just somewhere.
Dad decided not to vote for Donner after all. He didn't vote for anyone. He said politicians turned his stomach. 2025. Intelligence is ongoing, individual adaptability. Adaptations that an intelligent species may make in a single generation.
Because here's the
other
thing,
species make
if
over
you
many
guys are wondering why I'm saving
generations
so
of
much, is
selective
just
breeding
like
and selective
legit,
dying.
if I fall down all
Yet
the way down there,
intelligence
it
demanding.
makes me go
If it is
legit all
misdirected
the
by
way
accident
back
or
to
by
the
intent,
start
it can foster
on
its own
my
orgies of breeding
puzzle
and dying.
my
Earthseed,
music
the
note
books of the
count,
living.
which is stupid
A victim of
because
God
on
may.
Xbox
Through learning
version
adaptation.
it completely
Become a partner
got
of
rid
God.
of that, and
A victim
it's
of
probably
God
one of the
may.
greatest
Through
changes that
forethought
they
and
made.
planning. Become a shaper of God. Or a victim of God may.
Okay.
Through short-sightedness and fear.
So
Remain God's victim. God's plaything. God's prey. Earthseed, the books of the living. Saturday, February 1st, 2025. We had a fire today. People worry so much about fire, but the little kids will play with it if they can. We were lucky with this fire. Amy Dunn, 3 years old, managed to start it in her family's garage. Once the fire began to crawl up the wall, Amy got scared and ran into the house. She knew she had done something bad, so she didn't tell anyone. She hid under her grandmother's bed. Out back, the dry wood of the garage burned fast and hot. Robin Bader saw the smoke and rang the emergency bell on the island in our street. Robin's
where the
only
fuck is there? It
10,
is. I was
but
wondering
she's a
where
bright
the damn
little kid, one
pipe
of my
thing is to
stepmother's
climb
star
up.
students. She keeps
Because they'll easily pay the
her head.
frickin' tolls.
If she
That's
hadn't
just
alerted
annoying.
people as soon as she saw the smoke, the fire could have spread. I heard the bell and ran out like everyone else to see what was wrong. The Dunn's live
Here we
across the
go.
street from us,
Here
so
we
I couldn't
go.
miss the smoke. The fire plan worked the way it was supposed to. The adult men and women put the fire out with garden hoses, shovels, wet towels, and blankets. Those without
I
hoses
just
beat at the
poop
edges
on
of the
these
fire and
dudes.
smothered them with dirt. Kids my age helped out where we were needed and put out any new fires started by flying
Fuck
embers.
off, dude.
We brought buckets to fill with water, and shovels, blankets, and towels.
That was worthless.
Of our own. There were a lot of us, and we kept our eyes open. The very old
Fuck
people
off.
watched the little kids and kept them out of the way and out of
Oh,
trouble.
there's
No
that.
one missed Amy. No
Great.
one had seen her in the Dunn backyard, so no one thought about her. Her grandmother found her much later and got the truth out of her. The garage was a total loss. Edwin Dunn salvaged some of his garden and carpentry equipment, but not much. The grapefruit tree next to the garage and the 2 peach trees behind
Is
it
that
were
all
half
there was
burned,
in here?
too, but they might survive. The carrot,
Apparently a
squash,
hole in the
collard,
top
and
that you can
potato
get
plants
into
were a
this,
trampled
but
mess. Of course,
maybe
no
I
one
can get
called the
into
fire
other ones.
department. No one would take on fire. Service fees just to save an unoccupied garage. Most of our households couldn't afford another big bill, anyway. The water wasted on putting out the fire was going to be hard enough to pay for. What will happen, I wonder, to poor little Amy Dunn? No one cares about her. Her family feeds her now and then, cleans her up, but they don't love her or even like her. Her mother Tracy
Ow.
is only a year older than I am. She was 13 when Amy was born. She was 12 when her 27-year-old uncle who had been raping her for years managed to make her pregnant. Problem, Uncle Derek was a big, blonde, handsome
Should
guy,
have done that.
funny and
That
bright,
was a stupid idea.
and well-liked. Tracy is, dull and homely, sulky and dirty looking. Even when she's clean, she looks splotchy, dirty. Some of her problems might have come from being raped by Uncle Derek for
Shit,
years.
I fucking
Uncle Derek was Tracy's mother's
hate
youngest
you,
brother,
dude.
her favorite brother, but when people realized what he had been doing, the neighborhood men got together and suggested he go live somewhere else. People didn't want him around their daughters. Irrational as usual, Tracy's mother blamed Tracy for his exile, and for her own embarrassment. Not many girls in the neighborhood have babies before they drag some boy to my father and have him unite them in holy matrimony. But there was no one to marry Tracy, and no money for prenatal care or an abortion. And poor Amy, as she grew, looked more and more like Tracy, scrawny and splotchy with sparse, stringy hair. I don't think she'll ever be pretty. Tracy's maternal instincts didn't kick in, and I doubt that her mother, Christmas Dunn, has any. The Dunn family has a reputation for craziness. There are 16 of them living
calling
in the
this
Dunn house,
damn child
and at least a
ugly.
third are nuts. Amy,
Stop it.
isn't crazy, though. Not yet. She's neglected and lonely, and like any little kid
Getting
left
close.
on her own too much, she finds ways to amuse herself. I've never seen anyone hit Amy or curse her or anything like that. But Dunns do care what people think of them. But no one pays any attention to her either. She spends most of her time playing alone in the dirt. She also eats the dirt and whatever she finds in it, including bugs. But not long ago, just out of curiosity, I took her to our house, sponged her off, taught her the alphabet, and showed her how to write her name. She loved it. She's got a hungry, able little mind, and she loves attention. Tonight I asked Corey if Amy could start school early. Corey doesn't take kids until they're 5 or close to 5, but she said she'd let Amy in if I would take charge of her. I expected that, though I don't like it. I help with the 5 and 6-year-olds, anyway. I've been taking care of little kids since I was 1, and I'm tired of it. I think, though, that if someone doesn't help Amy now, someday she'll do something a lot worse than burning down her family's garage. Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. Some cousins of old MRS Sims have inherited her house. They're lucky there's still a house to inherit. If it weren't for our wall, the house would have been gutted, taken over by squatters, or torched as soon as it was empty. As it was, all people did was take back things they had given to MRS Sims after she was
Where are
robbed,
you, dude?
and take whatever food she had in the house. No sense letting it rot.
I hear you, but I
Didn't
hear
take her
you, but I
furniture or her
don't
rugs or
fucking
her
see you.
appliances. We could have, but we
Here?
didn't. We aren't thieves.
Now I'm further away.
Wardell Parrish and Rosalie Payne think otherwise. They're both small, rust brown, sour-looking people like MRS Sims. They're the children of a first
Where do I
cousin
find
that
you?
MRS
Found
Sims
you.
have managed to keep contact and good relations with. He's a widower twice over,
Need
no
2 more
kids,
ninjas?
and she's
Damn,
been
that
widowed
sucks.
once, 7 kids. They're not only brother and sister, but twins. Maybe that helps them
Boom.
get along with each other. They damn sure won't get
Perfect.
along with anyone else. They're moving in today. They've been here a couple of times before to look the place over, and I guess
Damn,
they
how do
must
I
have liked
fucking
it
get
better
over
than their
there now?
parents' house. They shared that with 18 other
There's
people.
no pipe.
I was busy in the den with my class of younger school
I'm
kids,
just stuck
so
out
I
here,
didn't meet
dude.
them until today,
The fuck?
though I've heard Dad talking to them, heard them sit in our living room and insinuate that we had
I know for a fucking
cleaned out
fact.
MRS Sims' house before they arrived.
It sucks.
Dad kept his temper. You know she was robbed
Where's my
during the
next
month
pipe?
before she died, he said. You can check with the police about that if you haven't already. Since then the community has protected the house. We haven't used it or stripped it. If you choose to live among us, you should understand that we help each other, and we don't steal. I wouldn't expect you to say you did, Wardell Parrish muttered. His sister jumped in before he could say more. We're not accusing anyone of anything, she lied. We just wondered. We knew cousin Marjorie had some nice things, jewelry that she inherited from her mother. Very valuable. Check with the police, my father said. Well, yes, I know, but this is a small community, my father said. We all know each other here. We depend on each other. There was a silence. Perhaps the twins were getting the message. We're not very social, Wardell Parrish said. We mind our own business. Again his sister jumped in before he could go on. I'm sure everything will be alright, she said. I'm sure we'll get along fine. I didn't like them when I heard them. I liked them even less when I met them. They look at us as though we smell and they don't. Of course, it doesn't matter whether I like them or not. There are other people in the neighborhood whom I don't like. But I don't trust the Payne Parishes. The kids seem alright. But the adults,
This is definitely an
wouldn't want to
interesting
have to
book.
depend on them.
It's just like
not even for little
broken
things.
apocalyptic
Parrish.
world type thing.
What perfect names they have. Saturday, February 22nd, 2025. We ran into a pack of feral dogs today. We went to the hills today for target practice. Me, my father, Joanne Garfield, her cousin and boyfriend Harold.
Fuck.
Harry Bater, my boyfriend Curtis Talcott, his brother Michael, Aura Moss and her brother Peter. Our other adult guardian was Joanne's father Jay. He's a good guy and a good shot.
Yeah, I
Dad
see.
likes to work with him, although sometimes there are problems.
Oh,
The
the code
Garfields
is
and the
right
Baters
here.
are white, and the rest of us are black. That can be dangerous these days. On the street,
Oh.
people are expected to fear and hate everyone but their own kind, but with all of us armed and watchful, people stared, but they let us alone. Our neighborhood is too small for us to play those kinds of games. Everything went as usual at first. The Talcots got into an argument
How the
first
fuck do I
with
get over there then?
each other, then with
I
the
can't
Mosses.
grab the rope.
The Mosses are always blaming
I
other people
fucking got
for
rid of the
whatever
box.
they do wrong, so they tend to have disputes outstanding with most of us.
Damn
Peter
it.
Moss is the worst because he's always trying to be like his
You
father.
just need to
and
try over and over
his
again
father
then.
is a total shit. His father has 3 wives. All at once, Karen, Natalie, and Zara. They've all got kids by him, though so far, Zara, the youngest and prettiest, only has 1. Karen is the one with the marriage license,
Okay.
but she let him get away with bringing in first one, then another new woman into the house and calling them his wives. I guess the way things are, she didn't think
I
she
can't
could
even fucking grab
make
it
it on
even.
her own
I
with 3
literally
kids when he
touched
brought
that
in
rope
Natalie and
and
5
it
by
didn't
then.
do it.
Time he found Zara. The Mosses don't come to church. Richard Moss has put together his own religion, a combination of the Old Testament and historical West African practices. He claims that God wants men to be patriarchs, rulers, and protectors of women, and fathers of as many children as possible. He's an engineer for one of the big commercial water companies, so he can afford to pick up beautiful, young, homeless women and live with them in polygamous relationships. He could pick up 20 women like that if he could afford to feed them. I hear there's a lot of that kind of thing going on in other neighborhoods. Some middle-class men prove they're men by having a lot of wives in temporary or permanent relationships. Some upper-class men prove they're men by having 1 wife and a lot of beautiful, disposable young servant girls. Nestle. When the girls get pregnant, if their rich employers won't protect them, the employers' wives throw them out to starve. Is that the way it's going to be? I
That
wonder.
sucks.
Is that the future? Large numbers of people stuck in either President-elect Donner's version of slavery or Richard Moss's. We rode our bikes to the top of River Street, past the last neighborhood walls, past the last ragged, unwalled houses, past the last stretch of broken asphalt and
I actually
rag
don't
and
know what
stick
the
shacks
fuck
of
to do
squatters
here
and street
actually.
poor who stare at us in their horrible, empty way, and then higher into the hills along a dirt road. At last we dismounted and walked our bikes down the narrow trail into one of the canyons that we and others use for target practice. It looked alright this time, but we always have to
Nope.
be careful. People use canyons for a lot of things. If we find corpses in one, we stay away from it for a while. Dad tries to shield us from what goes on in the world, but he can't. Knowing that, he also tries to teach us to shield ourselves. Most of us have practiced at home with BB guns on homemade targets or on squirrel and bird targets. I've done all that. My aim is good, but I don't like it with the birds and squirrels.
Damn it.
Dad was the one who insisted on my learning to shoot them. He said moving targets would be good for my aim. I think there was
I have an idea.
more to it than that. I think he wanted to see whether or not I could do it. Whether shooting a bird or a squirrel would trigger my hyper-empathy. It didn't, quite. I didn't like it, but it wasn't
No.
painful. It felt like a big, soft, strange ghost blow, like getting hit with a huge ball of air, but with no coolness.
I
No
have an
feeling of
idea.
wind. The blow, though still soft, was a little harder with squirrels. And sometimes rats than with birds. All 3 had to be killed, though. They ate our food or ruined it. Tree crops were their special victims: peaches, plums, figs, persimmons, nuts,
I
and
can't.
crops like strawberries, blackberries, grapes.
That hurts.
Whatever we planted, if they could get at it, they would. Birds are particular pests. Because they can fly in, yet I like them. I envy their ability to fly. Sometimes I get up and go out at dawn just so I can watch them without anyone
Not
scaring them
happening.
or shooting them. Now that I'm old enough to go target shooting on Saturdays, I don't intend to shoot any more birds, no matter what Dad says. Besides, just because I can shoot a bird or a squirrel doesn't mean I could shoot a person, a thief like the ones who robbed MRS Sims. I don't know whether I could do that. And if I did it, I don't know what would happen to me. Would I die? It's my father's fault that we pay so much attention to guns and shooting.
I
He
feel so fucked
carries a
over right
9mm
now.
automatic pistol whenever he leaves the neighborhood. He carries it on his hip where people can see it. He says that discourages mistakes. Armed people do get killed most often in crossfires or by snipers. But unarmed
Hang
people
on.
get killed a lot more often. Dad also has a silenced 9mm submachine gun. It stays at home with Corey in case something happens there while he's away. Both guns are German Heckler and Kook. Dad has never said where he got the submachine gun. It's illegal, of course, so I don't blame him. It must have cost a hell of a lot. He's only had it away from home a few times so he, Corey, and I could get the feel of it. He'll do the same for the boys when they're older. Corey has an old Smith & Wesson .38 revolver that she's good with. She's had it since before she married Dad. She loaned that one to me today. Ours aren't the best or the newest guns in the neighborhood, but they all work. Dad and Corey keep them in good condition. I have to help with that now.
I
And they spend
fucked
the
myself over.
necessary time on practice and money on ammunition. At neighborhood
I
association
don't want to
meetings,
restart
Dad
the
used to
level
push the
because
adults
then my
everywhere.
note score will go
Households
all
to
the
own
way down.
weapons,
I just
maintain
need
them,
8
and
more
know how to use
notes.
No. How to use them so well, he said more than once, that you're as able to defend yourself at 2 a.m. as you are at 2 p.m. At first there were a few neighbors who didn't like that, older ones who said it was the job of the police to protect them, younger ones who worried that their little children would find their guns, and religious ones who didn't think a minister of the gospel should need guns. This was several years ago. The police, my father told them, may be able to avenge you, but they can't protect you. Things are getting worse. And as for your children, well, yes, there is risk. But you can put your guns out of their reach while they're very young, and train them as they grow older. That's what I mean to do. I believe they'll have a better chance of growing up if you can protect them. He paused, stared at the people, then went on. I have a wife and 5 children, he said. I will pray for them all. I'll also see to it that they know how to defend themselves. And for as long as I can, I will stand between my family and any intruder. He paused again. Now that's what I have to do. You all do what you have to do. By now there are at least 2 guns in every household. Dad says he suspects that some of them are so well hidden like MRS Sim's gun that they wouldn't be available in an emergency.
Okay.
He's working on that. All the kids who attend school at our house get gun handling instruction. Once they've passed that and turned 15, 2 or 3 of the neighborhood adults begin taking them to the hills for target practice. It's a kind of rite of passage for us.
Fixed it.
My brother Keith has been whining to go along whenever someone gets a shooting group together, but the age rule is firm. I worry about the way Keith wants to get his hands on the guns. Dad doesn't seem to worry, but I do. There are always a few groups of homeless people and packs of feral dogs living out beyond the last hillside shacks. People and dogs hug rabbits, possums, squirrels, and each other. Both scavenge whatever dies. The dogs used to belong to people or their ancestors did. But dogs eat meat.
There we go.
These days, no poor middle-class person who had an edible piece of meat would give it to a dog.
Last stuff is.
Rich people still keep dogs, either because they like them or because they use them to guard estates, enclaves, and businesses.
Little area?
The rich have plenty of other security devices,
How do
but
I
the
get
dogs
into
are extra
that bedroom
insurance.
area?
Dogs scare people. I did some shooting today, and I was leaning against a boulder, watching others shoot, when I realized there was a dog nearby, watching me. Just one dog. Male, yellow-brown, sharp ear, short hair. He wasn't big enough to make a meal of me, and I still had the Smith & Wesson, so while he was looking me over, I took a good look at him. He was
shot him.
but he didn't look starved. He looked alert and curious.
I killed him.
He sniffed the air, and I remembered that dogs were supposed to be oriented more toward scent than sight. Look at that, I said to Joanne Garfield, who was standing nearby. She turned, gasped, and jerked her gun up to aim at the dog. The dog vanished into the dry brush and boulders. Turning, Joanne tried to look everywhere as though she expected to see more dogs stalking us, but there was nothing. She was shaking. I'm sorry,
isn't what
I said.
I need, though.
I didn't know you were afraid of them. She drew a deep breath and looked at the place where the dog had been.
No way it is.
Didn't
I
know it
have
was
been
either,
here.
she
Damn
whispered.
it.
I've never been so close to one before.
Oh, shit.
I wish I had gotten a better look at it. At that moment, Aura Moss screamed and fired her father's llama automatic. I pushed away from the boulder and turned to see Aura pointing her gun toward some rocks and babbling. It was over there, she said, her words tumbling over.
I might need to look up where this one is.
Some kind of animal, dirty yellow with big teeth. It had its mouth open. It was huge.
Because this is the one I just don't know where it is.
Shot me. Michael Talcott shouted. I could see now that he had ducked down behind a boulder. He would have been in Aura's line of fire, but he didn't seem to be hurt. Put your gun away, Aura, my father said. He kept his voice low, but he was angry. I could see that, whether Aura could or not. It was an animal, she insisted. A big one. It might still be around. Aura. My father raised his voice and hardened it. Aura looked at him, then seemed to realize that she had more than a dog to worry about. She looked at the gun in her hand, frowned, fumbled it safe, and put it back into her holster. Mike, my father said. I'm okay, Michael Talcott said. No thanks to her. It wasn't my fault, Aura said, right on cue. There was an animal. It could.
Yes, I can see
have
that.
killed you. It was sneaking up on us.
What?
I think it was just a dog, I said.
Jiggy
There
one.
was watching
Got
us
that
over
one.
here. Joanne moved and it ran away. You should have killed it, Peter Moss
Got
said.
that one.
What do you want to do? Wait. Until it jumps someone. What was it doing? Jay Garfield asked. Just watching. That's all, I said. It didn't look sick or starved. It wasn't very big.
Got that one.
Think it was a danger to anyone here. There are too many of us, and we're all too.
Where's this at?
The thing I saw was huge.
Oh, it's the fucking
It had its mouth
dolphin.
open.
How'd he get into there?
Because I'd had a sudden thought.
In the warehouse where
panting,
was found. Exit and jump into the water to find the dolphin stuck under the anchor. Follow the chain up. Okay.
She shook her head. They're bold, but they're not dangerous to a group like this. You don't have to worry.
Forgot about
She didn't look as though she quite believed me, but she seemed to relax.
Down over this way.
The Moss girls were both bullied and sheltered. They were almost never allowed to leave the walls of the neighborhood. They were educated at home by their mothers according to the religion their father had assembled, and they were warned away from the sin and contamination of the rest of the world. I'm surprised that Aura was allowed to come to us for gun handling instruction and target practice. I hope it will be good for her, and I hope the rest of us will survive. All of you stay where you are, Dad said. He glanced at Jay Garfield, then went a short way up among the rocks and scrub oaks to see whether Aura had shot anything. He kept his gun in his hand and the safety off. He was out of our sight for no more than a minute. He came back with a look on his face that I couldn't read. Put your guns away, he said. We're going home. Did I kill it? Aura demanded. No. Get your bikes. He and Jay Garfield whispered together for a moment. And Jay Garfield sighed. Joanne and I watched them, wondering, knowing we wouldn't hear anything from them until they were ready to tell us. This is not about a dead dog, Harold Bader said behind us. Joanne moved back to stand beside him. It's about either a dog pack or a human pack, I said, or maybe it's a corpse. It was, as I found out later, a family of corpses, a woman, a little boy of about 4 years, and a just-born infant, all partly human. But Dad didn't tell me that until we got home. At the canyon, all we knew was that he was upset. If there were a corpse around here, we would have smelled it, Harry said. Not if it were fresh, I countered. Joanne looked at me and sighed the way her father sighs. If it's that, I wonder where we'll go shooting next time. I wonder when there will be next time. Peter Moss and the Talcott brothers had gotten into an argument over whose fault it was that Aura had almost shot Michael, and Dad had to break it up.
There we go.
Dad checked with Aura to see that she was all right. He said a few things to her that I couldn't hear, and I saw a tear slide down her face. She cries easily. She always has.
This little bitch.
Dad walked away from her looking harassed. He led us up the path out of the canyon. We walked our bikes, and we all kept looking around. We could see now that there were other dogs nearby. We were being watched by a big pack. Jay Garfield brought up the rear, guarding our backs. He said we should stick together, Joanne told me. She had seen me looking back at her father. You and I? Yeah, and Harry. He said we should look out for one another. I don't think these dogs are stupid enough or hungry enough to attack us in daylight. They'll go after some lone street person tonight. Shut up, for God's sake. The road was narrow going up and out of the canyon. It would have been a bad place to have to fight off dogs. Someone could trip and step off the crumbling edge. Someone could be knocked off the edge by a dog or by one of us. That
4 more
would mean falling several hundred feet. Down below, I could hear dogs fighting now. We may have been close to their dens or whatever they lived in. I thought maybe we were just close to what they were feeding on. If they come, my father said in a quiet, even voice, freeze, aim, and fire. That will save you. Nothing else will. Freeze, aim, and fire. Keep your eyes open. And stay calm. I replayed the words in my mind as we went up the switchbacks. No doubt. Dad wanted us to replay them. I could see that Aura was still leaking tears and smearing and streaking her face with dirt like a little kid. She was too wrapped up in her own misery.
Too wrapped up eating dirt and bugs.
We got almost to the top before anything happened. We were beginning to relax, I think. I hadn't seen a dog for a while. Then, from the front of our we heard 3 shots.
Had to be my
We all
little
froze,
speed
most
demon
of us
self.
unable to see what had happened. Keep moving, my father called. It's all right. It was just one dog getting too close. Are you okay? I called. Yes, he said. Just come on and keep your eyes open. One by one, we came abreast of the dog that had been shot and walked past. It was a bigger, grayer animal than the one I had seen. There was a beauty to it. It looked like pictures I had seen of wolves. It was wedged against a hanging boulder just a few steps up the steep canyon wall from us. It moved. I saw its bloody wounds as it twisted. I bit my tongue as the pain I knew it must feel became my pain. What to do? Keep walking? I couldn't. One more step, and I would fall and lie in the dirt, helpless against the pain. Or I might fall into the canyon. It's still alive, Joanne said behind me.
Something about it I'm just not getting.
Its 4 feet were making little running motions. Its
I know
claws
it's only
scraping against
4
the
notes,
rock.
but I mean, it matters
I thought
to
I
me.
would throw up. My belly hurt more and more until I felt skewered through the middle. I leaned on my bike with my left
just
arm.
need those 4 notes
With
and I'm
my
all done with this area.
right hand, I drew the Smith & Wesson, aimed, and shot the beautiful dog through.
Because then I just need to go to
Its
click
head.
like wood and then
I felt the impact of the bullet as a hard, solid blow,
basically
something
that's kind of
beyond
it.
pain.
And then I just need to do the
Then I
boss
felt
fight.
the dog die. I saw it jerk, shudder, stretch its body long, then freeze. I saw it die. I felt it die. It went out like a match in a sudden vanishing of pain. Its
I felt it
light
die.
flared up, then went out. I went a little numb. Without the bike, I would have collapsed. People had crowded close before and behind me. I heard them before I could see them clearly. It's dead, I heard Joanne say, poor thing. What? My father demanded. Another one. I managed to focus on him. He must have skirted close to the cliff edge of the road to have gotten all the way back to us. And he must have run. The same one, I said, managing to straighten up. It wasn't dead. We saw it moving. I put 3 bullets into it, he said. It was moving, Reverend Olamina, Joanne insisted. It was suffering. If Lauren hadn't shot it, someone else would have had to. Dad sighed. Well, it isn't suffering now. Let's get out of here. Then he seemed to realize what Joanne had said.
Sure as hell.
He looked
So
at me.
fuck.
Are you alright?
Yo,
I
bitch.
nodded. I don't know how I looked. No
Baron
one was
Bird,
reacting
fuck.
to me as though I looked odd, so I must not have shown much of what I had gone through. I think. Only Harry Bater, Curtis Talcott, and Joanne had seen me shoot the dog. I looked at them and Curtis grinned at me. He leaned against his bike and in a slow, lazy motion, he drew an imaginary gun, took careful aim at the dead dog, and fired an imaginary shot. Pow, he said. Just like she does stuff like that every day, pow. Let's go, my father said. We began walking up the path again. We left the canyon and made our way
Missing
down to the
something.
street. There were no more dogs. I
It's
walked,
fucking
then rode in a
summer.
daze, still not quite free of the dog I had killed. I had felt it die, and yet I had not died. I had felt its pain as though it were a human being. I had felt its life flare and go out, and I was still alive. How?
Oh yeah,
Why?
I'm sorry.
Believe. Initiates and guides action. Or it does nothing. Earthseed, the books of the living. Sunday, March 2nd, 2025. It's raining. We heard last night on the radio that there was a storm sweeping in from the Pacific, but most people didn't believe it. We'll have wind, Corey said. Wind. And maybe a few drops of rain, or maybe just a little cool weather. That would be welcome. It's all we'll get. That's all there has been for 6 years. I can remember the rain 6 years ago. Water swirling around the back porch, not high enough to come into the house, but high
Must
enough
be
to
around here
attract my
somewhere.
brothers who wanted to play in it. Corey, forever.
I just need to
Worried about
actually take a
infection,
closer
wouldn't let them.
look.
She said
and
they'd be
search.
splashing around in a soup of all the wastewater germs we've been watering our gardens with for years. Maybe she was right, but kids all over the neighborhood covered
Fuck off,
themselves
dude.
with mud and earthworms that day, and nothing terrible happened to them. But that storm was almost tropical, a quick, hard, warm, September rain. The edge of a hurricane that hit Mexico's Pacific coast. This is a colder, winter storm. It began this morning as people were coming to church. In the choir we sang rousing old hymns accompanied by Corey's piano, playing and lightning and thunder from outside. It was wonderful. Some people missed part of the sermon, though, because they went home to put out all the barrels, buckets, tubs, and pots they could find to catch the free water. Other went home to put pots and buckets inside where there were leaks in the roof. I can't remember when any of us have had a roof repaired by a professional. We all have Spanish tile roofs, and that's good. A tile roof is, I suspect, more secure and lasting than wood or asphalt shingles. But time, wind, and earthquakes have taken a toll. Tree limbs have done some damage, too. Yet no one has extra money for anything as non-essential as roof repair. At best, some of the neighborhood men go up with whatever materials they can scavenge and create makeshift patches. No one's even done that for a while. If it only rains once every 6 or 7 years, why bother? Our roof is all right so far, and the barrels and things we put out after servicing this morning are full or filling. Good, clean, free water from the sky.
It can't be that hard.
If
I just don't want to.
only
If
it
I
came
go
more often.
out, then I'm done.
Monday, March 3rd, 2025. Still raining. No thunder today, though there was some last night. Steady drizzle, and occasional, heavy showers all day. All day. So different and beautiful. I've never
Oh, I know.
felt so
I didn't get
overwhelmed
the
by
toll
water.
on the other
I
fucking
went out
side.
and walked in the
Damn
rain
it.
until I was soaked. Corey didn't want me to, but I did it anyway. It was so wonderful. How can she not understand that? It was so incredible and wonderful. Tuesday, March 4th, 2025.
Fuck off.
Amy Dunn is dead. 3 years old, unloved, and dead. That doesn't
Wow.
seem reasonable or even
Sucks to be her.
possible. She could read simple words and count to 30. I taught her. She so much loved getting attention that she stuck to me during school hours and drove me crazy. Didn't want me to go to the bathroom without her. Dead. I had gotten to like her, even though she was a pest. Today I walked her home after class. I had gotten into the habit of walking her home because the Duns wouldn't send anyone for her. She knows the way, Christmas said. Just send her over. She'll get here all right. I didn't doubt that she could have. She could look across the street, and across the center island, and see her house from ours, but Amy had a tendency to wander. Sent home alone, she might get there or she might wind up in the Montoya garden, grazing, or in the Moss Rabbit house, trying to let the rabbits out. So I walked her across, glad for an excuse to get out in the rain again. Amy loved it, too, and we lingered for a moment under the big avocado tree on the island. There was a navel orange tree at the back end of the island, and I picked a pair of bright oranges, one for Amy and one for me.
Come on, dude.
I peeled both of them, and we ate them while the rain plastered Amy's scant colorless hair against her head and made her look bald. I took her to her door and left her in the care of her mother. You didn't have to get her so wet, Tracy complained. Might as well enjoy the rain while it lasts, I said, and I left them. I saw Tracy take Amy into the house and shut the door. Yet somehow Amy wound up outside again, wound up near the front gate, just opposite
Wound, idiot.
Garfield/Balter/Dory house. Jay Garfield found her there when he came out to investigate what he thought was another bundle that someone had thrown over the gate. People toss us things, sometimes gifts of envy and hate.
So
a maggot,
fucking
dead
stupid.
animal, a bag of shit, even an occasional severed human limb or a dead child.
Oh, that's
Dead
always
adults
fun.
have been left lying
That's
just beyond our wall.
disgusting.
But these were all outsiders. Amy was one of us. Someone shot Amy right through the metal gate. It had to be an accidental hit because you can't see through our gate from the outside. The
Oh,
shooter
you
either
bitch.
fired at someone who was in front of the gate or fired at the gate itself, at the neighborhood,
Second
at us and our
thought,
supposed
no,
wealth and
can't
privilege.
get up on top there.
Most bullets wouldn't have gotten through the gate. It's supposed to be bulletproof, but it's
I might have
been
an idea.
penetrated a couple of times before, high up, near the top. Now we have 6 new bullet holes in the lower portion, 6 holes in a 7th dent, a long, smooth gauge where a bullet had glanced off without breaking through.
It's
We hear
not
so
in
much gunfire,
there,
day
but
and night,
rather,
single shots and odd
could
bursts
it
of
be
automatic weapons
still
fire,
in
even
here?
occasional blasts from heavy artillery or explosions from grenades or bigger bombs.
Shut up.
We worry most about those last things, but they're rare. It's harder to steal big weapons, and not many people around here can afford to buy the illegal ones, or that's what Dad says. The thing is, we hear gunfire so much that we don't hear it. A couple of the Bader kids said they heard shooting, but as usual, they paid no attention to it. It was outside, beyond the wall. After all, most of us heard nothing except the rain. Amy was going to turn 4 in a couple of weeks. I had planned to give her a little party with my kindergartners. God, I hate this place.
Nope.
I mean, I love it. It's home. These are my people. But I hate it. It's like an island surrounded by sharks, except that sharks don't bother you unless you go in the water. But our land sharks are on their way in. It's just a matter of how long it takes for them to get hungry. Wednesday, March 5th, 2025. I walked in the rain again this morning. It was cold, but good. Amy has already
Cold,
been cremated.
cold.
I wonder if her mother is relieved. She doesn't look relieved. She never liked Amy, but now she cries. I don't think she's faking. The family has spent money
Thought
it
that
could
she
not
was
afford to get the
faking
police
over
involved to try
her
to find the
fucking
killer.
dead daughter.
I suspect that the only good this will do will be to chase away the people who live on the sidewalks and streets nearest to our wall.
Anything down here?
Is that good? The street poor will be back, and they won't love us for sicking the cops on them. It's illegal to camp out on the street the way they must, so the cops knock them
That's
around,
stupid.
rob them if they have anything worth stealing, then order them away or jail them. The miserable will be made even more miserable. None of that can help Amy. I suppose,
There we go.
though, that it will make the Duns feel better about the way they treated her. On Saturday, Dad will preach Amy's funeral. I wish I didn't have to be there. Funerals have never bothered me before, but this one does. You cared about Amy,
I wonder
Joanne
why.
Garfield said to me when I complained to her. We had lunch together today. We ate in my bedroom because it's still raining. Off and on, and the rest of the house was full of all the kids who hadn't gone home to eat lunch. But my room is still mine. It's the one place in the world where I can go and not be followed by anyone I don't invite in. I'm the only person I know who has a bedroom to herself. These days, even Dad and Corey knock before they open my door. That's one of the best things about being the only daughter in the family. I have to kick my brothers out of here all the time. But at least I can kick them out. Joanne is an only child, but she shares a room
have to
with 3
kick them
younger girl
out.
cousins, whiny Lisa,
I'm going
always
to lose
demanding
my
and
fucking
complaining,
mind.
smart, giggly Robin with her near genius
I mean,
IQ,
I have
and
nothing
invisible
but
Jessica,
time.
who
Like,
whispers and stares at her
legit.
feet and cries if you give her a dirty look. All 3 are Bader's Harry's sisters and the children of Joanne's mother's sister. The 2 adult sisters, their husbands,
What am I
their 8 children,
missing?
and their parents Mr. and MRS. Dory are all squeezed into one 5-bedroom house.
Oh, I
It
know
isn't the most
exactly
crowded
where it is. Hang on.
house in the neighborhood, but I'm glad I don't have to live like that. Almost no one cared about Amy, Joanne said.
I know where it is.
But you did.
I think I do.
After the fire, I did, I said.
Give me a sec.
I got scared for her then.
Oh,
Before that, I
no,
ignored
I know where it is.
her like everyone else.
I know.
So now you're feeling guilty? No. Yes, you are. I looked at her, surprised.
Not on top of this one.
No. I hate that she's dead, and I miss her, but I didn't cause her death. I just can't deny what all this says about us. What? I felt on the verge of talking to her about things I hadn't talked about before.
It might be in those
I'd written about
boats,
them.
but again,
sometimes I write to keep from going crazy. There's a world of things I don't feel free to talk to anyone about.
Fuck off.
But Joanne is a friend. She knows me better than most people, and she has a brain. Why not talk to her?
Fuck.
Sooner or later, I have to talk to someone. What's
I
wrong?
thought it was on one of
She
these
asked.
two, no?
She had opened a plastic container of bean salad. Now she put it down on my night table.
Maybe
Don't
it's
you
in
ever
the
wonder if
boats.
maybe Amy and MRS Sims are the lucky ones? I asked. I mean, don't you ever wonder
In the
what's going
boats.
to happen to the rest of
That is
us?
a feather.
There was a clap of dull, muffled thunder, and a sudden heavy
There
shower.
we go.
Radio.
Found something.
Weather reports say today's rain will be the last of the 4-day series of storms. I hope not. Sure, I think about it, Joanne said.
God.
With people shooting little kids, how can I not think about it? People have been killing little kids since there have been
Fuck
people,
off.
I said. Not in here, they haven't. Not until now.
There
Yes,
we go.
that's it, isn't it? We got a wake-up call.
Sorry, that took
Another
fucking
one.
forever, dude.
What are you talking about? Amy was the first of us to be killed like that. She won't be the last. Joanne sighed, and there was a little shudder in the sigh. So you think so? Too. I do. But I didn't know you thought about it at all. Rape, robbery, and now murder.
There we go.
Of course I think about it. Everyone thinks.
I can
about it.
fucking go now.
Everyone worries. I wish I could get out of here. Where would you go? That's it, isn't it? There's nowhere to go. There might be. Not if you don't have money. Not if all you know how to do is take care
I
of
need to go back to some
babies and
earlier
cook.
spots in the game
shook
too.
my head.
I need to go to
You know much more than that. Maybe, but none of it matters.
the
I
second
won't
level.
be able to afford college.
and
I won't
then
be able to get a job or move out of my parents' house because no job I could get would support me, and there are no safe places to move. Hell, my parents are still living with their parents. I know, I said. And as bad as that is, there's more.
bitch. Get
Who
away
needs
from me.
more? That's enough.
Eee.
She began to eat the bean
Okay.
salad.
There's that.
Looked good, but I thought I might be about to ruin it for her. There's cholera spreading in southern Mississippi and Louisiana, I said. I heard about it on the radio yesterday.
Move it.
There are too many poor people illiterate,
I could have
jobless,
used the blue
homeless, without
pot.
decent
I
sanitation or
realize
clean
that
water.
now.
They have plenty of water down there, but a lot of it is polluted. And you know that drug that makes people want to set fires? She nodded, chewing. It's spreading again. It was on the East Coast. Now
Oh
it's
wait,
in
no,
Chicago.
the
Reports
snow
say that
place
it
is
makes
right
watching a
over
fire
here, I
better than
forgot.
sex. I don't know whether the reporters are condemning it or advertising it. I drew a deep breath. Tornadoes are smashing hell out of Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, and 2 or 3 other states. 300 people dead so far. And there's a blizzard freezing the northern Midwest, killing even more people.
perfect.
In New York and New Jersey, a measles epidemic is killing people. Measles. I heard about the measles, Joanne said. Strange.
So I need to go.
Even if people
I
can't
can ignore all the
afford
notes.
immunizations,
That's not what's
measles shouldn't
important.
kill. Those people are half dead already, I told her. They've come through the
But
winter
what I
cold,
do need to
hungry,
worry about.
already sick with other diseases. And, no, of course they can't afford immunizations.
Here we go.
We're lucky our
Answer
parents
is
found the money to
bug
pay
per
for
se.
all our immunizations. If we have kids,
Here we go.
I don't see how we'll be able to do even
All
that for
right.
them. I know, I know.
This
She
one might be
sounded
a little bit
almost
more
bored.
harder, but we got it.
Things are bad. My mother is hoping this new guy, President Donner, will start to get us back to normal. Normal, I muttered. I wonder what that is. Do you agree with your mother? No. Donner hasn't got a chance. I think he would fix things if he could, but Harry says his ideas are scary. Harry says he'll set the country back 100 years. My father says something like that. I'm surprised that Harry agrees. He would. His own father thinks Donner is God. Harry wouldn't agree with him on anything. I laughed, distracted, thinking about Harry's battles
shit.
with his father. Neighborhood fireworks, plenty of flash, but no real fire. Why do you want to talk about this stuff? Joanne asked, bringing me back to the real fire. We can't do anything about it. We have to.
Shit.
Have to what? We're 15. What can we do? We can get ready. That's what we've got to do now. Get ready for what's going to happen. Get ready to survive it. Get ready to make a life afterward. Get focused on arranging to survive so that we can do more than just get batted around by crazy people, desperate people, thugs, and leaders who don't know what they're doing. She just stared at me. I don't know what you're talking about.
There we go.
I was rolling too fast, maybe. I'm talking about this place, Joe, this cul-de-sac with a wall around it.
Perfect.
I'm talking about the day a big gang of those hungry, desperate, crazy people outside decide to come in. I'm talking about what we've got to do before that happens so that we can survive and rebuild, or at least survive and escape to be something other than beggars. Someone's going to just smash in our wall and come in. More likely blast it down,
Perfect.
or blast the gate open. It's going to happen some day. You know that as well as I do. Oh, no I don't, she protested. She sat up straight, almost stiff, her lunch forgotten for the moment. I bit into a piece of acorn bread that was full of dry
nice hit,
fruity
okay.
nuts. It's a favorite of mine, but I managed to chew and swallow without tasting it. Joe, we're in for trouble. You've already admitted that.
Bitch!
Sure, she said. More shootings, more break-ins. That's what I meant. And that's what will happen for a while. I wish I could guess how long. We'll be hit and hit and hit, then the big hit will come. And if we're not ready for it, it will be like Jericho. She held herself rigid, projecting. You don't know that. You can't read the future. No one can. You can, I said, if you want to. It's scary, but once you get past the fear, it's easy. In LA, some walled communities bigger and stronger than this one just aren't there anymore. Nothing left but ruins, rats, and squatters. What happened to them can happen to us. We'll die in here unless we get busy now and work out ways to survive. If you think that, why don't you tell your parents? Warn them and see what they say. I intend to as soon as I think of a way to do it that will reach them. Besides, I think they already know. I think my father does, anyway. I think most of the adults know. They don't want to know, but they do. My mother could be right about Donner. He really could do some good. No, Donner's just a kind of human banister. What? I mean he's like a symbol of the past for us to hold onto as we're pushed into the future. He's nothing. No substance. But having been there, the latest in a 2.5 century long line of American presidents make people feel that the country, the culture that they grew up with is still here, that we'll get through these bad times and back to normal. We could, she said. We might. I think someday we will. No, she didn't. She was too bright to take anything but the most superficial comfort from her denial. But even superficial comfort is better than none, I guess. I tried another tactic.
I'm gonna go
Did you ever read
in
about
here,
bubonic
find
plague
the
in
other
medieval Europe?
honeycomb piece.
I asked.
Because I don't
She
know where
nodded.
that one is, actually.
She reads a lot the way I do. Reads all kinds of things. A lot of the continent was depopulated, she
Treasure
said.
Trove Cove.
Some survivors thought the world was coming to an end.
I need
Yes,
honeycomb.
but once they realized it wasn't, they also realized there was a lot of vacant land available for the taking, and if they had a trade,
One right
they
there.
realized
Where's
they
the other one?
could demand better pay for
Just
their
on a
work.
box?
A lot of things changed for the
Random
survivors.
kind funding. I
What's your point?
legit
The changes.
looked for that.
I thought for a moment. They were slow
Also, I'm
changes
gonna
compared
type in red feathers
to anything
because
that might
red
happen
feathers
here,
is
but it
actually
took
a
a plague to make some of
fuck
the
off.
people realized that things could change. So, things are changing now, too. Our adults haven't been wiped out by a plague, so they're still anchored in the past, waiting for the good old days to come back.
Hate you.
But things have changed a lot, and they'll change more.
Definitely kill
Things
a
are
bunch of
always
those things.
changing. This is just one of the big jumps instead of the little step-by-step.
Look
changes that
for
are
a
easier to take.
box. That's all I'm doing.
People have changed
Out
the
in
climate
middle
of the
fucking
world.
ocean.
Now they're waiting for the old days to come back. Your father says he doesn't believe people change the climate in spite of what scientists say. He says only God could change the world in such an important way. Do you believe him? She opened her mouth, looked at me, then closed it again. After a while, she said, I don't know. My father has his blind spots, I said. He's the best person I know, but even he has blind spots. It doesn't make any difference, she said. We can't make the climate change back, no matter why it changed in the first place. You and I can't. The neighborhood can't. We can't do anything. I lost patience. Then let's kill ourselves now and be done with it. She frowned, her round, too serious face almost angry.
Fuck
She tore bits of
you,
peel
bitch!
from a small navel orange. What then? She demanded. What can you do? I put the last bite of my acorn bread down and went around her to my night table. I took several books from the deep bottom drawer and showed them to her. This is what I've been
There
doing,
it
reading and
is.
studying these over
It's
the past
too
few
far off from the fucking
months.
distance for me to see.
These books are old like all the books in this house. I've also been using Dad's computer when he lets me to get new stuff. Frowning, she looked them over. 3 books on survival in the wilderness. 3 on guns and shooting, 2 each on handling medical emergencies. California native and naturalized plants and their uses, and
Perfect.
basic living, log cabin building, livestock raising, plant cultivation, soap making, that kind of thing. Joanne caught on at once. What are you doing? She asked. Trying to learn to live off the land. I'm trying to learn whatever I can that might help me survive out there. I think we should all study books like these. I think we should bury money and other necessities in the ground where thieves won't find them. I think we should make emergency packs, grab and run packs in case we have to get out of here in a hurry. Money, food, clothing, matches, a blanket. I think we should fix places outside where we can meet in case we get separated. Hell, I think a lot of things. And I know that no matter how many things I think of, they won't be enough. Every time I go outside, I try to imagine what it might be like to live out there without walls, and I realize I don't know anything. Then why?
The fuck?
I intend to survive. She just stared. I mean to learn everything I can while I can, I said. If I find myself outside, maybe what I've learned will help me live long enough to learn more. She gave me a nervous smile. You've been reading too many adventure stories, she said. I frowned.
Fuck.
How could I reach her? This isn't a joke, Joe. What is it then? She ate the last section of her orange. What do you want me to say? I want you to be serious. I realize I don't know very much. None of us knows very much. But we can all learn more. Then we can teach one another. We can stop denying reality or hoping it will go away by magic. That's not what I'm doing. I looked out for a moment at the rain, calming myself.
All my feathers. It makes me sick.
Okay, what are you doing? She looked uncomfortable.
By your butt.
I'm still not sure we can really do anything. Joe.
Yep.
Tell me what I can do that won't get me in trouble or make everyone think I'm crazy.
Perfect.
Just tell me something. At last. Have you read all your family's books? Some of them. Not all. They aren't all worth reading. Books aren't going to
Alright,
save
now
us.
we're gonna need
Nothing
to
is going
go
to save us.
into
If we
here.
don't save ourselves, we're dead.
Put in the pieces into
use your
that one
imagination.
spot.
Is there anything on your family bookshelves that might help you if you were stuck outside? No. You answer too fast. Go home and look again. And like I said, use your imagination.
Cause she knows. She
Any kind
knows
of
her
survival
parents.
information from encyclopedias,
She knows her
biographies,
parents are wusses.
anything that helps you learn to live off the land and defend ourselves. Even some fiction might be useful. She gave me a sidelong glance. I'll bet, she said. Joe, if you never need this information, it won't do you any harm.
the one I'm looking
You'll just
for. Oh no, it is.
know a little more than you did before. So
Forgot.
what?
It
By the way,
is.
do you take notes when you read?
Oh, I need to hit.
Guarded look.
Fuck.
Sometimes.
I need to hit the
Read this.
thing so it
I handed her
appears
one of the
first.
plant
I
books.
forgot.
This one was about
I hate myself.
California Indians, the plants they used, and how they used them. An interesting, entertaining little book. She would be surprised. There was nothing in it to scare her or threaten her or push her. I thought I had already done enough of that. Take notes, I told her. You'll remember better if you do. I still don't believe you, she said. Things don't have to be as bad as you say they are. I put the book into her hands. Hang on to your notes, I said. Pay special attention to the plants that grow between here and the coast and between here and Oregon along the coast. I've marked them. I said I don't believe you. I don't care. She looked down at the book, ran her hands over the black cloth and cardboard binding. So we learn to eat grass and live in the bushes, she muttered. We learn to survive, I said. It's a good book. Take care of it. You know how my father is about his books. Thursday, March 6th, 2025. The rain stopped. My windows are on the north side of the house, and I can see the clouds breaking up.
That thing.
They're being blown over the mountains toward the desert. Surprising how fast they can move.
Could have used a pot.
The wind is
but
strong
again,
and cold now. It might cost us a few trees. I wonder how many years it will be before we see rain again. 6. Drowning people sometimes die fighting their rescuers. Earthseed, the books of the living. Saw her today at the service we had for Amy and yesterday at school. She didn't say a word about what she had done. It turns out she told her mother on Thursday. Maybe it was supposed to be a secret between them or something. But, oh, Philida Garfield was so concerned for me, so worried. And she didn't like my scaring Joanne. Was Joanne scared? Not scared enough to use her brain, it seems. Joanne always seemed so sensible. Did she think getting me into trouble would make the danger go away? No, that's not it. This is just more denial, a dumb little
get into it.
game of, if we don't talk about bad things, maybe they won't happen. Idiot. I'll never be able to tell her anything important again.
Idiot.
What if I'd been more
I know
open?
where to go.
What if I
how
talked
to do
religion
it,
with her?
But
I'd wanted to. How will I ever be able to talk to anyone about that? What I did say worked its way back to me tonight. Mr. Garfield talked to Dad after the funeral. It was like the whispering game that little kids play. The message went all the way from, we're in danger here and we're going to have to Work hard to save ourselves. So Lauren is talking about running away because she's afraid that outsiders are going to riot and tear down the walls and kill us.
Don't do that.
All. Well, I had said some of that, and Joanne had made it clear that she didn't agree with me. But I hadn't just let the bad predictions stand alone. We're going to die. Hoo-hoo. What would be the point of that? Still, only the negative stuff came home to me. Lauren, what did you say to Joanne? My father demanded. He came to my room after dinner when he should have been doing his final work on tomorrow's
Is that what I need to do?
sermon. He sat down on my one chair and stared at me in a way that meant, where's your mind, girl? What's the matter with you? That look plus Joanne's name told me what had happened, what this was about. My friend Joanne. Damn. Her. I sat on my bed and looked back at him. I told her we were in for some bad, dangerous times, I said. I warned her we ought to learn what we could now so we could survive. That was when he told me how upset Joanne's mother was, how upset Joanne was, and how they both thought I needed to talk to someone, because I thought our world was coming to an end. Do you think our world is coming to an end? Dad asked, and with no warning at all, I almost started crying. I had all I could do to hold it back.
There it is.
What I thought was, no, I think your world is coming to an end, and maybe you with it. That was terrible. I hadn't thought about it in such a personal way before. I turned and looked out the window until I felt calmer. When I faced him again, I said, yes. Don't you? He frowned. I don't think he expected me to say that. You're 15, he said. You don't really understand what's going on here. The problems we have.
Yeah, just tell the girl that she doesn't know what she's thinking.
I know.
Or she doesn't know what she's talking about.
I wondered what he wanted me to say. What were
there we go.
you doing, then? He asked. Why did you say those things to Joanne? I decided to go on telling the truth for as long as I could. I hate to lie to him. What I said was true, I insisted. You don't have to say everything you think you know, he said. Haven't you figured that out yet? Joanne and I were friends, I said. I thought I could talk to her. He shook his head. These things frighten people. It's best not to talk about them. But, Dad, that's like ignoring a fire in the living room because we're all in the kitchen, and, besides, house fires are too scary to talk about. Don't warn Joanne or any of your other friends, he said. Not now. I know. You think you're right, but you're not doing anyone any good. You're just panicking people. I managed to suppress a surge of anger by shifting the subject a little. Sometimes the way to move Dad is to go at him from several directions. Did Mr. Garfield give you back your book? I asked. What book? I loaned Joanne a book about California plants and the ways Indians used them. It was one of your books. I'm sorry I loaned it to her. It's so neutral, I didn't think it could cause trouble. But I guess it has. He looked startled, then he almost smiled. Yes, I will have to have that one back, all right. You wouldn't have the acorn bread you like so much without that. One, not to mention a few other things we take for granted. Acorn bread? He nodded. Most of the people in this country don't eat acorns,
what's up?
You know. They have no tradition of eating them, they don't know how to prepare them, and for some reason, they find the idea of eating them disgusting. Some of our neighbors wanted to cut down all our big live oak trees and plant something useful. You wouldn't believe the time I had changing their minds. What did people eat before? Bread made of wheat and other grains, corn, rye, oats, things like that. Too expensive. Didn't used to be. You get that book back from Joanne. He drew a deep breath. Now, let's get off the sidetrack and back onto the main track. What were you planning? Did you try to talk Joanne into running away? Then I sighed. Of course not. Her father says you did. He's wrong. This was about staying alive, learning to live outside so that we'd be able to if we ever had to.
Fat
He
lard.
watched me as though he could read the truth in my mind.
Food.
When I was little, I used to think he could. All right, he said. You may have meant well. But no more scare talk. It wasn't scare talk. We do need to learn what we can while there's time. That's not up to you, Lauren. You don't make decisions for this
Nobody asked you, Patrice.
Oh, hell. If I could just find a balance between holding back too much and pushing, poaching. Yes, sir. He leaned back and looked at me. Tell me exactly what you told Joanne. All of it. I told him. I was careful to keep my voice flat and passionless, but I didn't leave anything out. I wanted him to know, to understand what I believed. The non-religious part of it, anyway. When I finished, I stopped and waited. He seemed to expect me to say more. He just sat there for a while and stared at me. I couldn't tell what he felt. Other people never could if he didn't want them to, but I've been able to most of the time. Now I felt shut out, and there was nothing I could do about it. I waited. At last he let his breath out as though he had been holding it Don't talk about this anymore, he said in a voice that didn't invite argument. I looked back at him, not wanting to give a promise that would be a lie. Lauren. Dad. I want your promise that you won't talk about this anymore. What to say? I wouldn't promise. I couldn't. We could make earthquake packs, I suggested. Emergency kits that we can grab in case we have to get out of the house fast. If we call them earthquake packs, the idea might not bother people so much. People are used to worrying about earthquakes. All this came out in a rush. I want your promise, daughter. I slumped. Why?
Daughter.
You know I'm right. Even MRS. Garfield must know it. So. Why? I thought he would yell at me or punish me. His voice had that warning edge to it that my brothers and I had come to call the rattle as in a rattlesnake's warning sound. If you pushed him past the rattle, you were in trouble. If he called you son or daughter, you were close to trouble. Why? I insisted. Because you don't have any idea what you're doing, he said. He frowned and rubbed his forehead. When he spoke again, the edge went out of his voice. It's better to teach people than to scare them, Lauren. If you scare them and nothing happens, they lose their fear, and you lose some of your authority with them. It's harder to scare them a second time, harder to teach them, harder to win back their trust. Best to begin by teaching. His mouth crooked into a little smile. It's interesting that you chose to begin your efforts with the book you lent to Joanne. Did you ever think of teaching from that book? Teaching, my kindergartners? Why not? Get them started on the right foot. You could even put together a class for older kids and adults. Something like Mr. Ibarra's wood carving class. MRS. Bater's needlework classes, and young Robert HSU's astronomy lectures.
That they want
People are
me to
bored.
get to.
They wouldn't mind another informal class now that they've lost the Youngie's television.
There?
If you can think of ways to entertain them and teach them at the same time, you'll get your information out. And all without making anyone look down. Look down. Into the abyss.
Right there.
But I wasn't in trouble anymore.
I need to get into that. I need to get into that hole right there.
You've just noticed the abyss, he continued. The adults in this community have been balancing at the edge of it for more years than you've been alive. I got up, went over to him and took his hand. It's getting worse, Dad. I know. Maybe it's time to look down. Time to look for some hand and footholds. Before we just get pushed in. That's why we have target practice every week in Lazor Wire in our emergency bell. Your idea for emergency packs is a good one. Some people already have them for earthquakes. Some will assemble them if I suggest it. And, of course, some won't do anything at all. There are always people who won't do anything. Will you suggest it? Yes. At the next neighborhood association meeting. What else can we do? None of this is fast enough. It will have to be. He stood up, a tall, broad wall of a man. Why don't you ask around, see if anyone in the neighborhood knows anything about martial arts? You need more than a book or two to learn good, dependable, unarmed combat.
Kung Fu fighting.
I blinked. Okay. Check with old Mr. HSU and Mr. and MRS. Montoya. Mr. and Mrs.? I think so. Talk to them about classes, not about Armageddon. I looked up at him, and he looked more like a wall than ever, standing and waiting. And he had offered me a lot, all I would get, I suspected. I sighed.
Oh, Cheeto.
Okay, Dad, I promise. I'll try not to scare anyone else. I just hope things hold together long enough for us to do it your way. And he echoed my sigh. At last. Good. Now come out back with me.
If one more page, I see you turn
some
the
important things buried in the yard in sealed containers. It's time for you to know where they are just in case.
Gold feathers.
Sunday, March 9th.
In which I actually don't want to use. I don't want to use blue eggs.
Dad preached from Genesis 6. Noah
Just
and the
chase
ark,
you.
and God saw that the
Or
wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of
pounding.
the thoughts and of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. And then, of course, later God says to Noah, make thee an ark of gopher wood, rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. Dad focused on the two-part nature of this situation. God decides to destroy everything except Noah, his family, and some animals. But if Noah is going to be saved, he has plenty of hard work to do. Joanne came to me after church and said she was sorry for all the craziness. Okay,
yeah,
still
bitch.
friends? She asked. And I hedged, not enemies, anyway. Get my father's book back to me.
Can I actually get these?
Wants it.
I can.
My mother took it. I didn't know she'd get so upset.
Freaking feeling
It isn't
ever.
hers. Get it back to me. Or have your dad give it to mine. I don't care. but he wants
I
his
need
book.
to go. I need to go
All right.
back to that area.
I watched her leave the
forgot.
house. She looks so
In
trustworthy,
which
tall and
this
straight,
will come in handy.
and serious and intelligent. I still feel inclined to trust her, but I can't. I don't.
I could have actually grabbed
She
that
has
gold
no
feather.
idea how much she could have hurt me if I had given her just a few more words to use against me. I don't think I'll ever trust her again, and I hate that. She was my best friend. Now she isn't. Wednesday, March 12th, 2025. Garden thieves got in last
Did I
night.
put the pieces in the?
They stripped citrus trees of fruit in the HSU yard and the Talcott yard. In the process, they trampled what was left of winter
I
gardens.
hit the switch. I didn't.
And
I
much of
didn't
the
go
spring
in
planting.
here. I did
Dad
go
says
in
we
here,
have to
but
set
I
up a
didn't
regular watch.
get it done.
He tried to call a neighborhood association meeting for tonight, but it's a work night for some people, including Gary HSU, who sleeps over at his job whenever he has to report in person. We're supposed to get together for a meeting
There
on
we
Saturday.
go.
Meanwhile, Dad got Jay, Garfield,
Perfect.
Wyatt, and Kayla Talcott, Alex Montoya, and Edwin Dunn together to patrol the neighborhood in shifts in armed pairs. That meant that except for the Talcotts, who are already a pair, and who are so angry about their garden that I pity any thief who gets in their way, the others have to find partners among the other adults of the
Nice.
neighborhood. Find someone you trust to protect your back, I heard Dad tell the little group. Each pair was to patrol for 2 hours from just before dark to just after dawn. The first patrol, walking through or looking into all the backyards would
the last
get people used to the idea of watchers while they were still awake enough to understand. Make sure they see you if you get first watch, Dad said. The sight of you will remind them that there will be watchers all through the night. We don't want any of them mistaking you for thieves. Sensible. People go to bed soon after dark to save electricity, but between dinner and darkness they spend time on their porches or in their yards where it isn't so hot. Some listen to their radio on front or back porches. Now and then, people get together to play music, sing, play board games, talk, or get out on the paved part of the street for volleyball, touch football, basketball, or tennis. People used to play baseball, but we just can't afford what that costs in windows. A few people just find a corner and read a book while there's still daylight. It's a good,
There's
comfortable,
a trophy
recreational
thing
time.
up there. Can I get
What a
on the
pity
back
to
of
spoil
this?
it with reminders of reality. But it can't be helped. What will you do if you catch a thief?
Nope.
Corey asked my
Okay.
father before he
Let's.
went out.
Wait, can I go like
He was on the
this?
second shift, and he and Corey were
No.
having a rare cup of
Okay.
coffee together in the kitchen while he waited.
Here we go. This is gonna
Coffee
be
was for special
long and
occasions.
annoying.
I couldn't miss the good smell of it in my room where I lay awake. I eavesdrop. I don't put
Fall.
drinking glasses to walls or crouch with my ear
I believe
against
it's
doors,
the
but I do
first
often
one.
lie awake long after dark when we kids are all supposed to be asleep. The kitchen is across the hall from my room. The
Is it
dining
spring? That's actually the first
room
one.
is nearby at the end of the hall, and my parents' room is next door. The house is old and well insulated. If there's a shut door between me and the conversation, I can't hear much. But at
Should
night
be
with all or
somewhere
most of the
here.
lights out, I can leave my door open a crack, and if other doors are also open, I can hear a lot. I learn a lot. We'll chase him off, I hope, Dad said. We've agreed to that. We'll
There
give
we go.
him a good scare and let him know there are easier ways to get $1. $1? Yes, indeed. Our thieves didn't steal all that food because they were hungry. They stripped those trees, took everything they could. I know, Corey said. I took some lemons and grapefruits to both the sis and the Wyatts today and told them they could pick from our trees when they needed more. I took them some seed, too. They both had a lot of young plants.
So, supposed to be a
Trampled,
button
but this early in the
somewhere, right?
season, they should be able to repair the damage. Yes. My father paused. But you see my point. People steal that way for
I fucking
money.
hate you.
They're not desperate. Just
I
greedy and
fucking hate you.
dangerous. We might be able to scare them into looking for easier pickings. But what if you can't? Corey asked, almost whispering. Her voice fell so low that I was afraid I would miss something. If you can't, will you shoot them? Yes, he said. Yes. She repeated in that same small voice. Just. Yes. She was like Joanne all over again, denial personified. What planet do people like that live on? Yes, my father said. Why? There was a long silence. When my father spoke again, his own voice had gone very soft. Baby, if these people steal enough, they'll force us to spend more. Then we can afford our food or go hungry.
So it was the button.
We live on the edge as it is. You know how hard things are. But couldn't we just call the police?
In we go
Or
to
worse.
spring.
We can't afford their fees, and anyway, they're not interested. Until after a crime has been committed. Even then, if you call them, they won't show up for hours, maybe not for 2 or 3 days. I know. What are you saying then? You want the kids to go hungry? You want thieves coming into the house once they've stripped the gardens? But they haven't done that. Of course they have. MRS. Sims was only their latest victim. She lived alone. We always said she shouldn't do that. You want to trust them not to hurt you or the kids just because there are 7 of us? Baby, we can't live by pretending this is still 20 or 30 years ago. But you could go to jail. She was crying, not sobbing, but speaking with that voice full of tears that she can manage sometimes. No, Dad said. If we have to shoot someone, we're together in it. After we've shot him, we carry him into the nearest house. It's still legal to shoot housebreakers. After that, we do a little damage and get our stories straight. Long silence. You could still get in trouble. I'll risk it. Another long silence. Thou shalt not kill, Corey whispered. Nehemiah 4, Dad said. Verse 14. There was nothing more. A few minutes later, I heard Dad leave. I waited until I heard Corey go to her room and shut the door. Then I got up, shut my door, moved my lamp so the light wouldn't show under the door, then turned it on end. Opened my grandmother's Bible. She had a lot of Bibles and Dad had let me keep this one. Nehemiah, chapter 4, verse 14, and I looked and rose up and said unto the nobles, and to the rulers, and to the rest of the people, be not afraid of them. Remember the Lord which is great and terrible, and fight for your brethren, your sons, and your daughters, your wives, and your houses. Interesting that Dad had that verse ready, and that Corey recognized it. Maybe they've had this conversation before. Saturday, March 15th, 2025.
Interesting indeed.
It's official. Now we have a regular neighborhood watch, a roster of people from every household who are over 18, good with guns their own and others, and considered responsible by my father and by the people who have already been patrolling the neighborhood. Since none of the watchers have ever been cops or security guards, they'll go on working in pairs, watching out for each other as well as for the neighborhood. They'll use whistles to call for help if they need it. Also, they'll meet once a week to read, discuss, and practice martial arts and shootout techniques. The Montoyas will give their martial arts classes, all right. But not at my suggestion. Old Mr. HSU is having back problems, and he won't be teaching anything for a while, but the Montoyas seem to be enough. I plan to sit in on the classes as often as I can stand to share everyone's practice meetings. Dad has collected all his books for me this morning.
Summer.
All I have left are my notes. I don't mind. Thanks to the garden thieves, people are preparing themselves for the worst.
Gotcha.
I feel almost grateful to the thieves.
Now I get it.
They haven't come back, by the way, our thieves. When they do, we should be able to give them something they don't expect. Saturday, March 29, 2025.
Gunfire to their
Our thieves paid us another visit last night. Maybe they weren't the same ones, but their intentions were the same, to take away what someone else has sweated to grow and very much needs. This time they were after Richard Moss's rabbits. Those rabbits are the neighborhood's only livestock except for some chickens the crews in Montoya families tried to raise a few years ago. Those were stolen as soon as they were old enough to make noise and let outsiders know they were there. The Moss rabbits have been our secret until this year when Richard Moss insisted on selling meat and whatever his wives could make from raw or tanned rabbit hides out beyond
fucking
the wall.
dumbass bots.
The Mosses had been selling to us all along, of course, meat, hides, fertilizer, everything except live rabbits. Those he hoarded as breeding stock. But now, stubborn, arrogant, and greedy, he had decided he could earn more if he peddled his merchandise outside. So, now the word is out on the street about the damned rabbits, and last night someone came to get them. The Moss Rabbit House is a converted 3-car garage added to the property in the 1980s, according to Dad. It's hard to believe any household once had 3 cars, and gas-fueled cars at that. But I remember the old garage before Richard Moss converted it. It was huge with 3 black oil spots on the floor where 3 cars had once been housed. Richard Moss repaired the walls and roof, put in windows for cross ventilation, and in general, made the place almost fit for people to live in. In fact, it's much better than what a lot of people live in now on the outside. He built rows and tiers of cages, hutches, and put in more electric lights and ceiling fans. The fans can be made to work on kid power. He's hooked them up to an old bicycle frame, and every Moss kid who's old enough to manage the pedals sooner or later gets drafted into powering the fans. The Moss kids hate it, but they know what they'll get if they don't do it. I don't know how many rabbits the Mosses have now, but it seems they're always killing and skinning and doing disgusting things to pets. Even a little. Monopoly is worth a lot of trouble. The 2 thieves had managed to stuff 13 rabbits into canvas sacks by the time our watchers spotted them. The watchers were Alejandro Montoya and Julia Lincoln, one of Shunny Yanni's sisters. MRS. Montoya has 2 kids sick with the flu, so she's off the watch roster for a while. MRS. Lincoln and Mr. Montoya followed the plan that the group of watchers had put together at their meetings. Without a word of command or warning, they fired their guns into the air 2 or 3 times each, at the same time, blowing their whistles full blast. They kept to cover, but inside the Moss house, someone woke up and turned on the rabbit house lights. That could have been a lethal mistake for the watchers, but they were hidden behind pomegranate bushes. The 2 thieves ran like rabbits, abandoning sacks, rabbits, pry bars, a long coil of rope, wire cutters, and even an excellent long aluminum ladder. They scrambled up that ladder and over the wall in seconds. Our wall is 3 meters high and topped off with pieces of broken glass as well as the usual barbed wire and the all but invisible lazur wire. All the wire had been cut in spite of our efforts. What a pity we couldn't afford to electrify it or set other traps. But at least the glass, the oldest, simplest of all tricks, had gotten one of them. We found a broad stream of dried blood down there, inside of the wall this morning. We also found a Glock 19 pistol where one of the thieves had dropped it. MRS. Lincoln and Mr. Montoya could have been shot. If the thieves hadn't been scared out of their minds, there could have been a gun battle. Someone in the Moss house or a neighboring house could have been hurt or killed. Corey went after Dad about that once they were alone in the kitchen tonight. I know, Dad said. He sounded tired and miserable. Don't think we haven't thought about those things. That's why we want to scare the thieves away. Even shooting into the air isn't safe. Nothing's safe. They ran away this time, but they won't always run. I know. So what, then? You protect rabbits or oranges, and maybe get a child.
Fuck, no!
Silence. We can't live this way.
Get in the water!
Corey shouted. I jumped. I've never heard her sound like that before.
I mean, I wouldn't have,
I don't
think I would have died, but dude,
there was no anger
seriously.
in his voice. No emotional response at all to her shouting. There was nothing. Weariness. Sadness. I've never heard him sound so tired, so almost beaten. And yet he had won. His idea had beaten off a pair of armed thieves without our having to hurt anyone. If the thieves had hurt themselves, that was their problem. Of course they would come back, or others would come. That would happen. No matter what. And Corey was right. The next thieves might not lose their guns.
I can't see. Stop doing
So
this
what?
with the fucking camera.
Should we lie in our beds and let them take all we had? And hope they were content with stripping our gardens? How long does a thief stay content? And what's it like to starve? We couldn't make it without you, Corey was saying. She wasn't shouting. Now, that could have been you out there, facing criminals. Next time it might be.
I fucking...
You could be shot, protecting the neighbor's rabbits. Did you notice, Dad said, that every off-duty watcher answered the whistles last night? They came out to defend their community. I don't care about them. It's you I'm worried about. No, he said. We can't think that way anymore. Corey, there's nobody to help us but God and ourselves. I protect Moss's place in spite of what I think of.
Actually, you know what I should do? I should make a save point
mine,
up there.
No matter what he thinks of me.
I don't want to keep on abusing that power, but...
One another. He paused. I've got plenty of
I should
insurance.
fucking test if I can go in there or not.
Be
And
able
if
to
I
make
can't,
it all
then
right in.
great. Fine.
No.
I
Corey
just
said.
want to know.
Do you think that's all it is? Money? Do you think?
Dad.
No, babe. No. Boss. I know what it is to be left alone. This is no world to be alone in. There was a long silence, and I didn't think they would say any more. I lay on my bed, wondering if I should get up and shut my door so I could turn on my lamp and write. But there was a little more. What are we supposed to do if you die? She demanded, and I think she was crying. What do we do if they shoot you over some damn rabbits? Lie. Dad said. That's all anybody can do right now. Lie. Hold out. Survive. I don't know whether good times are coming back again. But I know. That won't matter if we don't survive these times.
I can even fucking get into
the end of their
this
talk.
damn thing.
I lay in the dark for a long time, thinking
See, it does this
about what they had said.
randomly.
Corey was right again. Dad might get hurt. He might get
Okay, so I can't
killed.
get in through there. Cool.
I don't know how to
That's
think about
all
that.
I wanted to know.
I can write about it, but I don't feel it. On some deep level, I don't believe it. I guess I'm as good at denial as anyone. So Corey is right, but it doesn't matter. And Dad is right, but he doesn't go far enough. God is change, and in the end, God prevails. But God exists to be shaped. It isn't enough for us to just survive, limping along, playing business as usual while things get worse and worse. If that's the shape we give to God, then someday we must become too weak, too poor, too hungry, too sick to defend ourselves. Then we'll be wiped out. There has to be more that we can do, a better destiny that we can shape. Another place. Another way. Something. 7.
So close.
We are all Godseed, but no more or less so than any other aspect of the universe. Godseed is all there is, all that changes. Earthseed is all that spreads Earth life to new Earths. The universe is Godseed. Only we are Earthseed. And the destiny of Earthseed is to take root among the stars. Earthseed, the books of the living. Saturday, April 26th, 2025. Sometimes naming a thing, giving it a name, or discovering its name helps one to begin to understand it. Knowing the name of a thing and knowing what that thing is gives me even more of a handle on it. The particular God has changed belief system that seems right to me will be called Earthseed. I've tried to name it before. Failing that, I've tried to leave it unnamed. Neither effort has made me comfortable. Name plus purpose equals focus for me. Well, today, I found the name, found it while I was weeding the back garden. And thinking about the way plants seed themselves, windborne, animal-born, waterborne, far from their parent plants. They have no ability at all to travel great distances under their own power, and yet, they do travel. Even they don't have to. Just sit in one place and wait to be wiped out. There are islands thousands of miles from anywhere, the Hawaiian Islands, for example, and Easter Island, where plants seeded themselves and grew long before any humans arrived. Earthseed. I am Earthseed. Anyone can be. Someday, I think there will be a lot of us. And I think we'll have to see ourselves farther and farther from this dying place. I've never felt that I was making any of this up, not the name, Earthseed, not any of
There
it.
we go.
I mean, I've never felt that it was anything other than real, discovery rather
Here we
than
go.
invention, exploration rather than creation. I wish I could believe it was all
Got the sun
supernatural,
area.
and that I'm getting messages from God. But then, I don't believe in that kind of God. All I do is observe and take notes, trying to put things down in
My eyes.
ways that are as powerful, as simple, and as direct as I feel them. I can never do that.
Jump,
I keep
jump,
trying,
shoot.
but I can't. I'm not good
Basic
enough as a
ones.
writer or poet or
I'll just eat a few
whatever
more.
it is I need to be. I don't know what to do about that. It drives me frantic. Sometimes. I'm getting better, but so slowly. The thing is, even with my writing problems,
Damn it.
every time I understand a little more, I wonder why it's taken me so long, why there was ever a time when I didn't understand a thing so obvious and real and true. Here's the only puzzle in it all, the only paradox, or bit of illogic or circular
Oh, yeah, it's
reasoning or whatever it should be called. Why is the universe to shape God?
fine. Okay, just want to
Why
make
is
sure
God
that.
to shape the
Can't
universe?
open that yet.
I can't
or
get rid of it.
anything.
I've tried to change it or dump it, but I can't. I cannot. It feels like the truest thing I've ever written. It's as mysterious and as obvious as any other explanation of God or the universe that I've ever read, except that to me the others feel inadequate, at best. All the rest of Earthseed is explanation: what God is, what God does, what we are, what we should do, what we can't help doing. Consider whether you're a human being, an insect, a microbe, or a stone. This verse is true. All that you touch, you change. All that you change, changes you. The only lasting truth.
Oh yes.
Is change.
I need to
God
get these worm
is
things.
change.
I need to break this guy out.
I'm
of
going
this
to go through
egg.
my old journals and gather the verses I've written into one volume. I'll put them into one of the exercise notebooks that Corey hands out to the older kids now that there are so few computers in the neighborhood. I've written plenty of useless stuff in those books, getting my high school work out of the way. Now I'll put one to better use. Then, someday when people are able to
Okay.
pay more attention to what I say than to how old I am, I'll use these verses to pry
Need sleep
them
now.
loose from the rotting past, and maybe push them into saving
Good night.
themselves and building a future that makes sense. That's if everything will just hold together for a few more years. Saturday, June 7th, 2025. I've finally assembled a small survival pack for myself, a grab and run pack. I've had to dig some things I need out of the garage and the attic so that no one complains about my taking things they need. I've collected a hatchet, for instance, and 2 small, light, all-metal pots. There's plenty of stuff like that around because no one throws anything away that has any possibility of someday being useful or saleable. I packed my few $100s in savings, almost 1,000. It might feed me for 2 weeks if I'm allowed to keep it, and if I'm very careful what I
See,
buy
if
and where
the
I buy it.
fucking camera
I've
wouldn't
kept
do
up with
shit like
prices,
this randomly,
questioning Dad when he and
I wouldn't
the
have
other
to
neighborhood
make
men
these
do the essential
fucking
shopping.
save points.
Food prices are insane.
Because
always
it
going
would
up,
make
never down.
sense to jump
Everyone
where
complains
I
about that.
fucking tell you
I found
to.
an old canteen and a plastic
See,
bottle
I don't
both for
touch
water, and I
anything.
resolved to
And
keep them
then,
clean and full.
right as soon as I do
I
that,
packed matches, a
it
full change of
moves.
clothing, including shoes in case I have to get up at night and run, comb, soap, toothbrush and toothpaste, tampons, toilet paper, bandages, pins, needles and thread, alcohol, aspirin, a couple of spoons and forks, a can opener, my pocket knife, packets of acorn flour, dried fruit, roasted nuts and edible seeds, dried milk, a little sugar and salt, my survival notes, several plastic storage bags, large and small, a lot of plantable raw seed, my journal, my Earthseed notebook, and lengths of clothesline. I stowed all this in a pair of old pillowcases, one inside the other for strength. I rolled the pillowcases into a blanket pack and tied it with some of the clothesline so that I could grab it and run without losing things, but I made it easy to open at the top so that I could get my journal in and out, change the water to keep it fresh, and less often, change the food and check on the seed. The last thing I wanted to find out was that instead of carrying plantable seed or edible food, I had a load of bugs and worms. I wish I could take a gun. I don't own one and Dad won't let me keep one of his in my room. I mean to try to grab one if trouble comes, but I may not be able to. It would be crazy to wind up outside with nothing but a knife and a scare look, but it could happen. Dad and Wyatt Talcott took us out for target practice. today, and afterward I tried to talk Dad into letting me keep one of the guns in my room. No, he said, sitting down, tired and dusty, behind his desk in his cluttered office.
I can fucking
You don't have
just
anywhere
fly
to
up
keep
here
it safe
at some
during the
point.
day,
I'll
and the
be
boys
back.
are always in and out of your room. I hesitated, then told him about the emergency pack that I had put together. He nodded. I thought it was a good idea back when you first suggested it. He said. But, think, Lauren. It would be like a gift to a burglar. Money, food, water, a gun. Most burglars don't find what they want all bundled up and waiting for them. I think we'd better make it a little harder for any burglar who comes here to get hold of a gun. It will just be a rolled up blanket mixed in with some other rolled or folded bedclothes in my closet, I said. No one will even notice it.
Naughty, dude.
No. He shook his head. No, the guns stay where they are. And that's that. I think he's more worried about the boys snooping around than about burglars. My brothers have been taught how to behave around guns all their lives, but Greg is only 8 and Ben is 9. Dad just isn't ready to put temptation in their paths yet. Marcus at 11 is more trustworthy than a lot of adults, but Keith at almost 13 is a question mark. He wouldn't steal from Dad.
Stop.
He wouldn't dare.
I'm
But
moving
he has stolen from me
the
only little things so
control
far.
stick,
He
not
wants
the
a
camera.
gun,
Stop
the
it.
way thirsty people want water. He wants to be all grown up. Yesterday.
No.
So maybe Dad's right. I hate his decision,
No,
but
stop
maybe he's
doing
right.
that.
Where would you go? I asked him, changing the subject. If we were forced out of here, where would you take us? He blew out a breath, puffing up his cheeks for a second. To the neighbors. Or to the college, he said. The college has
Okay.
temporary emergency accommodations for employees who are burned or driven out of their
There we
homes. And then, rebuilding, fortifying, doing whatever we can do to live and be safe. Would you ever think about leaving here, heading north to where water isn't such a problem and food is cheaper? No. He stared into space. My job down here is as secure as a job can be. There are no
Perfect.
jobs up there. Newcomers
Little
work for food if
boy
they work at all.
bee.
Experience doesn't matter. Education doesn't
B
matter.
is B.
There are just too many desperate people. They work their lives away for a sack of beans and they live on.
Infinite flying,
streets.
here we go.
I heard it was easier up there, I said. Oregon, Washington, Canada. Closed, he said. You've got to sneak into Oregon if you get in at all. Even harder to sneak into Washington. People get shot every day trying to sneak into Canada. Nobody wants California trash. But
Here
people
we
do
go.
leave. People are always moving north. They try. They're desperate and they have nothing to lose. But I do. This is my home. Beyond taxes, I don't owe a penny on it. You and your brothers have never known a hungry day here, and God willing, you never will.
Yes, and I
In
am
my
the
Earthseed
hungry
notebook,
bear.
I've written, a tree cannot grow in its parents' shadows. Is it necessary to write things like that? Everyone knows them. What do they mean now, anyway? What does this one mean if you live in a cul-de-sac with a wall around it? What
Okay,
does it mean
so
if you're
I
damn
can't
lucky to live
do
in a
it
cul-de-sac?
right now. I
with
need
a
to
wall around
defeat
it.
them during a
Monday, June
I
16,
believe during the summer.
2025. There was a long report on the radio today about the findings of the big Anglo-Japanese
Shit.
cosmological station on the moon. The station, with its vast array of telescopes and some of the most sensitive spectroscopic equipment ever made, has detected more planets orbiting nearby stars. That station has been detecting new worlds for a dozen years now, and there's even evidence that a few of the discovered worlds may be life-bearing. I've listened to and read every scrap of information I could find on this subject, and I've noticed that there's less and less argument against the
we
likelihood
go.
that some of these worlds are alive. The idea is gaining scientific acceptance. Of course, no one has any idea whether the extrasolar life is anything more than a few trillion microbes. People speculate about intelligent life, and it's fun to think about, but no one is claiming to have found anyone to talk to out there. I don't care. Life alone is enough. I find it more exciting and
There's literally
encouraging than I can
nothing up
explain,
here, so
more important than
I'm
I can
glad I didn't waste my time.
explain. There is life out there. There are living worlds just a few light years away, and the United States is busy drawing back from even our nearby dead worlds, the moon, and Mars. I understand why they are, but I wish they weren't. I suspect that a living world might be easier for us to adapt to and live on, without a long, expensive umbilical to Earth.
There we go. I don't
Easier
need
but
the
not
fucking
easy.
extra life thing.
Still, that's something, because I don't think there could be a multi-light-year umbilical. I think people who traveled to extrasolar
Let's
worlds
go to
would
the
be on their own
solar
far from
area.
politicians and business people, failing economies, and tortured ecologies, and far from hell,
I need to go to the flower.
well out of the shadow of their parent world. Saturday, July 19th, 2025. Tomorrow, I'll be 16. Only 16. I feel older. I want to be older. I need to be older. I hate being a kid. Time drags. Tracy Dunn has disappeared.
Pollinate. Damn
She's
it.
been depressed since Amy was killed.
Well, that doesn't
when
work.
She talked at all. It was about dying and wanting to die and deserving to die. Everyone kept hoping she would get over her grief or her guilt and get off.
Everyone was hoping that she would die.
Maybe she couldn't. Dad talked with her several times, and I know. He was worried about her. Her crazy family hasn't been any help. They treat her. The way she treated Amy, they ignore her. The rumor is that she went outside sometime yesterday. A group of Moss and Pain kids say they saw her go out of the gate just after they left school. No. One has seen her since.
I don't really need the mumbo tokens
Sunday, July 20th, 2025. Here's the birthday gift that came into my mind this morning as I woke up. Just 2 lines. The destiny of Earthseed is to take root among the stars. This is what I was reaching for a few days ago when the story of the new planets
at all.
being discovered caught my attention. It's true, of course.
Probably give to the
it's obvious.
Squirrel guy faster.
Right now, it's also impossible. The world is in horrible shape.
I'll do
Even
it
rich
last.
countries aren't doing as well as history says rich countries used to do.
Think that
President
it's
Donner isn't the only one breaking up and selling off science and space projects. No one is expanding the kind of exploration that doesn't earn an immediate profit, or at least promise big future profits. There's no mood now for doing anything that could be considered unnecessary or wasteful. And yet, the destiny of Earthseed 11 is to take root among the stars. I don't know how it will happen or when it will happen. There's so much to do before it can even begin. I guess that's to be expected. There's always a lot to do before you get to go to heaven. 8. To get along with God. Consider the consequences of your behavior. Earthseed, the books of the living. Saturday, July 26, 2025.
But every single time
Tracy Dunn has not come home and has not been found by the police. I don't think she will be. She's only been gone for a week, but a week outside must be like a week in hell. People vanish outside. They go through our gate like MR Yanni's did, and everyone waits for them, but they never come back, or they come back in an urn. I think Tracy Dunn is dead. Bianca Montoya is pregnant. It isn't just gossip, it's true, and it matters to me. Somehow. Bianca is 17, unmarried, and out of her mind about Jorge III, who lives at the Ibarra house and is Yolanda Ibarra's brother. Jorge admits to being the father. I don't know why they didn't just get married before everything got so public. Jorge is 23, and he
might need
at
to
least
pollinate the flower as
have some sense. Anyway, they're going to get married now.
But hey, at least all the birds are still actually fucking dead,
with the Montoyas
which
for a
is
week
nice.
over this. So,
it might not be
stupid.
in the other time of year,
you think they had nothing else to do. At least they're both Latino.
Concern.
No. Interracial feud this time. Last year when Craig Dunn, who's white and one of the saner members of the Dunn family, was caught making love to City Moss, who's black, and Richard Moss's oldest daughter to boot, I thought someone was going to get killed. Crazy. But my point isn't who's sleeping with whom or who's feuding. My point is, my question is, how in the world can anyone get married and make babies with things the way they are now? I mean, I know people have always gotten married and had kids, but now there's nowhere to go, nothing to do. A couple gets married, and if they're
here we go.
lucky, they get a room or a garage to live in with no hope of anything better and every reason to expect things to get worse.
Yep, now you
Bianca's
need
chosen life is one of my
yep.
options. It's not one that I intend to exercise, but it is pretty much what the neighborhood expects of me, of anyone my age. Grow up a little more, get married, have babies. Curtis Talcott says that new Itterb family will get half a garage to live in after they marry. George's sister, Celia Itterb Cruz, and her husband and baby have the other half. 2 couples, and not one paying job among them. The best they could hope for would be to move into some rich people's compound as domestic servants and work for room and
oh my god.
board. There's no way to save any money or ever do any better. And what if they wanted to go north, try for a better life in Oregon or Washington or Canada? It would be much harder to travel with a baby or 2, and much more dangerous to try to sneak past hostile guards and over state lines or international borders with babies. I don't know whether Bianca is brave or stupid. She and her sister are busy altering their mother's old wedding dress, and everyone's cooking and getting ready for a party as though these were the good old days. How can they? I like Curtis Talcott a lot. Maybe I love him. Sometimes I think I do. He says he loves me. But if all I had to look forward to was marriage to him and babies, and poverty that just keeps getting worse, I think I'd kill myself. Saturday, August 2nd, 2025. We had a target practice today, and for the first time since I killed the dog, we found another corpse. We all saw it this time, an old woman, naked, maggoty, half-eaten, and beyond disgusting. That did it for Aura Moss. She says she won't do any more target shooting. Not ever. I tried talking to her, but she says it's the men's job to protect us. Anyway, she says women shouldn't have to practice with guns. What if you have to protect your younger sisters and brothers? I asked her. She has to babysit them often enough. I already know enough to do that, she said. You get rusty without practice, I said. I'm not going out again, she insisted. It's none of your business. I don't have to go. I couldn't move her. She was afraid, and that made her defensive. Dad said I should have waited until the memory of the corpse faded, then tried to convince her. He's right, I guess. It's the Moss attitude that gets me. Richard Moss lets his wives and daughters pull things like this. He works them like slaves in his gardens and rabbit raising operation and around the house, but he lets them pretend they're ladies when it comes to any community effort. If they don't want to do their part, he always backs them up. This is dangerous and stupid. It's a breeding ground for resentment. No Moss woman has ever stood a watch. I'm not the only one who's noticed. The two oldest Payne kids went with us for the first time. Bad luck for them. They weren't scared off, though. Doyle and Margaret. There's a toughness to them. They're all right. Their uncle Wardell Parrish hadn't wanted them to go. He had made nasty comments about Dad's ego, about private armies and vigilantes, and about his taxes, how he had paid enough in his life to have a right to depend on the police to protect him. Blah, blah, blah. He's a strange, solitary, whiny man. I've heard that he used to be wealthy. Dad agrees with me that he can't be trusted. But he's not Doyle and Margaret's father, and their mother Rosalie Payne doesn't like anyone telling her how to raise her 5 kids. The only power she has in the world is her authority over her children and her money. She does have a little money, inherited from her parents. Her brother has somehow lost his. So his trying to tell her what to do or what she shouldn't let her kids do was a dumb move. He should have known better though for the kids' sake. I'm glad he
buddy.
didn't.
How you
My brother
doing?
Keith begged to go with us as usual.
You're
He'll
not.
turn 13
You're
in a few
not. You're not
days.
done yet.
August 14, and the thought of waiting 2 more years until he's 15 must
Yep.
seem impossible to him. I understand that. Waiting is terrible.
Now we're getting
Waiting to be
places.
older is worse than other kinds of waiting because there's nothing you can do to make it happen faster. Poor Keith. Poor me. At least Dad lets Keith shoot at birds and squirrels with the family BB gun.
Thank God.
But Keith still
Can I not
complains.
fucking get up?
It's not fair, he said today for the 20th or 30th time. Lauren's a
Guess
girl and
maybe
you
I
let her
can't
go.
do it yet.
You always let her do
still.
things. I could learn to help you guard and scare off robbers. He had once made the mistake of offering to help shoot robbers instead of scaring them off, and Dad all but preached him a sermon. Dad almost never hits us, but he can be scary without lifting a finger. Keith didn't go today, of course. And our practice went all right until we found the corpse. We didn't see any dogs this time. Most upsetting to me, though. There were a few more rag, stick, cardboard, and palm fern shacks along the way. Into the hills along River Street. There always seem to be more. They've never bothered us beyond begging and cursing, but they always stare so.
Are
It gets
there
harder
more things in the
to ride past them.
now?
They're living skeletons, some of them. Skin and bones and a few teeth. They eat whatever they can find up there. Sometimes I dream about the way they stare at us. Back at home, my brother Keith slipped out of the neighborhood out through the front gates and away. He stole Corey's key and took off on his own. Dad and I didn't know until we got home. Keith was still gone, and by then Corey knew he must be outside. She had checked with others in the neighborhood and 2 of the Dunn kids, twins Allison and Marie, age 6, said they saw him go out the gate. That was when Corey went home and discovered that her key was gone. Dad, tired and angry and scared, was going to go right back out to look for him, but Keith got home just as Dad was leaving. Corey, Marcus, and I had gone to the front porch with Dad, all 3 of us speculating about where Keith had gone.
Did not freaking work.
And Marcus and I volunteering to go with Dad to help
No,
search.
You cannot.
It was
work
almost
'cause
dark.
It's too hot.
You get back in that house and stay there, Dad said. It's bad enough to have one of you out there. He checked the submachine gun, made sure it was fully loaded. Dad, look, I said. I had spotted something moving 3 houses down. Quick, shadowy movement alongside the Garfield porch. I didn't know it was Keith. I was attracted by its furtiveness. Someone was sneaking around, trying to hide. Dad was quick enough to see the movement before it was hidden by the Garfield house. He got up at once, took the gun, and went to check. The rest of us watched and waited. Moments later Corey said she heard an odd noise in the house. I was too focused on Dad and what was going on outside to hear what she heard, or to pay any attention to her. She went in. Marcus and I were still on the porch when she screamed. Marcus and I glanced at each other, then at the front door. Marcus lunged for the door. I yelled for Dad. Dad was out of sight, but I heard him answer my call. Come quick, I shouted, then I ran into the house.
See,
Corey, Marcus, Ben,
why
and
did you
Gregory
go
were in the kitchen,
full
clustered
fucking
around.
180 on my
Keith.
goddamn
Keith
camera?
was sprawled, panting, on the floor, wearing only his underpants. He was scraped and bruised, bleeding, and filthy. Corey knelt beside him, examining him, questioning him, crying. What happened to you? Who did this? Why did you go outside? Where are your clothes? What? Where's the key you stole? Dad cut in. Did they take it from you? Everyone jumped, looked up at
Shit.
Dad, then down at Keith. I
Fuck.
couldn't help it, Keith said, still panting. I couldn't, Daddy. There were 5 guys. So they got the key. Keith nodded, careful not to meet Dad's eyes. Dad turned and strode out of the house, almost at a run. It was too late now. To get George or Brian HSU to change the gate lock. That would have to be done tomorrow, and new keys made and passed out. I thought Dad must be going out to warn people and to put more watchers on duty. I wanted to offer to help alert people, but I didn't. Dad looked too angry to accept help from one of his kids. Right then. And when he got back, Keith was in for it. Was he ever in for it? A pair of pants gone, and a shirt and a pair of shoes. Corey had never been willing to let us run around barefoot the way a lot of kids did, except in the house. Her definitions of being civilized did not involve dirty, heavily call-used feet anymore. Then they involved dirty, diseased skin. Shoes were expensive, and we were always growing out of ours, but Corey insisted. Each of us had at least one pair of wearable shoes, in spite of what they cost, and they cost a lot. Now money would have to be found to get an extra pair for Keith. Keith curled up on the floor, smudging the tile with blood from his nose and mouth, hugging himself and crying now that Dad was gone. It took Corey 2 or 3 minutes to get him up and half carry him to the bathroom. I tried to help her, but she stared at me like I was the one who beat him up, so I let them alone. It wasn't as though I wanted to help. I just thought I should. Keith was in real pain, and it was hard for me to endure sharing it. I cleaned up the blood so no one would slip in it or track it around. Then I fixed dinner, ate, fed the 3 younger boys, and put the rest aside for Dad, Corey, and Keith. Sunday, August 3rd, 2025. Keith had to confess what he had done this morning at church. He had to stand up in front of the whole congregation and tell them everything, including what the 5 thugs had done to him. Then he had to apologize to God, to his parents, and to the congregation that he had endangered and inconvenienced. Dad made him do that over Corey's objections. Dad never hit him, though last night he must have been tempted. Why would you do such a thing? He kept demanding. How could any son of mine be so stupid? Where are your brains, boy? What did you think you were doing? I'm talking to you. Answer me. Keith answered and answered and answered, but the answers never seemed to make much sense to Dad. I ain't no baby no more, he wept. Or, I wanted to show you. Just wanted to show you. You always let Lauren do stuff. Or, I'm a man. I shouldn't be hiding in the house, hiding in the wall, I'm a man. It went on and on because Keith refused to admit he had done anything wrong. He wanted to show he was a man, not a scared girl. It wasn't his fault that a gang of guys jumped him, beat him,
You
robbed
fucking no,
him.
you
He didn't
fuck.
do anything.
I was gonna accept
Wasn't
it.
his fault. Dad stared at him in
Now.
utter disgust. You disobeyed, he said. You stole. You endangered the lives and the property of everyone here, including your mother, your sister, and your little brothers. If you were the man you think you are, I'd beat the hell out of you. Keith stared straight ahead.
Okay.
Bad
Didn't
guys
know
come
if
in
it
even
was
if they don't
anything
have it.
there or not. If it
Keith,
fucking
he muttered.
showed me, then
They come in
oh,
and steal stuff.
That would be all.
It's not my fault. It took Dad 2 hours to get Keith to admit that it was his fault. No excuses. He'd done wrong. He wouldn't do it again. My brother isn't very smart, but he makes up for it in pure stubbornness. My father is smart and stubborn. Keith didn't have a chance, but he made Dad
The
work
fuck, you
for his victory.
dumbass?
The next morning, Dad had his revenge. I don't believe he thought of Keith's forced confession that way, but Keith's expression told me that he did. How do I get out of this family? Marcus muttered to me as we watched. I sympathized. He had to share a room with Keith, and the 2 of them, only a year apart in age, fought all the time. Now things would be worse. Keith is Corey's favorite. If you asked her, she would say she didn't have a favorite, but she does. She babies him and lets him get away with skipping chores, a little lying, a little stealing. Maybe that's why Keith thinks when he screws up, it's okay. This morning's sermon was on the 10 Commandments with extra emphasis on honor thy father and thy mother, and thou shalt not steal. I think Dad got rid of a lot of anger and frustration preaching that sermon. Keith, tall, stone-faced, looking older than his 13 years, kept his anger. I could see him keeping it inside, holding it down, choking on it. 9. All struggles are essentially power struggles. Who will rule? Who will lead? Who will define? Refine?
Oh, my eyes,
Fine.
bro.
Design? Who will dominate? All struggles are essentially power struggles. And most are no more intellectual than 2 realms knocking their heads together. Earthseed, the Books of the Living. Sunday, August 17th, 2025. My parents' usual good judgment failed them this week
Nice.
on my brother Keith's birthday. They gave him his own BB gun. It wasn't new,
wait.
but it worked, and it looked much more dangerous than it was. And it was his. He didn't have to share it. I suppose it was intended to make him feel better about the 2 years he still had to wait until he got his hands on the Smith & Wesson, or better yet, the Heckler & Koch. And, of course, it was supposed to help him get over his stupid desire to sneak out, and the humiliation of his public confession. Keith shot a few more pigeons and crows, threatened to shoot Marcus. Marcus just told me about that tonight, then yesterday, he took off for parts unknown. He took the BB gun with him, of course. No one has seen him for about 18 hours, and there's not much doubt that he's gone outside again. Monday, August 18, 2025. Dad went out looking for Keith today. He even called in the police. He says he doesn't know how we'll afford the fee, but he's scared. The longer Keith is gone, the more likely he is to get hurt or killed. Marcus says he thinks Keith went looking for the guys who beat him up. I don't believe it. Not even Keith would go looking for 5 guys or even 1 guy with nothing but a BB gun. Corey's even more upset than Dad. She's scared and jumpy and sick to her stomach, and she keeps crying. I talked her into going back to bed, then taught her classes myself. I've done that 4 or 5 times before when she was sick, so it wasn't too weird for the kids. I just used Corey's lesson plans, and during the first part of the day, I partnered the older kids with my kindergartners and let everyone get a taste of teaching or learning from someone different. Some of my students are my age and older, and a couple of these were Amos and Michael. Talcott got up and left. They knew I understood the work. I got the last of my high school work and tests out of the way almost 2 years ago. Since then I've done uncredited, free, college work with Dad. Michael and Oren know all that. But they're much too grown up to learn anything from the likes of me. The hell with them.
Fuck.
It's a pity, though, that my Curtis has to have a brother like Michael. Not that any of us gets to choose our brothers. Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. No sign of Keith. I think Corey has gone into mourning for him. I handled classes again today, and Dad went out searching again. He came home looking exhausted tonight, and Corey wept and shouted at him. You didn't try, she said, with me and all 3 of my brothers looking on. We'd all come to see whether Dad had brought Keith back. You could have found him if you'd tried. Dad tried to go to her, but she backed away, still shouting, if it were your precious Lauren out there alone, you would have found her by now. You don't care about Keith. She's never said anything like that before. I mean, we were always Corey and Lauren. She never asked me to call her mother, and I never thought to do it. I always knew she was my stepmother. But still, I always loved her. It mystified me that Keith was her favorite, but it didn't make me love her any less. I was her kid, but not her kid. Not quite. Not really. But I always thought she loved me. Dad shooed us all off to bed.
Okay, I need
he quieted Corey and took her back to their room. A few minutes ago, he came to see me. She didn't mean it, he said. She loves you as though you were her daughter, Lauren. I just looked at him. She wants you to know she's sorry. I nodded, and after a few more assurances, he went. Is she sorry? I don't think so. Did she mean it? She did. Oh, yes, she meant it. Shit. Thursday, August 30th, 2025. Keith came back last night. He just walked into the house during dinner, as though he'd been outside playing football instead of gone since Saturday. And this time he looked fine. Not a mark on him. He was wearing a clean new set of clothing, even new shoes.
There will be.
All of it was of much better quality than he had when he left, and much more expensive than we could have afforded. He still had the BB gun until Dad took it away from him and smashed it. Keith wouldn't say where he'd been or how he'd gotten the new things, so Dad beat him bloody. I've only seen Dad like that once before when I was 12.
That's a
Corey
good
tried to
damn
stop
question.
him, tried to pull him off Keith, screamed at him in English, then in Spanish, then without words. Gregory threw up on the floor, and Bennett started to cry. Marcus backed away from the whole scene, and slipped out of the house. Then it was over. Keith was crying like a 2-year-old and Corey was holding him. Dad stood over both of them, looking dazed. I followed Marcus out the back door and stumbled and almost fell down the back steps. I didn't know what I was doing. Marcus wasn't around. I sat on the steps in the warm darkness and let my body shake and hurt and vomit and helpless empathy with Keith.
Dude, they're
then
going
I guess
so
I passed
fucking
out.
fast.
I came to sometime later with Marcus shaking me and whispering my name. I got up with Marcus hanging onto my arm, trying to steady me, and I got to my bedroom.
There we go.
Let me sleep in here, he whispered once I was sitting on my bed, dazed and still in pain. I'll sleep on the floor, I don't care. All right, I said, not caring where he slept. I lay down on the bed without taking off even my shoes, and drew my body into a fetal ball on top of the bedclothes. I either fell asleep that way or I passed out again. Saturday, October 25th, 2025. Keith has gone outside again. He went yesterday afternoon. Corey didn't admit until tonight that he took not only her key this time, but her gun. He took Smith and Wesson. Dad refused to go out and look for him. Dad slept in his office last night. He's sleeping there again tonight. I never liked my brother much. I hate him now for what he's doing to the family, for what he's doing to my father. I hate him. Damn, I hate him. Monday, November 3rd, 2025. Keith came home tonight while Dad was visiting over at the Talcott house. I suspect that Keith hung around and watched the house and waited until Dad left. He had come to see Corey. He brought her a lot of money done up in a fat roll. She stared at it, then took it, dazed. So much, Keith, she whispered. Where did you get it? It's for you, he said. All for you, not him. He took her hand and closed it around the money and she let him do it. Though she had to know it must be stolen money or drug money or worse. Keith gave Bennett and Gregory big, expensive bars of milk chocolate with peanuts. He just smiled at Marcus and me, an obvious fuck you smile. Then, before Dad could come home and find him here, he left again. Corey hadn't realized that he was leaving again, and she all but screamed and clung to him. No. You'll be killed out there. What's the matter with you? Stay home. Mama, I won't let him beat me again, he said. I don't need him hitting me and telling me what to do. Pretty soon, I'll be able to make more money in a day than he can in a week, maybe in a month. You will be killed. No, I won't. I know what I'm doing. He kissed her, then, with surprising ease, took her arms from around him. I'll come back and see you, he said. I'll bring you presents. And he vanished out the back door, and was gone. 2026. Civilization is to groups what intelligence is to individuals.
2026.
It is a means of combining the intelligence of many to achieve ongoing group adaptation. Civilization, like intelligence, may serve well, serve adequately, or fail to serve its adaptive function. When civilization fails to serve, it must disintegrate,
or just see how
unless it is acted upon by unifying internal or external forces. Earthsea, the books of the living. 10. When apparent stability disintegrates, as it must, God is change. People tend to give in to fear and depression.
Alright, here we
to
go.
need and greed. When no influence is strong enough to unify people, they divide. They struggle.
More caterpillars need 10
one against
this
one.
time.
Group against group. For survival, position, power. They remember old hates and generate new ones. They create chaos and nurture it. They kill and kill and kill. Until they are exhausted and destroyed. Until they are conquered by outside forces. Or until one of them becomes a leader. Most will follow. Or a tyrant. Most fear. Earthsea, the books of the living. Thursday, June 25th, 2026. Keith came home yesterday, bigger than ever, as tall and lean as Dad is tall and broad. He's not quite 14, but he already looks like the man he wants so much to be. We're like that, we all am as tall, sturdy, fast-growing people. Except for Gregory, who is only 9, we all tower over Corey. I'm still the tallest, but my height seems to annoy her these days. She loves Keith's size, though her big son. She just hates the fact that he doesn't live with us anymore. I got a room, he said to me yesterday. We talked, he and I. Corey was with Dorothea Cruz, who is one of her best friends and who had just had another baby. The other boys were playing in the street and on the island. Dad had gone to the college, and would be gone overnight. Now, more than ever, it's safest to go out just at dawn, and not to try coming home until just at dawn the next morning. That's if you have to go outside at all, which Dad does about once a week. The worst parasites still prowl at night and sleep late into the morning. Yet Keith lives outside. I got a room in a building with some other people, he said. Translation, he and his friends were squatting in an abandoned building. Who were his friends? A gang. A flock of prostitutes. A bunch of astronauts, flying high on drugs. A den of thieves. All of the above. Whenever he came to see us, he brought money to Corey and little gifts to Bennett and Gregory. How could he get money? There's no honest way. Do your friends know how old you are? I asked. He grinned. Hell, no. Why should I tell them that? I nodded. It does help to look older sometimes. You want something to eat? You going to cook for me? I've cooked for you hundreds of times. Thousands. I know. But you always had to before. Don't be stupid. You think I couldn't act the way you did, skip out on my responsibilities if I felt like it?
Fuck.
I don't feel like it. You want to eat or not? Sure. I made rabbit stew and acorn bread enough for Corey and all the boys when they came in. He hung around and watched me work for a while, then began to talk to me. He's never done that before. We've never liked each other, he and I. But he had information I wanted, and he seemed to want to talk.
There we go.
I must have been the safest person he could talk to. He wasn't afraid of shocking me. He
There we
Didn't
go.
much care what I thought. And he wasn't afraid I'd tell Dad or Corey.
Right,
Anything he
that's
said.
it. I'm
Of
off
course,
to
I
the
wouldn't.
lava world.
Why cause them pain? I've
You'll
never been
never find
much for
me
tattling on people.
there.
Anyway, it's just
Yeah,
a nasty
you'll
old
never
building on the outside.
find me in the
He was
place
saying
I'm
of his
gonna
new-
tell you where I'm going.
You wouldn't believe how great it looks once you go in, though. Whorehouse or spaceship? I asked. It's got stuff like you never saw, he evaded. TV windows you go through. Instead of just sitting and looking at headsets, belts, and touch rings, you see. And feel everything, do anything. Anything. There's places and things you can get into with that equipment that are insane. You don't ever have to go into the street. Except to get food. And whoever owns this stuff took you in. I asked. Yeah. Why? He looked at me for a long time, then started to laugh. Because I can read. And write, he said at last. And none of them can. They're all older than me, but not one of them can read or write anything. They stole all this great stuff and they couldn't even use it. Before I got there they even broke some of it because they couldn't read the instructions. Corey and I had a hell of a struggle,
well,
teaching him
we'll
to
do
read and
that
write.
later.
He had been bored, impatient, anything but eager. So you read for a living, help your new friends learn to use their stolen equipment, I said. Yeah. And what else? Nothing else. What a piss poor liar he is. Always was. He's got no conscience. He just isn't smart enough to tell convincing lies. Drugs, Keith? I asked. Prostitution? Robbery? I said nothing else. You always think you know everything. I sighed. You're not done causing Dad and Corey pain, are you? Not by a long shot. He looked as though he wanted to shout back at me or hit me. He might have done one or the other if I hadn't mentioned Corey. I don't give a shit about him, he said, his voice low and ugly. He had a man's voice already. He had everything but a man's brain. I do more for her than he does.
That's funny.
I bring her money and nice things. And my friends know. She lives here, and they let this place alone.
He's gonna be raking the
I turned and
leaves
looked at him and
this
saw my father's face, lighter skin.
time. I'm just checking the
Younger,
house just
thinner,
in case
but
if
my
there's
father's
anything
face,
like
unmistakable.
Yeah, there's one.
He's you, I whispered. Every time I look at you, I see him. Every time you look at him, you see yourself.
Yeah,
Dog shit.
see.
I shrugged.
Wow.
It was a long time before he spoke again. At last he said, did he ever hit you? Not for about 5 years. Why'd he hit you back then? I thought about that, and decided to tell him. He was old enough. He caught me and Ruben Quintanilla in the bushes together. Keith shouted with abrupt laughter. You and Ruben? Really? You were doing it with him? You're kidding. We were 12. What the hell? You're lucky you didn't get pregnant. I know. 12 can be a dumb age. He looked away. Bet he didn't beat you as bad as he beat me. He sent you boys over to play with the Talcots. I gave him a glass of cold orange juice and poured one for myself. I don't remember, he said. You were 9, I said. Nobody was going to tell you what was going on. As I remember, I told you I fell down the back steps. He frowned, perhaps remembering. My face had been memorable. Dad hadn't beaten me as badly as he beat Keith, but I looked worse. He should remember that. He ever beat up Mama? I shook my head. No. I've never seen any sign of it. I don't think he would. He loves her, you know. He really does. Bastard. He's our father, and he's the best man I know. Did you think that when he beat you? No. But later when I figured out how stupid I'd been, I was just glad he was so strict. And back when it happened, I was just glad he didn't quite kill me. He laughed again twice in just a few minutes, and both times at things I said. Maybe he was ready to open up a little now. Tell me about the outside, I said. How do you live out there? He drained the last of his second glass of juice. I told you. I live real good. Out there. But how did you live when you first went out when you went to stay? He looked at me and smiled. He smiled like that years ago when he used red ink to trick me into bleeding in empathy with a wound he didn't have. I remember. That particular nasty smile. You want to go out yourself, don't you? He demanded. Someday. What, instead of marrying Curtis and having a bunch of babies? Yeah. Instead of that. I wondered why you were being so nice to me. The food smelled just about ready, so I got up and took the bread from the oven and bowls from the cupboard. I was tempted to tell him to dish up his own stew, but I knew he would spoon all the meat out of the stew and leave nothing but potatoes and vegetables for the rest of us. So I served him and myself. Covered the pot, left it on the lowest possible fire, and put a towel over the bread. I let him eat in peace for a while, though I thought the boys would be.
My eyes are drying
starving.
out, dude.
Then I was afraid to wait any longer. Talk to me, Keith, I said. I really want to know. How did you survive when you first went out there? His smile this time was less evil. Maybe the food had mellowed him. Slept in a cardboard box for 3 days and stole food, he said. I don't know why I kept going back to that box. Could have slept in any old corner. Some kids carry a piece of cardboard to sleep on so they won't be right down on the ground. You know. Then I got a sleep sack from an old man. It was new, like he never used it. Then you stole it? He gave me a look of scorn. What do you think I was going to do? I didn't have no money. Just had that gun Mama's .38. Yes. He had brought it back to her 3 visits ago, along with 2 boxes of ammunition. Of course he never said how he got the ammunition or how he got his replacement gun, a Heckler and Koch 9mm just like Dad's. He just showed up with things and claimed that if you had the money, you could buy anything outside. He had never admitted how he got the money. Okay, I said. So you stole a sleep sack. And you kept stealing food? It's a wonder you didn't get caught. The old guy had some money. I used it to buy food. Then I started walking toward LA. That old dream of his. For reasons that make sense to him alone, he's always wanted to go to LA. Any sane person would be thankful for the 20 miles that separate us from that oozing sore. There's people all over the freeway coming away from LA, he said. There's even people walking up from way down in San Diego. They don't know where they're going. I talked to this guy. He said he was going to Alaska. Goddamn. Alaska. Good luck to him, I said. He's got a lot of guns to face before he gets there. He won't get there. Alaska must be 1,000 miles from here. I nodded. More than that, and with hostile state lines and borders along the way. But good luck to him anyhow. It's a goal that makes sense. He had $23,000 in his pack. I didn't say anything. I just froze, stared at him in disgust and renewed dislike. But of course, you wanted to know, he said. That's what it's like outside. If you got a gun, you're somebody. If you don't, you're shit. And a lot of people out there don't have guns. I thought most of them did except the ones too poor to be worth robbing. I thought so too. But guns cost a lot. And it's easier to get one if you already got one, you know? What if that Alaska guy had one? You'd be dead. I sneaked up on him while he was sleeping. Just sort of followed him until he went off the road to go to sleep. Then I got him. He led me away from LA. Though. You shot him. The nasty smile again. He talked to you. He was friendly to you. And you shot him. What was I supposed to do? Wait for God to come and give me some money? What was I supposed to do? Come home. Shit. Doesn't it even bother you that you took someone's life you killed a man? He seemed to think about that for a while. Then he shook his head. It don't bother me, he said. I was scared at first, but then, after I did it, I didn't feel nothing. Nobody saw me do it. I just took his stuff and left him there. Besides, maybe he wasn't dead. People don't always die just because you shoot them. You didn't check? I just wanted his stuff. He was crazy anyway. Alaska. I didn't say any more to him, didn't ask any more questions. He talked a little about meeting some guys and joining up with them, then discovering that, even though they were all older than he was, none of them could read or write. He was a help to them. He made their lives pleasanter. Maybe that's why they didn't just wait until he was asleep and kill him and take his loot for themselves.
More pleasant.
After a while, he noticed that I wasn't saying anything, and he laughed. You better marry Curtis and make babies, he said. Out there, outside, you wouldn't last a day. That hyper-empathy shit of yours would bring you down even if nobody touched you. You think that, I said. Hey, I saw a guy get both of his eyes gouged out. After that, they set him on fire and watched him run around and scream and burn. You think you could stand to see that? Your new friends did that? I asked. Hell no. Crazies did that.
Need to be the B in order to get the.
They shave off all their hair, even their
notes.
eyebrows, and they paint their skin green or blue or red or yellow.
Top of that or
they eat fire and kill rich people. They do what? They take that drug that makes them like to watch fires. Sometimes a camp fire or a trash fire or a house fire. Or sometimes they grab a rich guy and set him on fire. Why? I don't know. They're crazy. I heard some of them used to be rich kids, so I don't know why they hate rich people so much. That drug is bad, though. Sometimes the paint's like the fire so much they get too close to it. Then their friends don't even help him. They just watch them burn. It's like, I don't know. It's like they were fucking the fire, and like it was the best fuck they ever had.
Before winter comes.
You've never tried it?
Seen any?
Hell no. I told you.
Currently.
Those guys are crazy. You know, even the girls shave their heads. Damn, they look ugly. They're mostly kids, then. Yeah. Your age up to maybe 20. There's a few old ones, 25. Even 30. I hear most of them don't live that long though. Corey and the boys came in at that moment, Gregory and Bennett excited. Because their side in soccer had won. Corey was happy and wistful, talking to Marcus about Dorothea Cruz's new baby girl. Things changed when they all saw Keith, of course, but the evening wasn't too bad. Keith had presents for the little boys, of course, and money for Corey and nothing for Marcus and me. This time, though, he was a little shamefaced with me. Maybe I'll bring you something next time, he said. No, don't, I said, thinking of the Alaska-bound traveler. It's all right. I don't want anything. He shrugged and turned to talk to Corey. Monday, July 20th, 2026. Keith came to see me today just before dark. He found me walking home from the Talcott house where Curtis had been wishing me a very happy birthday. We've been very careful, Curtis and I, but from somewhere or other, he's gotten a supply of condoms. They're old-fashioned, but they work. And there's none used. Dark room in a corner of the Talcott garage. Keith scared me out of a very sweet mood. He came from behind two houses. Without making a sound. He had almost reached me before I realized someone was there and turned to face him. He raised his hands, smiling. Brought you a birthday present, he said. He put something into my left hand. Money. Keith, no, give it to Corey. You give it to her. You want her to have it, you give it to her. I gave it to you. I walked him to the gate, concerned that one of the watchers might spot him.
Dude, that's why I fucking saved, because
he was
I
that
know
much
I'm
taller
gonna
than
be
he
a
had been when he
fucking
stopped living
dumbass.
with us. Dad was home so he wouldn't come in. I thanked him for the money and told him I would give it to Corey. I wanted him to know that because I didn't want him to bring me anything else, ever. He seemed not to mind. He kissed the side of my face, said, "Happy birthday," and went out. He still had Corey's key, and although Dad knew he hadn't had the lock changed again. Wednesday, August 26th, 2026. Today, my parents had to go downtown to identify the body of my brother Keith.
What the
Saturday,
fuck?
August 29th, 2026.
Am I just phasing
I haven't been able to write a word since
it?
Wednesday. I don't know what to write. The body was Keith's. I never saw it, of course. Dad said he tried to keep Corey from seeing it. The things someone had done to Keith before he died. I don't want to write about this, but I need to. Sometimes writing about a thing makes it easier to stand. Someone had cut and burned away most of my brother's skin. Everywhere.
Yeah, that
Except his
sounds
face.
understandable.
They burned out his eyes, but left the rest of his face intact like they wanted him to be recognized. They cut and they cauterized and they cut and they cauterized. Some of the wounds were days old. Someone had an endless hatred of my brother. Dad got us all together and described to us what had been done. He told it in a flat, dead monotone. He wanted to scare us, to scare Marcus, Bennett, and Gregory in particular. He wanted us to understand just how dangerous the outside is. The police said drug dealers torture people the way Keith was tortured. They torture people who steal from them and people who compete with them. We don't know whether Keith was doing either of these things. We just know he's dead.
Okay.
His body was dumped across town from here in front of a burned out old building. That was once a nursing home. It was dumped on the broken concrete and abandoned several hours after Keith died. It could have been dumped in one of the canyons and only the dogs would have found it. But someone wanted it to be found, wanted it to be recognized. Had one of his victims' relatives or friends managed to get even at last. The police seemed to think we should know who killed him. I got the feeling from their questions that they would have been happy to arrest Dad or Corey or both of them. But they both lead very public lives, and neither had any unexplained absences or other breaks in routine. Dozens of people could give them alibis. Of course, I said nothing about what Keith had told me he had been doing. What good would that do? He was dead, and in a horrible way. By accident or by intent, all his victims were avenged. Wardell Parish felt called upon to tell the police about the big fight Dad and Keith had last year. He'd heard it, of course. Half the neighborhood had heard it. Family fights are neighborhood theater and Dad, the minister, after all. I know Wardell Parish was the one who told the cops. His youngest niece, Tanya, let that much slip. Uncle Ward said he hated to mention it, but oh, I'll bet he hated to mention it. Damned bastard. But nobody backed him up. The cops went nosing around the neighborhood, but no one else admitted knowing anything about a fight. After all, they knew Dad didn't kill Keith. And they knew the cops liked to solve cases by discovering evidence against whomever they decided must be guilty. Best to give them nothing. They never helped when people called for help. They came later, and more often than not, made a bad situation worse. We had the service today. Dad asked his friend Reverend Robinson to take care of it. Dad just sat with Corey and the rest of us and looked bent and old. So old. Corey cried all day, most of the time without making a sound. She's been crying off and on since Wednesday. Marcus and Dad tried to comfort her. Even she'll be able to forgive me for not being her daughter, for being alive when her son is dead, for being Dad's daughter by someone else.
Thank you, Bear.
I don't know. Dad never shed a tear.
Must have sleep
I've never seen him cry in
first.
my life. Today, I wish he
Bye-bye.
I wish he could. Curtis Talcott sort of hung around with me today, and we talked and talked. I guess I needed to talk, and Curtis was willing to put up with me. He said I should cry. He said no matter how bad things had gotten between Keith and me or Keith and the family, I should let myself cry. Until he brought it up, I hadn't thought about my own absence of tears. I hadn't cried at all. Maybe Corey had noticed. Maybe my dry face was just one more grudge she held against me. It wasn't that I was holding back, being stoic. It's just that I hated Keith at least as much as I loved him. He was my brother, half-brother, but he was also the most sociopathic person I've ever been close to. He would have been a monster if he had been allowed to grow up. Maybe he was one already. He never cared what he did. If he wanted to do something and it wouldn't cause him immediate physical pain, he did it. Fuck the earth. He messed up our family, broke it into something less than a family. Still, I would never have wished him dead. I would never wish anyone dead in that horrible way. I think he was killed by monsters much worse than himself. It's beyond me how one human being could do that to another. If hyperempathy syndrome were a more common complaint, people couldn't do such things. They could kill if they had to, and bear the pain of it or be destroyed by it. But if everyone could feel everyone else's pain, who would torture? Who would cause
None of that. None of this shit's helpful to me.
I've never thought of my problem as something that might do some good before, but the way things are, I think it would help. I wish I could give it to people. Failing that, I wish I could find other people who have it and live among them. A biological conscience is better than no conscience at all. But as for me crying, if I were going to cry, I think I would have done it back. When Dad beat Keith when the beating was over and Dad saw what he had done, and we all saw how both Keith and Corey looked at him. I knew then that neither of them would ever forgive him. Not ever. That was the end of something precious in the family. I wish Dad could cry for his son, but I don't feel any need at all to cry for my brother. May he rest in peace in his urn, in heaven, wherever. 11. Any change may bear seeds of benefit. Seek them out. Any change may bear seeds of harm. Beware. God is infinitely malleable. God is change. Earth Seed, the Books of the Living. Saturday, October 17th, 2026. We are coming apart. The community, the families, individual family members. We're a rope. Breaking, a single strand at a time. There was another robbery last night, or an attempted robbery. I wish that was all. No garden theft this time. 3 guys came over the wall and crowbarred their way into the Cruz house. The Cruz family, of course, has loud burglar alarms, barred windows, and security gates at all the doors just like the rest of us. But that doesn't seem to matter. When people want to come in, they come in. The thieves used simple hand tools, crowbars, hydraulic jacks, things anyone can get. I don't know how they disabled the burglar alarm. I know they cut the electrical and phone lines to the house. That shouldn't have mattered since the
I never gave that
alarm had backup batteries.
Fucking
whatever
dude
else they did,
last
or whatever
acorn.
went wrong, the alarm didn't go off. And after the thieves used the crowbar on the door, they walked into the kitchen and used it on Dorothea Cruz's
Did I ever get
75-year-old
it? Did I ever get the last
grandmother.
one?
The old lady was a light sleeper and had gotten into the habit of getting up at night and brewing herself
I
a
need
cup
to
of
check
lemongrass
this.
tea. Her family says that's what she was coming into the kitchen to do when the thieves broke in. Then Dorothea's brothers Hector and Ruben Quintanilla came running, guns in hand. They had the bedroom nearest to the kitchen and they heard all the noise. The break-in itself and MRS. Quintanilla being knocked against the kitchen table and chairs. They killed 2 of the thieves. The third got away, perhaps wounded. There was a lot of blood. But old MRS Quintanilla was dead. This is the 7th incident since Keith was killed. More and more people are coming over our wall to take what we have, or what they think we have. 7 intrusions into house or garden in less than 2 months in an 11 household community.
Yeah, I can't find the last fucking acorn.
What must it be like for people
I'm
who
so confused.
are really rich, although perhaps with their big guns, private armies of security guards, and up-to-date
Show
security
me click
equipment,
wood.
they're
No,
better able
you
to fight
bitch.
back.
Show me click
Maybe
wood.
that's why we're getting so much attention. We have a few stealables and we're not that well protected. Of the 7 intrusions, 3 were successful. Thieves got in and out with something: a couple of radios, a sack of walnuts, wheat flour, cornmeal, pieces of jewelry, an ancient TV, a computer. If they could carry it, they made off with it. If what Keith told me is true, we're getting the poorer class of thieves here. No doubt the tougher, smarter, more courageous thieves hit stores and businesses. But our lower class thugs are killing us slowly. Next year, I'll be 18 old
Yep.
enough, according to Dad, to stand a regular night. Watch. I wish I could do it now. As soon as I can do it, I will. But it won't be enough. It's funny. Corey and Dad have been using some of the money Keith brought us to help the people who've been robbed. Stolen
Bookshelf.
money to help victims of theft.
Left, turn
Half the
right,
money is
use
hidden in our
so I
backyard in
can
case of disaster.
trot to carefully
There has
grab
always
acorn
been some money
off
hidden
the
out there.
steep path.
Now there's enough to make a difference. The other half has gone into the church fund to help our neighbors in emergencies. It won't be enough. Tuesday, October 20th, 2026. Something new is beginning, or perhaps something old and nasty is reviving. A company called
Center
Kazooie,
pathway.
Stamp, Frampton, and company KSF has
There's
taken
the
over the
circular
running of a small
path
coastal
back
city
to
called
the
Oliver.
jump to the
Oliver,
left side
incorporated in
of the circular
1980s,
pathway
is
into
just
the
one more
center.
bedroom suburb of Los Angeles, small and well toed. It has little industry, much hilly, vacant land in a short, crumbling coastline. Its people, like some here in our Robledo
Turn
neighborhood,
to the
earn
right.
salaries that
Use the
would
town judge to carefully
once have made
grab
them prosperous and comfortable. In fact, Oliver is a lot richer.
Okay,
Then we
I'm
are,
gonna
but
grab
since
that
it's a coastal
one.
city, its taxes are
It's
higher,
gonna be,
and since
it's
some
gonna
of
be
its
annoying, but I
land
need
is
to
unstable,
grab
it has
before
extra
I
problems.
fucking forget.
Parts of it sometimes crumble into the
Because I'll
ocean,
lose my
undercut or deeply saturated by
fucking
salt water.
mind.
Sea level keeps rising with the warming climate, and there is the occasional earthquake. Oliver's flat, sandy beach is already just a memory. So are the houses and businesses that used to sit on that beach. Like coastal cities all over the world, Oliver needs special help. It's an upper middle class, white, literate community of people who once had a lot of weight to throw around. Now, not even the politicians it's helped to elect will stand by it. The whole state, the country, the world needs help, it's been told. What the hell is Tiny Oliver whining about? Somewhat richer and less geologically active communities are getting help. Dikes, seawalls, evacuation assistance, whatever's appropriate. Oliver, located between the sea and Los Angeles, is getting an
What does
influx
this
of
take
salt
me?
water from one direction and desperate poor people from the other. It has a solar-powered desalination plant on some of its flatter, more stable land, and that provides its people with a dependable supply of water. But it can't protect itself from the encroaching sea, the crumbling earth, the crumbling economy, or the desperate refugees. Even getting back and forth to work, for those few who can't work at home, was becoming as dangerous for them as it is for our people, a kind of terrible gauntlet that has to be run over and over again. Then the people of KSF showed up. After many promises, much haggling, suspicion, fear, hope, and legal wrangling, the voters and the officials of Oliver permitted their town to be taken over, bought out, privatized. KSF will expand the desalination plant to vast size. That plant will be the first of many. The company intends to dominate farming and the selling of water and solar and wind energy over much of the Southwest, where for pennies it's already bought vast tracts of fertile,
Oh, you
waterless land.
bitch.
So far,
You
Oliver is one of its smaller
dick.
coastal holdings, but
Fucking
with
these
Oliver, it gets an
stupid
eager, educated
hexagonal
workforce, people a few
controls.
years older than I am, whose options are very limited. And there's all that formerly public land that they now control. They mean to own great water, power, and agricultural industries in an area that most people have given up on. They have long-term plans, and the people of Oliver have decided to become part of them, to accept smaller salaries than their socio-economic group is used to in exchange for security, a guaranteed food supply, jobs, and help in their battle with the Pacific. There are still people in Oliver who are uncomfortable with the change. They know about early American company towns in which the companies cheated and abused people. But this is to be
one
different.
down there. It's down over
The people
here.
of Oliver aren't frightened.
There it is.
Impoverished victims. They're able to look after themselves, their rights and their
Oh my
property.
fucking god.
They're educated people who don't want to live in the spreading
Camera,
chaos of the rest of Los Angeles County.
Cool it
Some
the
of them said so on the
fuck
radio.
down.
Documentary we all listened to last night as they made a public spectacle of
See.
selling themselves to KSF. Good luck to them, Dad said. Not that they'll have much luck in the long run. What
There
do
you
you
go.
mean? Corey demanded. I think the whole idea is wonderful. It's what we need. Now if only some
you.
big company would want to do the same thing with Robledo. No, Dad said. Thank God, no. You don't know. Why shouldn't they?
Okay.
Robledo's too big, too poor, too black, and too Hispanic to be of interest to anyone, and it has no coastline.
That's
What it does have
racist.
is street poor, body dumps, and a memory of once being well off of shade trees, big houses, hills, and canyons. Most of those things are still here, but no company will want us. At the end of the program, it was announced that KSF was looking for registered nurses,
Will
credentialed
I
teachers,
live?
and a few other skilled professionals who would be willing to move to Oliver and work for room and board. The offer wasn't put that way, of course, but that's what it meant. Yet Corey recorded the phone number and called it at once. She and Dad are both teachers, both PhDs. She was
Question.
desperate to get
If I
in ahead
go
of the crowd.
out and then go back
Dad
in
just shrugged
over
and
and
let
over
her
again, can
call
I farm
room and
caterpillars?
board. The offered salaries were so low that if Dad and Corey both worked, they wouldn't earn as much as Dad is earning now with the college. And out of it, they'd have to pay rent as well as the usual expenses. In fact, when you add everything up, it's clear that with the 6 of us, they couldn't earn enough to meet expenses.
Okay.
It might work if I could find a job of some kind, but in Oliver they don't need me. They've got hundreds of me, at least maybe thousands. Every surviving community is full of unemployed, half-educated kids or unemployed, uneducated kids. Anyone KSF hired would have a hard time living on the salary offered. In not very much time, I think the new hires would be in debt to the company. That's an old company town trick: get people into debt, hang on to them, and work them harder. Debt slavery. That might work in Christopher Donner's America. Labor laws, state and federal, are not what they once were. We could try, Corey insisted to Dad. We could be safe in Oliver. The kids could go to a real school and later get jobs with the company. After all, where can they go from here except outside? Dad shook his head. Don't hope for it, Corey. There's nothing safe about slavery. Marcus and I were still up, listening.
What do you mean there's nothing safe about slavery?
But we 4 were still clustered around the radio. Now Marcus spoke up. Oliver doesn't sound like slavery, he said. Those rich people would never let themselves be slaves. Dad gave him a sad smile. Not now, he said. Not at first. He shook his head. Kajimoto, stamp, Frampton, Japanese, German, Canadian. When I was young, people said it would come to this. Well, why shouldn't other countries buy what's left of us if we put it up for sale? I wonder how many of the people in Oliver have any idea what they're doing. I don't think many do, I said.
That doesn't really help
I don't
too
think
much.
they'd dare let themselves. No. He looked at me, and I looked back. I'm still learning how dog people can be in denial, even when their freedom or their lives are at stake. He's lived with it longer. I wonder how. Marcus said, Lauren, you ought to want to go to some place like Oliver. More than anyone. You share pain every time you see someone get hurt. There'd
I know.
be a lot less pain in Oliver. And there would be all those guards, I said. I've noticed that people who have a little bit of power tend to use it. All those guards KSF is bringing in, they won't be allowed to bother the rich people, at least at first. But new, bare bones. Work for room and board employees. I'll bet they'll be fair game. There's no reason to believe the company would allow that kind of thing. Corey said. Why do you always expect the worst of everyone? When it comes to strangers with guns, I told her, I think suspicion is more likely to keep you alive than trust. She made a sharp, wordless sound of disgust. You know nothing about the world. You think you have all the answers, but you know nothing. I didn't argue. There wasn't much point in my arguing with her. I doubt that Oliver is looking for families of blacks and Hispanics.
Best.
Anyway, Dad said, the Vaters or the Garfields or even some of the Duns might get in, but I don't think we would. Even if I were trusting enough to put my family into KSF's hands, they wouldn't have us. We could try it, Corey insisted. We should. We wouldn't be any worse off than we are now if they turn us down. And if we got in and we didn't like it, we could come back here. We could rent the house to one of the big families here.
Shit.
Charge them just a little, then.
Thought there was a hole.
Then come back here jobless and penniless, Dad said. No, I mean it. This business sounds half antebellum revival and half science fiction.
I'm gonna need to hit 9.
I don't trust it. Freedom is dangerous, Corey, but it's precious, too. You can't just throw it away or let it slip away.
Sucks.
You can't sell it for bread
I
and
thought there
pottage.
was a fucking
Corey
damn
stared at him, just stared.
hole.
He refused to look away.
Clearly.
Corey got up and went to their bedroom. I saw her there a few minutes later, sitting on the bed, cradling the urn of Keith's ashes, and crying. Saturday, October 24th, 2026. Marcus tells me the Garfields are trying to get into Oliver. He's been spending a lot of time with Robin Bader, and she told him she hates the idea because she likes her cousin Joanne a lot better than she does her 2 sisters. She's afraid that if Joanne goes away to Oliver, she'll never see her again. I suspect she's right. I can't imagine this place without the Garfields. Joanne, Jake, Phil lit up. We've lost individuals before, of course, but we've never lost a whole family. I mean, they'll be alive, but they'll be gone. I hope they're refused. I know it's selfish, but I don't care. Not that it makes any difference what I hope. Oh hell. I hope they get whatever will be best for their survival. I hope they'll be alright. At 13, my brother Marcus has become the only person in the family whom I would call beautiful. Girls his age stare at him when they think he's not looking. They giggle a lot around him and chase him like crazy, but he sticks to Robin. She's not pretty at all skin and bones and brains, but she's funny and sensible. In a year or 2, she'll start to fill out and my brother will get beauty, along with all those brains. Then, if the 2 of them are still together, their lives will get a lot more interesting. I've changed my mind. I used to wait for the explosion, the big crash, the sudden chaos that would destroy the neighborhood. Instead, things are unraveling, disintegrating bit by bit.
You hairy
Susan
fool.
Talcott Bruce and her husband have applied to Oliver. Other people are talking about applying, thinking about it. There's a small college in Oliver. There are lethal security devices to keep thugs in the street. We're out. There are more jobs opening up. Maybe Oliver is the future one face of it.
Entirely help me. Boy,
Cities
I found
controlled
it
by
would.
me. Companies are old hat in science
Where's the
fiction.
other,
My grandmother left a whole bookcase of old science fiction
The
novels.
other honeycomb piece
The
anyway.
company city subgenre always seemed to star a hero who outsmarted, overthrew, or escaped.
Now we
the
know
company.
where another
I've
ginger
never
is.
seen one where the hero fought like hell to get taken in and underpaid by the company. In real life, that's the way it will
Snowy
be.
area in the
That's the
window.
way it is.
Okay,
what should
I
I
hear
do?
you.
What can I do? In less than a year, I'll be 18. An adult with no prospects except life in our disintegrating neighborhood. Or Earthseed. To begin Earthseed, I'll have to go outside.
Perfect.
I've known that for a long time. But the idea scares me just as much as it always has. Next year when I'm 18, I'll go. That means now I have to begin to plan how I'll handle it. Saturday, October 31st, 2026. I'm going to go north. My grandparents once traveled a lot by car. They left us old road maps of just about every county in the state plus several of other parts of the country. The newest of them is 40 years old, but that doesn't matter.
Dick.
The roads will still be there. They'll just be in worse shape than they were back when my grandparents drove a gas-fueled car over
Oh
them.
my fucking.
I put maps of the California counties north of us and the few I could find of Washington and Oregon counties into my pack. I wonder if there are people outside who will pay me to teach them reading and writing basic stuff, or people who will pay me to read or write for them. Keith started me thinking about that. I might even be able to teach some Earthseed verses along with the reading and writing. Given any chance at all, teaching is what I would choose to do. Even if I have to take other kinds of work. To get enough to eat, I can teach. If I do it well, it will draw people to me too. Earthseed. All successful life is adaptable, opportunistic, tenacious, interconnected, and fecund. Understand
Fine,
this?
I'm fucking fly
Use
up. Don't care.
Shape God. I wrote that verse a few months ago. It's true like all the verses. It seems more true than ever now, more useful to me when I'm afraid. I've finally got a title for my book of Earthseed versus Earthseed, the Book of the Living. There are the Tibetan and the Egyptian books of the dead. Dad has copies of them. I've never heard of anything called a Book of the Living. But I wouldn't be surprised to discover that there is something. I don't care. I'm trying to speak to write the truth. I'm trying to be clear. I'm not interested in
Nope.
being fancy, or even original. Clarity and truth will be plenty, if I can only achieve them. If it happens that there are other people outside somewhere preaching my truth, I'll join them. Otherwise, I'll adapt where I must, take what opportunities one can find or make, hang on, gather students, and teach. 12. We are Earthseed. The life that perceives itself changing. Earthseed, the books of the living. Saturday, November 14th, 2026. The Garfields have been accepted at Oliver. They'll be moving next month. That soon. I've known them all
Oh my
my life.
fucking
and
god.
They'll be gone.
Stop.
Joe and I
Stop.
have had our differences,
You and
but
the
we grew up together.
fucking camera.
Thought somehow that when I left, she would still be here. Everyone would still be here, frozen in time just as I left them. But no, that's fantasy. God is change. Do you want to go? I asked her this
Stop
morning.
turning. Stop
We had gotten
turning.
together to
Stop
pick up
turning.
early lemons and made
Stop
oranges and some
turning.
persimmons.
That's all I
almost
asked.
bright and brilliant orange. We picked at my house, and then at hers, enjoying the work. The weather was cool. It was good to be outside. I have to go, she said. What else is there for me for anyone? It's all going to hell here. You know it is. I stared at her. I guess discussing such things is all right now that she has a way out. So you move into another fortress, I said. It's a better fortress. It won't
There
have
we go.
people coming over the walls, killing old ladies. Your mother says all you'll have is an apartment. No yard. No garden. You'll have less money, but you'll have to use more of it to buy food. We'll manage. There was a brittle quality to her voice. I put down the old rake I was using as a fruit picker. It worked fine on the lemons and oranges. Scared? I asked. She put down her own real fruit picker with its awkward extension handle and small fruit catching basket. It was best for persimmons. She hugged herself. I've lived here, lived with trees and gardens all my life. I don't know how it will be to be shut up in an apartment. It does scare me, but we'll manage. We'll have to. You can come back here if things aren't what you hope. Your grandparents and your aunt's family will still be here. Harry will still be here, she whispered, looking toward her house. I would Have to stop thinking of it as the Garfield house. Harry and Joanne were at least as close as Curtis and I. I hadn't thought about her leaving him what that must be like. I like Harry Bater. I remember being surprised when he and Joanne first started going together. They'd lived in the same house all their lives. I had thought of Harry almost as her brother. But they were only first cousins, and against the odds, they had managed to fall in love. Or I thought they had. They hadn't gone with anyone else for years. Everyone assumed they would get around to marrying when they were a little older. Marry him and take him with you, I said. He won't go, she said in that same whisper. We've talked and talked about it. He wants me to stay here with him, get married soon and go north. Just go with no prospects. Nothing. It's crazy. Why won't he go to Oliver? He thinks the way your father does. He thinks Oliver's a trap. He's read about 19th and early 20th century company towns, and he says no matter how great Oliver looks, all we'll get from it in the end is debt and loss of freedom. I knew Harry had sense. Joe, I said, you'll be of age next year. You could stay here with the Baters until then and marry. Or you could talk your father into letting me marry now. And then what? Go join the street poor? Stay and stuff more babies into that crowded house. Harry doesn't have a job, and there's no real chance of his
him and the missus
getting one that pays money. Are we supposed to live on what Harry's parents earn? What kind of future is that? None. None at all. Sensible. Conservative and sensible and mature and wrong. Very much in character with Joanne. Or maybe I was the one who was wrong. Maybe the security Joanne will find in Oliver is the only kind of security to be had for anyone who isn't rich. To me, though, security in Oliver isn't much more attractive than the security Keith has finally found in his urn. I picked a few more lemons and some oranges and wondered what she would do if she knew I was also planning to leave next year. Would she run to her mother again, frightened for me, and eager to have someone protect me from myself? She might. She wants a future she can understand and depend on, a future that looks a lot like her parents' present. I don't think that's possible. Things are changing too much, too fast. Who can fight God? We put baskets of fruit inside my back door on the porch, then headed for her house. What will you do? She asked me as we walked. Are you just going to stay here? I mean, are you going to stay and marry Curtis? I shrugged and lied. I don't know. If I marry anyone, it will be Curtis. But I don't know about marrying. I don't want to have children here any more than you do. I know we'll be staying here for a while longer, though. Dad won't let Corey even apply to Oliver. I'm glad of that because I don't want to go there. But there'll be other Olivers. Who knows what I might wind up doing? That last didn't feel like a lie. You think there'll be more privatized cities? She asked. Bound to be if Oliver succeeds. This country is going to be parceled out as a source of cheap labor and cheap land. When people like those in Oliver beg to sell themselves, our surviving cities are bound to wind up the economic colonies.
Come here.
Of whoever can afford to buy them. Oh, God, there you go again. You've always got a disaster up your sleeve. I see what's out there. You see it too. You just deny it. Remember when you thought starving hordes were going to come crawling over our walls and we would have to run away to the mountains and eat grass? Did I remember? I turned to face her, first angry, furious, then to my own surprise, sad. I'll miss you, I said. She must have read my feelings. I'm sorry, she whispered. We hugged each other. I didn't ask her what she was sorry for, and she didn't say any more. Tuesday, November 17th, 2026. Dad didn't come home today. He was due this morning. I don't know what that means. I don't know what to think. I'm scared to death. Corey called the college, his friends, fellow ministers, co-workers, the cops, the hospitals. Nothing. He isn't under arrest or sick or injured or dead, at least not as far as anyone knows. None of his friends or colleagues had seen him since he left work early this morning. His bike was working all right. He was all right. He had ridden off toward home with 3 co-workers who lived in other neighborhoods in our area. Each of these said the same thing, that they had left
Good bird.
him as usual at River Street where it intersects Durant Road. That's only 5 blocks from here. We're at the tip end of Durant Road. So where is he? Today a group of us, all armed, rode bicycles from home to River Street and down River Street to the college. 5 miles in all. We checked side streets, alleys, vacant buildings, every place we could think of. I went. I took Marcus with me because if I hadn't, he would
I
have
know
gone out
where
alone.
one of them is.
I
It
had
is
the
on
Smith
top
hand.
of the flower.
Wesson. Marcus had only his knife. He's quick and agile with it, and strong for his age, but he's never used it on anything alive. If anything had happened to him, I don't think I would have dared to go home. Corey is already out of her mind with worry. All this on top of losing Keith. I don't know. Everyone helped. J. Garfield will be leaving soon, but that didn't stop him from leading the search. He's a good man. He did everything he could think of to find Dad. Tomorrow we're going into the hills and canyons. We have to. No one wants to, but what else can we do? Wednesday, November 18th, 2026. I've never seen more squalor, more human remains, more feral dogs than I saw today.
Feral.
I have to write.
What?
I have to dump this onto paper. I can't keep it inside of me. Seeing the dead has never bothered me before, but this. We were looking for Dad's body, of course, though no one said so. I couldn't deny that reality or avoid thinking about it. Corey checked with the police again. With the hospitals, with everyone we could think of who knew Dad. Nothing.
Shit.
So we had to go to the hills.
Doesn't matter.
When we
Just
go for target practice, we don't look
load out.
around, except to ensure safety. We don't look for what we'd rather not find. Today in groups of 3 or 4, we combed through the area nearest to the top of
Now
River
all I
Street.
need to do is
I
take
kept Marcus
the
with me,
bee
which was not easy. What is it in young
fly.
boys that makes them want to wander off alone and get killed? They get too chin hairs and they're
Yeah,
trying to
don't
prove
ask
they're men.
us.
You watch my back and I'll watch yours, I said. I'm not going to let you get hurt. Don't you let me down. He gave me the kind of near smile that said he knew exactly what I was trying to do, and that he was going to do as he pleased. I got mad and grabbed him by the shoulders. Damn it, Marcus, how many sisters have you got? How many fathers have you got? I never used even mild profanity with him unless things were very serious.
God damn it, Bobby.
Now, it got his attention.
You
Don't worry, he muttered.
I just want a
Then
goddamn
we found the
picture
arm.
of a fucking
Marcus
hot
was the
dog.
one who spotted it something dark lying just off the trail we were following.
Hot dog.
It was hung up in the low branches of a scrub oak. The arm was
Give
fresh and whole, a
me
hand,
the
a lower,
bee.
and an upper arm. A black man's arm, just the color of my father's where color could be seen. It was slashed and cut all over, yet still powerful looking, long-boned, long-fingered, yet muscular and
One
massive.
more, I'm still not
Familiar.
entirely too sure as to
Smooth,
where I'm
white
gonna
bone
find
stuck
it
out at
at.
the shoulder end. The arm had been cut off with a sharp knife. The bone wasn't broken. And, yes, it could have been his. Marcus threw up when he saw it.
Whoa.
I made myself examine it, search it for something familiar, for certainty. Jay Garfield tried to stop me, and I shoved him away and told him to go to hell. I'm sorry for that, and I told him so later. But I had to know. And yet, I still don't know. The arm was too slashed and covered in dried blood. I couldn't tell. Jay Garfield took fingerprints in his pocket notebook. But we left the arm itself. How could we take that back to Corey? And we kept searching. What else could we do? George HSU found a rattlesnake. It didn't bite anyone and we didn't kill it. I don't think anyone was in a mood to kill things. We saw dogs, but they kept away from us. I even saw a cat watching us from under a bush. Cats either run like hell or crouch and freeze. They're interesting to watch, somehow. Or, at any other time, they'd be interesting. Then someone began to scream.
Not when your
I've never
dad is
heard
probably
screams like that
dead.
before.
Uh-oh.
On and on. A man, screaming, begging, praying, no. No more. Oh, God, no. More, please. Jesus, 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 please. Then there were wordless, grating cries. And high, horrible mewing.
Uh-oh. That's not
It was a
good.
man's voice, not like my father's but not that different from his. We couldn't locate the source. The echoes bounced around the canyon, confusing us. Sending
Where's
us
the
first in
last
one
one that
direction,
I'm missing?
then in another. The canyon was full of loose rock and spiny, vicious plants that kept us on the pathways where there were pathways. The screaming stopped, then began again as a kind of horrible, bubbling noise. I had let myself fall back to the end of the line of us by then. I wasn't in trouble.
Let's fly as high as you
Sound
can.
doesn't trigger
Okay,
my
so
terror.
I do know where both
I have
of
to
them
see
are.
another person in pain.
But
before I do any
I also
sharing.
need to get all
And this
the
was one I'd do anything to avoid seeing. Marcus dropped
milk
back beside me
pieces
and whispered,
too.
"You okay?" "Yeah," I said. "I just don't want to know anything about what's happening to that man." "Keith," he said. "I know," I agreed. We walked our bikes behind the others, watching the back trail. Kayla Talcott dropped back to see if we were all right. She hadn't wanted us to come. But since we had come, she had kept an eye on us. "She's like that." "It doesn't sound like your daddy," she said.
Oh, it was during
Doesn't
summer.
sound like him at
It
all.
was during summer.
Kayla is
when
from
it
Texas
was
like
at
my
the top.
biological mother. Sometimes she sounded as though
Damn
she'd
it.
never left, and sometimes she sounded as though she'd never been near any part of the South. She seemed to be able to turn the accent on and off. She tended to turn it on for comforting people, and for threatening to kill them. Sometimes, when I'm with Curtis, I see her in his face and wonder what kind of relative, what kind of mother-in-law she would make. Today I think both Marcus and I were glad she was there.
There
We
we
needed
go.
to be close to someone with her kind of mothering strength. The horrible noise ended. Maybe the poor man was dead and out of his misery. I hope so. We never found him. We found human bones and animal bones. We found the rotting corpses of 5 people scattered among the boulders. We found them. Cold remains of a fire with a human femur and 2 human skulls lying among the ashes. At last, we came home and wrapped our community wall around us and huddled in our illusions of security. Sunday, November 22nd, 2026. No one has found my father. Almost every adult in the neighborhood has spent some time looking. Richard Moss didn't, but his oldest son and daughter did. Wardell Parrish didn't, but his sister and oldest nephew
almost
did.
there.
I don't know what else people could
Almost
have
there,
done.
boys.
If I did know, I would be out doing it. And yet nothing. The police never came up with any sign of him. He never turned up anywhere. He's vanished, gone. Even the severed arm's fingerprints weren't his. Every night since Wednesday, I've dreamed that horrible screaming. I've gone out twice more with teams hunting through the canyons. We've found nothing but more of the dead and the poorest of the living people who are all staring eyes and visible bones. My own bones ached in empathy. Sometimes if I sleep for a while without hearing the screaming,
Either way.
I see these the living dead.
Either way,
always
I'll
seen
find
them.
that stupid jiggy.
I've never seen them. A team I wasn't with found a living child being eaten by dogs. The team killed the dogs, then watched, helpless as the boy died.
I can't.
I spoke at services this morning. Maybe it was my duty. I don't know. People came for church, all uncertain and upset, not knowing what they should do. I think they wanted to draw together, and they had years of habit drawing them together at our house on Sunday morning. They were uncertain and hesitant, but they
can't fly.
Both Wyatt Talcott
I
and Jay
can't be
Garfield offered
in
to
the
speak.
different areas.
Both did say a few words, both informally eulogizing my father, though neither admitted that
I can't do it.
was what they were doing.
I
was afraid everyone would do that in the service. Would become
I
an impossible
hate
impromptu
this.
funeral. When I stood up, it wasn't just to say a couple of words. I meant to give them something they could take home. Something that might make them feel that enough had been said for today. I thanked them all for the ongoing efforts to find my father. Then I talked about
Damn it.
perseverance. I preached a sermon about perseverance. If an unordained kid can be said to preach a sermon,
That sucks.
no one was going to stop me. Corey was the only one who might have tried, but Corey was in a kind of walking coma. She wasn't doing anything she didn't have to do. So I preached from Luke, chapter 18, verses 1 through 8, the parable of the unfortunate widow. It's one I've always liked. A widow is so persistent in her demands for justice that she overcomes the resistance of a judge who fears neither God nor man. She wears him down. Moral: the weak can overcome the strong if the
Try
weak
this
persist.
again.
Persisting isn't always safe, but it's often necessary. My father and the adults present had created and maintained our community, in spite of the scarcity and the violence outside. Now, with my father or without him,
I
our
was just
community had to
pissed
go
is that
on,
I
pulled
couldn't
together,
fucking
survive.
find a way to climb up
I
that
talked about my
damn
nightmares and the source of those nightmares.
pillar stalk
Some people
thing.
might not have
So,
wanted their kids to hear things like that, but I didn't care.
fuck.
If Keith had known more, maybe he would still be alive. But I didn't mention Keith. People could say what happened to Keith was his own fault. No one could say that about Dad. I didn't want anyone to be able to say it about this community someday. Those nightmares of mine are our future if we fail one another, I said. Winding up. Starvation, agony at the hands of people who aren't human any more. Dismemberment. Death. We have God and we have each other. We have our island community. Fragile, and yet a fortress. Sometimes it seems too small and too weak to survive. And like the widow in Christ's parable, its enemies fear neither God nor man. But
It's definitely not gonna
also
be
like the
anything
widow,
in
it
here.
persists. We persist. This is our place, no matter what. That was my message. I left it there, hanging before them with an unfinished feel to it. I could feel them expecting more, then realizing that I wasn't going to say more, then biting down on what I had said. At just the right moment, Kayla Talcott began an old song. Others took it up, singing slowly, but with feeling. We shall not be moved. I think this might have sounded weak or even pitiful somehow if it had been begun by a lesser voice. I think I might have sang it weakly. I'm only a fair singer. Kayla, on the other hand, has a big voice, beautiful, clear, and able to do everything she asks of it. Also, Kayla has a reputation for not moving unless she
Moving the
wants to.
fucking camera.
Later, as she was leaving, I thanked her. She looked at me. I'd grown past her years ago, and she had to look up. Good job, she said, and nodded, and walked away toward her house. I love her.
There we go.
I got other compliments today, and I think they were sincere. Most said, in one way or another, you're right, and I didn't know you could preach like that, and your father would be proud of you. Yeah, I hope so. I did it for him. He built this bunch of houses into a community.
Move.
And now, he's probably dead. I wouldn't let them bury him, but No. I'm no good at denial and self-deception. That was Dad's funeral that I was preaching his in the communities. Because as much as I want all that I say to be true, it isn't. We'll be moved, all right. It's just a matter of when, by who, and in how many pieces. 13. There is no end to what a living world will demand of you. Earthseed, the Books of the Living. Saturday, December 19th, 2026. Today Reverend Matthew Robinson, in whose church I was baptized, came to preach my father's funeral. Corey made the arrangements. There was no body, no urn. No one knows what happened to my father. Neither we nor the police have been able to find out. We're sure he's dead. He would find a way to come home if...
Am I missing
we
a
were alive,
step?
so we're certain he's dead. No, we're not certain. We're not certain at all. Is he sick somewhere? Hurt? Held against his will for who knows what reason by who knows what monsters. This is worse than when Keith died. So much worse. As
During
horrible as that
spring,
was,
blah blah.
we knew he was dead. Whatever he suffered, we knew he wasn't suffering any. Not in this world.
The cause
Anyway,
the plant follow them. Release a jiggy
now,
at the
we
top.
don't know anything. He is dead.
Return in the
But we don't
fall
know.
and do the same.
The Duns must have felt this when Tracy vanished.
So it is
Crazy
the
as they are,
fall.
crazy
I'm a fucking idiot.
as she was, they must have felt this. What do they feel now? Tracy never came back. If she's not dead, what must be happening to her
I'm in the
outside?
spring.
A girl alone only.
God
Faced
damn
one
it.
kind of future outside. I intend to go out
Where I
posing
need
as a
to
man
go.
when I go. How will they feel when I go? I'll be dead to
This
them, to
way.
Corey, the boys, the
God
neighborhood.
damn it.
They'll hope I'm dead, considering the
Doesn't
supposed
help me
alternative.
much either.
Thank Dad for my tallness and my strength. I won't have to leave Dad now. He's already left me. He was 57. What reason would strangers have for keeping a 57-year-old man alive? Once they robbed him, they would either let him go or kill him. If they let him go, he'd come home, walking, limping, crawling. So he's dead. That's that. It has to be. Tuesday, December 22nd,
Unless
2026.
there's more to it.
The Garfields left for Oliver today. Phil, Lita, Jay, and Joanne.
Okay.
An armored KSF truck came from Oliver to collect them and their belongings. The adults of the community had all they could do to keep the little kids from climbing all over the truck and pestering the drivers to death. Most kids my brother's ages have never been close to a truck that runs. Some of the younger Moss kids have never seen a truck of any kind. The Moss kids weren't
Guarantee
even allowed
you
to visit the
that
Yanni's house.
it's
Back
on
when the
top
Yanni's
of
television
another
still worked. The two
fucking,
guys from KSF were patient once they
I
realized
know
the
what
kids
I'm
were
looking for.
thieves or vandals. Those two guys with their uniforms,
Well, there's
pistols,
that.
whips, and clubs looked more like cops than movers. No doubt they had even more substantial weapons in the truck. My brother Bennett said he saw bigger guns mounted inside the truck when he climbed onto the hood. But when you consider how much a truck that size is worth, and how many people might want to relieve them of it, and its contents, I guess the weaponry isn't surprising. The two movers were a black and a white, and I could see that Corey considered that hopeful.
Might need to go
Maybe
from
Oliver
the
wouldn't be the
top
white enclave that Dad
up above
had expected.
in the tree.
Corey cornered the black guy and talked
That's
to him for as
exactly what
long
I'm
as he
gonna
would let.
fucking do, cause
Sure.
fuck this
Will she
shit.
try now to get us into Oliver? I think she will. After all, without Dad's salary, she'll have to do something. I don't think we have a prayer of being accepted. The insurance company isn't going to pay or not for a long time. It's people choose not to believe that Dad is dead.
Stop. Stop.
Without proof he can't be declared
Stop it.
legally dead for 7 years. Can they hold on to our money for that long? I don't. No, but it wouldn't surprise me. We could starve many times over in 7 years. And Corey must know she alone can't earn enough in Oliver to feed and
There we
house
go.
us. Is she hoping to get work for me, too? I don't know what
You
we're going
shake the fucking
to do.
camera more? Yeah, that's
Joanne
exactly
and I
what I
cried
was
all over each
expecting
other,
you to do.
saying goodbye. We promised to phone each other, to stay in touch. I don't think we'll be able to. It costs extra to
Get up.
call Oliver. We won't be able to afford it. I don't think she will either. Chances are, I'll never see her again. The people I've grown up with are falling out of my life, one by one. After the truck pulled away, I found Curtis and took him back to the old dark room to make love.
You
We
dick.
hadn't done it for a long time, and I needed it. I wish I
What
could
the
imagine
fuck?
just marrying Curtis, staying here, and having a decent life with him. It isn't possible. Even if there were no Earthseed, it wouldn't be possible.
I'm missing one.
I would almost be
No
doing the family a
way.
favor if I left now one less mouth to feed. Unless I could somehow get a job.
When I
We've
reverted,
got to
I
get out of
reverted
here,
all
too.
the way
Curtis says
back
we
to
live together
that
afterward.
point.
Lingering, tempting
Wait a
fate,
minute.
not wanting to lose the feel
How
of
many
each other so
jiggies
soon.
was I at on
But
stream?
that wasn't what he had meant. I turned my head to look at him. Don't you
Oh
want to go?
god damn
He asked.
it.
Wouldn't you like to get out of this dead end neighborhood, out of Robledo? I
Stop.
nodded. I was just thinking that. But I want you to marry me, and I want us to get out of here, he said in an ear whisper. This place is dying. I raised myself to my elbows and looked down at him. The only light in the
keep on going, keep
room
on
came from
going,
a single
keep on
window
going,
up near the
keep on
ceiling.
going, keep on going.
Nothing covered it any.
Yeah,
More,
I
and the
missed
glass
the
was
one at the
broken out of
very
it,
fucking
but
top
still,
again.
only a
Okay,
little light came in.
but
Kidus's
stop.
face was full of shadows.
But
Where do you want to go? I asked
another
him.
part
Not
to
all of
it.
it, he said. That could turn out to be a bigger dead end than living here. Where, then? I don't know. Oregon or Washington? Canada? Alaska?
Fuck.
I don't think I gave any sign of sudden excitement. People tell me my face doesn't show them what I'm feeling. My sharing has been a hard teacher. But he saw something. You've already been thinking about leaving, haven't you? He demanded.
Oof.
That's why you won't talk about getting married. I rested my hand on his smooth chest. You were thinking about going alone. He grasped my wrist, seemed ready to push it away. Then he held onto it, kept it. You were just going to walk away from here and leave me. I turned so that he couldn't see my face because now I had a feeling my emotions were all too obvious. Confusion, fear, hope. Of course I had intended to go alone, and of course I hadn't told anyone that I was leaving. And I had not decided yet how Dad's disappearance would affect my going.
So you need to go
That
all the way
raised
back to spring
frightening
and turn into the
questions.
B in order to do that
What are my
again.
responsibilities?
In which makes
What will happen to my
it's probably fine
brothers
because
if I
I'm gonna
leave them
need
to
to do
Corey?
it anyway.
They're her
When
sons,
leaving
and she'll
the
move the earth
stage
too.
too.
Take care of them, keep them fed and clothed and housed. But can she do it alone? How? I want to go, I admitted, moving around, trying to be comfortable on the pallet of old sleep sacks that we had put down on the concrete floor. I plan to go. Don't tell anyone. How can I if I go with you? I smiled, loving him. But Corey and my brothers are going to need help. I said. When my father was here, I planned to go next year when I'm 18. Now, I don't know. Where were you going? North. Maybe as far as Canada. Maybe not. Alone. Yeah. Why? Why alone, he meant. I shrugged. I could get killed as soon as I leave here. I could starve. The cops could pick me up. Dogs could get me. I could catch a disease.
I don't fucking
Anything.
get it, dude.
Could happen to me. I've thought about it. I haven't named half the bad possibilities. That's why you need help. That's why I couldn't ask anyone else to walk away from food and shelter. And as much safety as there is in our world.
That
To
the
just start
three
walking
would be
north
right
and
here.
hope.
Because there'd be
You wind up
three
someplace good.
notes
could I
here,
ask that of you?
4 in the
It's not
winter
that bad.
area, and then
Farther
the
north,
last
we can
jiggy
get
in
work.
there.
Maybe. But people have been flooding north for years. Jobs are scarce up there, too. And state lines and borders are closed. There's nothing down there. I know. So how can you help Corey and your brothers? I don't know. We haven't figured out what to do. So far, nothing I've thought of will work. They'd have more of
God.
everything if you left.
Oh my god.
Maybe.
Stop.
But,
Stop
Curtis,
it.
how can I leave them? Could you walk away and leave your family, not knowing how they would manage to survive? Sometimes I think so, he said. I ignored that. He didn't get along very well with his brother Michael, but his family was probably the strongest unit in the neighborhood. Take on one of them and you've got to deal with them all. He would never walk away from them if they were in trouble. Marry me now, he said. We'll stay here and help your family get on its feet. Then we'll leave. Not now, I said. I can't see how anything is going to work out now. Everything's too crazy. And what? You think it's going to get sane? It's never been sane. You just have to go ahead and live, no matter what. I didn't know what to say, so I kissed him. But I couldn't distract him. I hate this room, he said. I hate hiding to be with you and I hate playing games. He paused. But I do love you. Damn. Sometimes I almost wish I didn't. Don't wish that, I said. He knew so little about me, and he thought he knew everything. I'd never told him about my sharing, for instance. I'll have to. Before I marry him. If I don't, when he finds out, he'll know I didn't trust him enough to be honest with him. And not much is known about sharing.
Zoom in the camera like
Suppose
that.
I pass it on to my kids. Then there's Earthseed. I'll have to tell him about that. What will he think?
There we go.
That I've gone crazy? I can't tell him. Not yet. We could live at your house, he said. My parents would help out with food.
Off
Maybe
to
I
the
could find some
fucking
kind of job.
snow area then, I guess.
I want to marry you, I said.
Well, we'll try.
I hesitated, and there was absolute silence. I couldn't believe I'd heard myself say such a thing, but it was true. Maybe I was just feeling bereft. Keith, my father, the Garfields, MRS, Quintanilla. People could disappear so easily. I wanted someone with me who cared about me, and who wouldn't disappear. But my judgment wasn't entirely gone. When my family is back on its feet, we'll marry, I said. Then we can
over
get
there.
out of here. I just have to
Check
know that
over
my
here
brothers
one
will
more
be
time,
alright.
really quick.
If we're going to marry anyway, why not do it now? Because I have things to tell you, I thought. Because if you reject me or make me reject you with your reactions, I don't want to have to hang around and watch you with someone else. Not now, I said. Wait for me. He shook his head in obvious disgust. What the hell do you think I've been doing? Thursday, December 24th, 2026. It's Christmas Eve. Last night someone set fire to the Payne Parish house.
Damn it.
While the community tried to put out the fire
nothing,
and then tried to keep it from spreading.
nothing.
3 other houses were robbed. Ours was one of the 3. Thieves took all our store-bought food, wheat
All
flour,
these
sugar,
freaking
canned goods.
spots where it should
packaged goods.
be, where it
They
makes
took our
so
radio,
much
our last
sense
one.
to be.
The crazy thing
It's
is,
not
before
there.
we went to bed, we had been listening to a half-hour news feature about increasing arson. People are setting more fires to cover crimes, although why they would bother these days, I don't know. The police are no threat to criminals. People are setting fires to do what our arsonist did last night to get the neighbors of the arson victim to leave their own homes unguarded. People are setting fires to get rid of whomever they dislike, from personal enemies to anyone who looks or sounds foreign or racially different. People are setting fires because they're frustrated, angry, hopeless. They have no power to improve their lives, but they have the power to make others even more miserable. And the only way to prove to yourself that you have power is to use it. Then there's that fire drug with its dozen or so names: Blaze, Fuego, Flash, Sunfire. The most popular name is Pyro, short for pyromania. It's all the same drug, and it's been around for a while. From what Keith said, it's becoming more popular. It makes watching the leaving, changing patterns of fire a better, more intense, longer lasting high than sex. Like Parasetco, my biological mother's drug
Oh my god.
choice, Pyro screws around with people's
Oh
neurochemistry.
my god.
But Parasetco began
It's
as a
been
legitimate drug intended
here
to help victims
the
of Alzheimer's
whole
disease.
time.
Pyro wasn't
All
accident.
fucking. Oh my
It was a
god.
homebrew basement drug invented by someone who was trying to assemble one of the other higher-priced street drugs.
They're
the inventor
already
made
fucking here, dude.
A very small chemical mistake, and wound up with Pyro. That happened on the East Coast and caused an immediate increase in the
Oh
number
my
of senseless
God.
arson fires, large and
then
small.
I know where the
Pyro
rest of
worked its
them
way
are.
west without
I
making
got
nearly as
it.
much trouble as it could have.
Oh my god.
Now its popularity is growing. And in dry as straw Southern California, it can cause a real orgy of burning. My god, Corey said when the radio report was over.
Perfect.
And in a small, whispery voice, she quoted from the book of Revelation, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils. And the devils set fire to the Payne Parish house. At about 2 a.m., I woke to the jangling of the bell. Emergency.
I know where the fuck
Earthquake.
the last ones are.
Fire. Intruders. But there was no shaking, no unfamiliar noise, no smoke. Whatever was
I'm
happening,
upset.
it wasn't at our house. I got up, threw clothing on, debated for a second whether to snatch my survival pack, then left it. Our house didn't seem to be in immediate danger. My pack was safe in the closet, mixed in among blankets and bundles of old clothes. If I had to have it, I could come back and snatch it in seconds. I ran outside to see what was needed, and saw it once. The Payne Parish house was fully involved, surrounded by fire. One of the watchers on duty was still sounding the alarm. People spilled from all the houses, and must have seen as I did that the parish house was a total loss. Neighbors were already wetting down the houses on either side. A live oak tree, one of our huge, ancient ones, was afire. There was a light wind blowing, swirling bits of burning leaves and twigs into the air and scattering them. I joined the people who were beating and wetting the grounds. Where were the Paynes? Where was Wardell Parish? Had anyone called them fire department? A house full of people, after all, it wasn't like a burning garage. I asked several people. Kayla Talcott said she had called them. I was grateful and ashamed. I wouldn't have asked if Dad were still with us. One of us would have just called. Now we couldn't afford to call. No one had seen any of the Paynes. Wardell Parish I found in the Yunnies yard, where Corey and my brother Bennett were wrapping him in a blanket. He was coughing so much that he couldn't talk, and wearing only pajama pants. Is he okay?
Okay.
I asked. He breathed a lot of smoke, Corey said. Has someone called? Kayla Talcott called the fire department. Good.
There we go.
But no one's at the gate to let them in.
And turn.
I'll go. I turned away, but she caught my arm. The others? She whispered. She meant the Paynes, of course. I don't know. She nodded and let me go. I went to the gate,
Okay.
borrowing Alex Montoya's key on the way. He
And
always
for my
seemed to
grand
have his gate
escape.
key in his pocket. It was because of him that I didn't go back into our house and maybe interrupt a robbery and be killed for my
Ow.
trouble. Firefighters arrived in no great hurry. I let them in, locked the gate after them, and watched as they put out the fire. No one had seen the Paynes. We could only assume they had never gotten
Okay.
out. Corey tried to take Wardell Parrish to our house, but he refused to leave until he found out one way or the other about his twin sister and his nieces and nephews.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
When the fire was almost out, the bell began to ring again. We all looked around. Caroline Bater, Harry's mother, was jerking and pushing at the bell end.
Okay.
Screaming. Intruders.
Oh.
She shouted. Thieves. They've broken into the houses. And we all
Okay.
rushed without thinking back to our houses. Wardell Parrish
We're almost done.
came
We're
along with my
almost
family,
done.
still
I
coughing
hate
and wheezing,
this
and as
section,
useless
dude.
as weaponless as the rest of us.
I love Banjo
We
Kazooie,
could have been
man.
killed, rushing in that way.
The click like wood
Instead, we
takes
were lucky.
too damn long.
We scared away our thieves. Along with
Especially
our
when
store
you're a
buffer and the
fucking
radio,
idiot
the thieves got
yourself.
some of Dad's tools and supplies, nails, wire, screws,
Consistently
bolts, that kind of
messing
thing.
up
They
what you're supposed to be
didn't
doing.
get the phone, the computer, or anything in Dad's office. In fact, they didn't get into Dad's office at all. I suppose we scared them away before they could search the whole house. They stole clothing and shoes from Corey's room, but didn't touch my room. Or the boys'. They got some of our money, the kitchen money, Corey calls it. She had hidden it in the kitchen in a box of detergent. She had thought no one would steal such a thing. In fact, the thieves might have stolen it for resale without realizing that it wasn't just detergent. It could have been worse. The kitchen money was only about $1,000 for minor emergencies. The thieves did not find the rest of our money, some of it hidden out by our lemon tree, and some hidden with our 2 remaining guns under the floor in Corey's closet.
Alrighty.
Dad had gone to a lot of trouble to make a kind of floor safe, not locked, but completely concealed beneath a rug in a battered chest of drawers, filled with sewing things, salvaged bits of cloth, buttons, zippers, hooks,
Definitely
things.
my punishment
Like that.
for
The chest
using
of drawers
save
could be moved
states
with one
and
hand.
being stupid
It's
to
lit
not
from one
realize.
Side of the closet to the other if you pushed it
Anywho.
right, and in seconds you could have the money and the guns in your hands. The concealment trick wouldn't have defeated people who had time to make a thorough search, but it had defeated our thieves. They had dumped some of the drawers onto the floor, but they had not thought to look under the chest. The thieves did take Corey's sewing machine. It was a compact,
How
sturdy
dare
old
they?
machine with its own carrying case. Both case and machine were gone. That was a real blow. Corey and I both used that machine to make, alter, and repair clothing for the family. I had thought I might even be able to earn
Here
some
we
money with
go.
it. Machine, sewing for other people in the neighborhood. Now the machine is gone. Sewing for the family will have to be done by
I got
hand.
it.
It will take much more time, and may
So
not look
now
like what we're used to.
we go
Bad,
out
hard,
of the level
but not a fatal blow.
as the bee.
Corey cried over the loss of her machine, but we can get along without it. She's just
Okay.
being worn down by one blow after another.
And then
We'll adapt. We'll have to. God is change. Strange how much it helps me to remember that. Curtis Talcott just came to my window to tell me that the firemen have found charred bodies and bones in the ashes of the Payne Parish house. The police are
boom.
here, taking reports of the robberies and the obvious arson. I told Corey. She can't tell Wardell Parrish or let the cops tell him. He's lying down on one of our living room couches. I doubt that he's sleeping. Even though I've never liked him, I feel sorry for him. He's lost his house and his family. He's the only survivor. What must that be like? Tuesday, December 29th, 2026. I don't know how long it can last,
Okay.
but in some way that I suspect is not quite legal. Corey has taken over part of the job Dad held for so long. She'll give the classes Dad gave. With the computer hookups we have already in place, she'll
Nice.
issue assignments, receive homework, and be available for phone and compu conferences. The administrative part of
Yep.
Dad's work will be handled by someone
Okay.
else who can use the extra money and
We're
who's willing
almost-
to show up at the college
We're almost.
more often than once or twice a month. It will be as though Dad were still teaching, but had decided to give up his other responsibilities. Corey has arranged this by pleading and begging, by crying and cajoling and calling in every favor and every friend she could think of. People at the college know her. She taught there before Bennett's birth, before she saw the need here,
Okay.
and began the front room school that serves all the
Let's
children
go.
of the neighborhood. Dad
I
was
will
all for
not be
quitting the college
using.
because he didn't
I'll
want
be
her
using
going
a
back.
save state like
And
at
fourth
the
outside,
beginning,
exposed
right
to all the
here,
dangers that involved.
to
The
like
neighbors
just
say
get here easier.
But it isn't much.
But if I
No one
die,
could support
I
the
die.
household on it. Now
That's
Corey will
that's
have
what
to
I'm
go
gonna
outside
be
again.
saying.
She's already drafting men and older boys in the neighborhood
So-
to escort her when she has to go out. There are
My game
plenty of
is how
unemployed
it
men
is.
here, and Corey will be paying them a small fee. So in a few days, the new term will start and Corey will do Dad's work, while I do her work. I'll handle the school with help from her and from Russell, Dory, Joanne, and Harry's grandfather. He used to be a high school math teacher. He's been retired for years, but he's still sharp.
So step over the
I don't think I need
square,
his help,
press A to
but
try if you dare.
Corey does, and he's willing, so that's that. Alex Montoya and Kayla Talcott will take over Dad's preaching and other church work.
I see.
Neither is ordained, but
About
both have
this
substituted
game,
for Dad in the past.
you furry
Both
geek.
have authority in the community and the church. And, of course, both know their Bible. This is how we will survive and hold together. It will work.
Clinker's
I don't
cavern
know
smells really stale.
long it
How
will
many
last,
ways
but
to
for now,
get
it will
in
work.
the whale?
Wednesday, December 30th, 2026. Wardell
6.
Parrish has finally dragged himself back to his people, to the part
Damn
of
it.
his family that he lived with before he and his sister inherited the
Feel
Sims
square.
house. Peace.
Jinjos
with
are
us since his sister
crafty.
and all her
Not
children were
Treasure
killed.
Co. Where
Corey
are
gave
they
him
not?
some of Dad's clothes, which were too
Inside
big for
a
him.
giant treasure
Much too big.
chest under the
He
pit of the
wandered around,
start.
not talking,
Let's
not
have a
seeming to
trade
see
this
anything, not eating. Enough.
Yep.
Then yesterday he said, like a little boy, I want to go home. I can't.
Yes.
Stay here. I
See
hate it
the
here.
picture
Everyone's
on
dead.
my screen. Do
I have to
you
go
know
home.
where you have
So
been?
today Wyatt, Talcott, Michael, and Curtis escorted him home. Poor man. He's years older than he was a week ago. I think he may not live much longer. 2027. We are Earthseed. We are flesh self-aware, questing, problem-solving. Flesh. We are that aspect of Earth life best able to shape God knowingly.
I'm going to really
are.
quickly.
Earth life maturing, Earth life preparing to fall away from the parent world. We are. Earth life preparing to take root in new ground, Earth life fulfilling its purpose, its.
I'm going to go up a little bit more.
Now Corey will have to go out.
I'm going to go up just a little more. Starting from right here.
Tuesday, December 20.
Okay, I'm just gonna focus on the game for right now because legit, like, I need to actually pay attention to all this stuff. Okay. Alright, easiest way to go. Probably go to the left and then go straight. Oh, this swamp, tell me now, which fat's made up by this old cow? It feathers two crocodiles. There are two different colored frogs. Biology teacher, you two new moves. Two crocodiles. Fuck. Damn it. Bubblegoop swamp hides a treat. What in the water chops your feet? Electric eels, piranha fish. Yeah. Listen now to make your choice. Which character has dumb voice? Well, I recognize it if you show me the names. Snip of the crab. The hermit crab. Snip of the crab. Shit. Listen carefully to which. Very good. Yep, this is. I know. Gobi's. What the fuck? Is it Gobi's Valley? I don't know, it was Gobi something. I was like, wait, what is it? Visual. See the picture on my screen. Do you know where you've been? Oh, yep. This is in the pyramid in Gobi's Valley. Cooked wood, mineral submersion. Mineral submersion then. Fuck! I thought it was a fire there then. Damn it. This is gonna take a while. You know where I've been. Yes. Maybe. This one then. Yep. Inside clickers, speakers, what's tough for you to get past? Rotating rotating saw blades. Yep. Also, prepare yourself to take a whack. Oh shoot, this is actually a trial thing. Watch as the turtles sing their song. Repeat it quick, you won't get long. Blue, purple, blue. You don't get long at all. Blue.
cannot lie. Tell the truth. What hanging from my bedroom roof? Smelly socks, rotten fish, dirty underwear. Rotten fish. Shit, this is gonna be the hardest one. Let's see if your memory's foggy. What's the name of my pet doggy? Leg chomper. Yes! What's with the skull? I don't like that. That looks scary. Get this wrong for Grunty's sake. And love Beth you will take. Uh-oh. So instant death if I get it wrong. A Mumbo's Mountain in the lake. What's there? What's in there to make no mistake? Mumbo's Mountain? Dirty hippo. A hungry shark. Fuck. I died. Yeah, I'm not gonna be using saves, so the only way I'm gonna be using it is just to go. Oh, it starts. Okay, it starts me here anyway. All right, here we go again. Needs one, or maybe Jake's. How many carpets in Billy's Sphinx? What? 5. Nice. See the picture on my screen. Do you know where you've been? Yup. I don't know what to mention. Yeah. Oh, I should have saved that for later, damn it. Mumbo's Mountain, it's not dull. What's in the eye of Mumbo's skull? Oh. Something else. Yep, it is a jiggy piece, actually. You pick the ground. Which one makes this sound? Go, extra life. Extra wife! It's my extra wife! Again, I don't know why I did that again as well. Also, I like that little Joker piece. I should not do that again. See the picture on my screen. Do you know where you have been? Yep. I don't know this one. I don't know where this one could have been. Blue Swamp. Gobi's Valley had many trick. How many pyramids did you pick? 4. 4. 5. Oh, it was 4. Okay, go. Alright, speed challenge. What am I doing for this one? Mighty big box, you must now fight. Easy. Got it. I have a trick up my sleeve. Easy. We didn't wash and there was no pool. Where did I go? To which school? Fat Hag High. Golden Cod. Fat Hag High. Fuck. Don't be smart. You're not one yet. When I was small, what was my pet? Baby dragon, a greasy warthog, a mad vulture, a greasy warthog. Fuck! I hate this. My looks at school were never thin. What award did I always win? Biggest butt, dirtiest undies. Biggest butt. Fuck! I hate this. This is stupid. Across the sky, I love to glide. What type of broomstick do I ride? Lard rest. Fuck! I hate this. Didn't wash, there's no pool. Where did I go to which school? It was not Fat Hag High. Colton College. There you go. Should have also I did that actually at that point. Not that it really matters now. If I die, then I die. Here's a character from game. Do you know the dumb thing's name? Mumbo. Come on. Oh, that was an easy one. Mumbo Jumbo. There we go. Yeah, we're not doing all that bad. Okay. How exactly I want to go about this? Not too sure. Because I kind of need to do the same thing either way I go. Probably gotta go right. Don't be smart. You've not won yet. When I was small, what was my pet? A mad vulture. Fuck. Apart from doing stupid rhymes, what another of my pastimes? Collecting dragon teeth. Playing radio control bats. What? I swore I could have thought that was actually one of them. Here the answers one you'll pick. What's my amazing party trick? The blow balloons up with your butt, performs a bucket of beans. Yeah, that makes sense. The other ones are a little bit too out there. You can't win, I've been assured. How many squares are on this board? Oh. Yes! They've a tower which they hide on Mumbo's mountain. What's inside? Pay the bet. Particular termite. Oh, it's what character you play as. You earn from it. Got you. Now I get what you mean. Right, time challenge again. Oh no. Oh, magic help bear when you see which game. You know what? I'm gonna save on this game specifically. Got it. Eyes one. Perfect. Boom, 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 boom. A lovely specimen. It's in pot. It's my bed. What have I got? Another plant, eyeball flower, a loogie bush. Eyeball flower. Shit. You know what? Just for sake of time, I'm actually just gonna just save. Across the sky, I love to glide. What type of broomstick do I ride? Arnmaster 2000. Chat. What is the name of this one? Alright, deluxe. Yeah. Shit, dude. You should remember, but we'll see. If this heard, where would you be? And in Mumbo's hut. Inside the shaman's skull. Yeah. Seems very fair that there's so many sudden death things. My build muscle taunt. What new much enjoyably Where's my most enjoyable sport? Boogie flicking. Fuck you. Freezy Peak is cold, but what does the huge snowman hold? A broom. It's a broom. A Mumbo's Mountain in the lake. What is there? Make no mistake. Inside Mumbo's Mountain. School fish. Wow. No, I'll save it. There we go. Doesn't really matter. See the picture on my screen. Do you know where you've been? Show me. Yes, I do.
It's the swamp.
As well. Oh, swamp. I believe, which is my probably my second favorite. Those things make British shout, whack them all before time's out. So the treasure trove, you quick legs. Which of my nasties ate your eggs? Yum yum the clam. Look at the treasure trove. Yum yum the clam. Things that ate the eggs and also the feathers. They tried fucking eating everything. See the picture on my screen. Do you know where you have been? Yep, we'll see. Yep.
Freezy Peak.
Yep, Freezy Peak. Oh, know something. You want to hear us? You can tell. In which band do I sing so well? The Cauldron Crew, Grunty, and the Broomstick Boys. Shit. Maybe the Cauldron Crew. Remember now before you lose. What type of toothpaste do I use? I'll just slug. Shit. Apart from doing stupid rhymes, what another of my pastimes? I thought it was that one. I think it was Busted Bursting Boils. Okay. Last one.
Last thingy.
At Monster Mansion's graveyard pots. What appeared from them? There were lots. Pots. Oh yeah, a bunch of bananas. Some bananas. And flowers. Yeah, there's flowers. We did it. I'll go in. I was assured. Yeah, unless you're able to cheat. Real thin. Now you can take the prize in the show while up the winding stairs I go. I'm going to turn the book back on.
Tuesday, December 29th, 2026. I don't know how long it can last, but in some way that I suspect is not quite legal. Corey has taken over part of the job Dad held for so long. She'll give the classes Dad gave. With the computer hookups we have already in place, she'll issue assignments, receive homework, and be available for phone and compu conferences. The administrative part of Dad's work will be handled by someone else who can use the extra money, and who is willing to show up at the college more often than once or twice a month. It will be as though Dad were still teaching, but had decided to give up his other responsibilities. Corey has arranged this by pleading and begging, by crying, and cajoling, and calling in every favor and every friend she could think of. People at the college know her. She taught there before Bennett's birth, before she saw the need here, and began the front room school that serves all the children of the neighborhood. Dad was all for her quitting the college because he didn't want her going back and forth outside, exposed to all the dangers that involved. The neighbors pay per kid fee, but it isn't much. No one could support a household on it. Now Corey will have to go outside again. She's already drafting men and older boys in the neighborhood to escort her when she has to go out. There are Plenty of unemployed men here, and Corey will be paying them a small fee. So in a few days, the new term will start and Corey will do Dad's work. While I do her work, I'll handle the school with help from her and from Russell, Dory, Joanne, and Harry's grandfather. He used to be a high school math teacher. He's been retired for years, but he's still sharp. I don't think I need his help, but Corey does, and he's willing, so that's that. Alex Montoya and Kayla Talcott will take over Dad's preaching and other church work. Neither is ordained, but both have substituted for Dad in the past. Both have authority in the community and the church. And, of course, both know their Bible. This is how we will survive and hold together. It will work. I don't know how long it will last, but for now, it will work. Wednesday, December 30th, 2026.
What happened there?
Wardell Parrish has finally dragged himself back to his people, to the part of his family that he lived with before he and his sister inherited the Sims house. He's stayed with us since his sister and all her children were killed. Corey gave him some of Dad's clothes which were too big for him. Much too big. He wandered around, not talking, not seeming to see anything, not eating enough. Then yesterday he said, like a little boy, I want to go home. I can't stay here. I hate it here, everyone's dead. I have to go home. So today Wyatt, Talcott, Michael, and Curtis escorted him home. Poor man. He's years older than he was a week ago. I think he may not live much longer. 2027. We are Earthseed. We are flesh, self-aware, questing, problem-solving. Flesh. We are that aspect of Earth life best able to shape God knowingly. We are Earth life maturing, Earth life preparing to fall away from the parent world.
Headset's being
We
weird.
are Earth life preparing to take root in new ground, Earth life fulfilling its purpose, its promise, its destiny. 14.
Cannot skip
In
through
order
any of
to
this.
From its own ashes. A phoenix.
Should
First,
save
must.
right here while I'm at it, just in case. before I
Earthseed, the books of the
lose
living.
all this.
Saturday, July 31st, 2027 morning. Last night, when I escaped from the neighborhood, it was burning. The houses, the trees, the people, burning. Smoke awoke me, and I shouted down the hall to Corey and the boys. I grabbed my clothes and emergency pack and followed Corey as she herded the boys out. The bell never rang. Our watchers must have been killed before they could reach it. Everything was chaos. People running, screaming, shooting. The gate had been destroyed. Our attackers had driven an ancient truck through it. They must have stolen a truck just to crash it through our gate. I think they must have been pyro addicts, bald people with painted heads, faces, and hands. Red faces, blue faces, green faces, screaming mouths, avid, crazy eyes, glittering in the firelight. They shot us and shot us and shot us. I saw Natalie Moss, running, screaming, then pitching backward, her face half gone, her body still impelled forward. She fell flat on her back, and did not move again. I fell with her, caught up in her death. I lay there, dazed, struggling to move. To get up. Corey and the boys, running ahead of me, never noticed. They ran on.
Uh-oh.
I got up, felt for my pack, found it, and ran. I tried not to see what was happening around me. Hearing the gunfire and the screams didn't stop me. Hey. Dead body Edwin Dunn didn't stop me. I bent, snatched up his gun, and kept running. Someone screamed near me, then tackled me, pulled me down. I fired the gun in reflexive terror, and took the terrible impact in my own stomach.
Ooh,
Green
damn.
face hung above mine, mouth open, eyes wide, not yet feeling all his pain. I shot him again, terrified that his pain would immobilize me when he did feel it. It seemed that he took a long time to die. When I could move again, I pushed his body off me. I got up, still holding the gun, and ran for the wrecked gate. Best to be in the darkness outside. Best to hide. I ran up Meredith Street away from Durant Road, away from the fires and the shooting. I had lost track of Corey and the boys. I thought they would go toward the hills and not toward the center of town. Every direction was dangerous, but there was more danger where there were more people. In the night, a woman and 3 kids might look like a gift basket of food, money, and sex. North toward the hills.
Uh-oh.
North through the
That's
dark streets to
gross.
where the nearby hills and mountains blotted out the stars. And then what? I didn't know. I couldn't think. I had never been outside the walls when it was so dark. My only hope of staying alive was to listen, hear any movement. Before it got too close to me, see what I could by starlight, be as quiet as I could. I walked down the middle of the street looking and listening and trying to avoid potholes and chunks of broken asphalt. There was little other trash. Anything that would burn, people would use as fuel. Anything that could be reused or sold had been gathered. Corey used to comment on that. Poverty, she said, had made the streets cleaner. Where was she? Where had she taken my brothers? Were they all right? Had they even gotten out of the neighborhood? I stopped. Were my brothers back there? Was Curtis? I hadn't seen him at all. Though if anyone were going to survive this insanity, it would be the Talcotts. But we had no way of finding each other. Sound. Footsteps. 2 pairs of running footsteps. I stayed where I was. Frozen in place. No sudden moves to draw attention to me. Had I already been seen? Could I be seen a figure of darker darkness in an otherwise empty street? The sound was behind me.
Okay.
I listened and knew that it was off to one side. Approaching, passing. Two people running down a side street, indifferent to the noise they made, indifferent to woman-shaped shadows. I let out a breath and drew another through my mouth because I could get more air with less sound that way. I couldn't go back to the fires and the pain. If Corey and the boys were there,
Is he
they were
cooking
dead
a
or
ginger?
worse, captive. But they had been ahead of me. They must have gotten out. Corey wouldn't let them come back to look for me. There was a bright glow in the air over what had been our neighborhood. If she had gotten the boys away, all she had to do was look back to know that she didn't want to go back. Did she have her Smith & Wesson? I wished I had it in the 2 boxes of ammunition that went with it. All I had was the knife in my pack and Edwin Dunn's old .45 automatic. And all the ammunition I had for it was in it. If it wasn't
Let's
empty,
go.
I knew the gun. It held 7 rounds. I fired it twice.
Sounds like damn,
How many
dude.
times had Edwin Dunn fired it before someone shot him? I didn't expect to find out until morning. I had a flashlight in my pack, but I didn't intend to use it unless I could be certain I wouldn't be making a target of myself. During the day, the sight of the bulge in my pocket would be enough to make people think twice about robbing or raping me. But during the night, the blue gun would be all but invisible even in my hand. If it were empty, I could only use it as a club. And the moment I hit someone with it, I might as well hit myself. If I lost consciousness for any reason during a fight, I would lose all my possessions, if not my life. Tonight I had to hide. Tomorrow I would have to try to bluff as much as possible. Most people wouldn't insist on my shooting them just to test whether or not the gun was loaded. For the street poor, unable to afford medical care, even a minor wound might be fatal. I am one of the street poor, now. Not as poor as some, but homeless, alone. Full of books and ignorant of reality. Unless I meet someone from the
Lots of jiggies.
neighborhood, there's no one I can afford to trust. No one to back me up. 3 miles to the hills.
Sad.
I kept to the starlit back streets, listening and
Stop, because I'm safe
looking around.
here.
The gun was in my hand. I meant to keep it there. I could hear dogs barking and snarling, fighting somewhere not far away. I was in a cold sweat. I had never been more terrified in my life. Yet nothing attacked me. Nothing found me. I didn't go all the way to the hills. Instead, I found a burned out, unwalled house a few blocks before the end of Meredith Street. Fear of dogs had made me keep an eye open for anything that might provide shelter. The house was a ruin, a plundered ruin. It wasn't safe to walk into with or without a light. It was a roofless collection of upright black bones. But it had been built up off the ground. 5 concrete steps led up to what had been the front porch. There should be a way under the house. What if other people were under it? I walked around it, listening, trying to see. Then, instead of daring to crawl under, I settled in what was left of the attached garage. A corner of it was still standing, and there was enough rubble in front of that corner to conceal me if I didn't show a light. Also,
we
if I were
go.
surprised, I could get out of the garage faster. Then I could crawl out from under a house. The concrete floor could not collapse under me as the wooden floor might in what was left of the house proper. It was as good as I was going to get, and I was exhausted. I didn't know whether I could sleep, but I had to rest. Morning now. What shall I do? I did sleep a little, but I kept startling awake. Every sound woke me: the wind, rats, insects, then squirrels, and birds. I don't feel rested, but I'm a little less exhausted. So what shall I do? How is it that we
Here
had
we
never
go.
established an outside meeting place? Somewhere where the family could reunite after disaster. I remember suggesting to Dad that we do that, but he had never done anything about it, and I hadn't pushed the idea as I should have. Poor God's haping. Lack of forethought. What now? Now, I have to go home. I don't want to. The idea scares me to death. It's taken me a long time just to write the word, home. But I have to know about my brothers, and about Corey and Curtis. I don't know how I can help if they're hurt. Or being held by someone. I don't know what might be waiting for me back at the neighborhood. More painted faces? The police? I'm in trouble either way. If the police are there, I'll have to hide my gun before I go in my gun, and my small amount of money. Carrying a gun can win you a lot of unwanted attention from the police if you catch them in the wrong mood.
Let's kill
Yet
this
everyone who
bitch.
has one carries it. The trick, of course, is not to get caught carrying it. On the other hand, if the painted faces are still there, I can't go in at all. How long do those people stay high on pyro and fire? Do they hang around after they're fun to steal whatever's left and maybe kill a few more people? No matter.
Let's do
I have
this
to go
thing.
and see. I have to go home.
Let's fight.
Saturday, July 31st, 2027 evening. I have to write. I don't know what else to do. The others are asleep now, but it isn't dark. I'm on watch because I couldn't sleep if I tried. I'm jittery and crazed. I can't cry. I want to get up and just run and run. Run away from everything. But there isn't any away. I have to write. There's nothing familiar left to me but the writing. God is. Change. I hate God. I have to write. There were no unburned houses back in the neighborhood, although some were.
There we go.
Burned worse than others. I don't know whether police or firefighters ever came. If they had come, they were gone when I got there. The neighborhood was wide. Open and crawling with scavengers. I stood at the gate, staring in as strangers picked among the black bones of our homes. The ruins were still smoking, but men, women, and children were all over them, digging through them, picking fruit from the trees, stripping our dead. Quarreling or fighting over new acquisitions, stashing things away in clothing or bundles. Who were these people? I put my hand on the gun in my pocket. It had 4 rounds left in it and I went in. I was grimy from lying in dirt and ashes all night. I might not be noticed. I saw 3 women from an unwalled part of Durant Road, digging through what was left of the Yanni's house. They were laughing and throwing around chunks of wood and plaster. Where were Shani Yanni's and her daughters? Where were her sisters? I walked through the neighborhood, looking past the human maggots, trying to find some of the people I had grown up with. I found dead ones. Edwin Dunn lay where he had when I took his gun, but now he was shirtless and shoeless. His pockets had been turned out. The ground was littered with ash-covered corpses, some burned or half blown apart by automatic weapons fire. Dried or nearly dried blood had pooled in the street. 2 men were prying loose our emergency bell. The bright, clear, early morning sunlight made the whole scene less real somehow, more nightmare-like. I stopped in front of our house and stared at the 5 adults and the child who were picking through the ruins of it. Who were these vultures? Did the fire draw them? Is that what the street poor do? Run to fire and hope to find a corpse to strip. There was a dead green face on our front porch. I went up the steps and stood looking at him and her. The green face was a woman, tall, lean, bald, but female. And what had she died for? What was the point of all this? Leave her alone. A woman who had a pair of Corey's shoes in her hand strode up to me. She died for all of us. Leave her alone. I've never in my life wanted more to kill another human being. Get the hell out of my way, I said. I didn't raise my voice. I don't know how I looked, but the thief backed away. I stepped over the green face and went into the carcass of our home. The other thieves looked at me, but none of them said anything. One pair, I noticed, was a man with a small boy. The man was dressing the boy in a pair of my brother Gregory's jeans. The jeans were much too big, but the man belted them and rolled them up. And where was Gregory, my clownish smart ass of a baby brother? Where was he? Where was everyone?
Fuck.
The roof of our house had fallen in.
Fuck it.
Most things had burned: kitchen, living room, dining room, my room. The floor wasn't safe to walk on. I saw one of the scavengers fall through, give a surprised yell, then climb, unheard, onto a floor joist. Nothing left in my room could be salvaged. Ashes. A heap distorted metal. Bed frame, the broken metal and ceramic remains of my lamp, bunches of ashes. That had been clothing or books. Many books were not burned through. They were useless, but they had been packed so tightly together that the fire had burned in deeply from the edges and the spines. Rough circles of unhurried paper remained, surrounded by ash. I didn't find a single whole page. The back 2 bedrooms had survived better. That was where the scavengers were, and where I headed. I found bundled pairs of my father's socks, folded shorts, and t-shirts, and an extra holster that I could use for the .45. All this I found in or under the unpromising-looking remains of Dad's chest of drawers. Most things were burned. Beyond use, but I stuffed the best of what I found into my pack. The man with the child came over to scavenge beside me, and somehow, perhaps because of the child, because this stranger in his filthy rags was someone's father, too, I didn't mind. The little boy watched the 2 of us, his small brown face expressionless. He did look a little like Gregory. I dug a dried apricot out of my pack and held it out to him. He couldn't have been more than 6, but he wouldn't touch the food until the man told him to. Good discipline. But at the man's nod, he snatched the apricot, bit off a tiny taste, then stuffed the rest into his mouth hole. So, in company with 5 strangers, I plundered my family's home. The ammunition under the closet floor in my parents' room had burned, had no doubt exploded. The closet was badly charred. So much for the money hidden there. I took dental floss, soap, and a jar of petroleum jelly from my parents' bathroom. Everything else was already gone. I managed to gather 1 set of outer clothing each for Corey and my brother.
I'm just gonna go from where
in particular, I found shoes for them.
If I die, I die.
There was a woman scavenging among Marcus's shoes, and she glared at me, but she kept quiet. My brothers had run out of the house in their pajamas. Corey had thrown on a coat. I had been the last to
saving this whole time,
get out of the house because I had risked stopping to grab jeans, a sweatshirt, and shoes as well as my emergency pack. I could have been killed. If I had thought about what I was doing, if I had had to think, no doubt I would have been killed. I reacted the way I had trained myself to react, though my training was far from up-to-date, more memory than anything else. I hadn't practiced late at night for ages. Yet my self-administered training had worked. Now, if I could get these clothes to Corey and my brothers, I might be able to make up for their lack of training. Especially if I could get the money under the rocks by the lemon tree. I put clothes and shoes into a salvaged pillowcase, looked around for blankets, and couldn't find a one. They must have been grabbed early. All the more reason to get the lemon tree money. I went out to the peach tree, and, being tall, managed to reach a couple of nearly ripe peaches that other scavengers had missed. Then I looked around as though for something more to take, and surprised myself by almost crying at the sight of Corey's big, well-tended back garden, trampled into the ground. Peppers, tomatoes, squashes, carrots, cucumbers, lettuce, melons, sunflowers, beans, corn. Much of it wasn't ripe yet, but what hadn't been stolen had been destroyed. I scavenged a few carrots, a couple of handfuls of sunflower seeds from flower heads that lay on the ground, and a few bean pods from vines Corey had planted to run up the sunflower stalks and corn plants. I took what was left the way I thought a late arriving scavenger would, and I worked my way toward the lemon tree. When I reached it, heavy with little green lemons, I hunted for any, with even a hint of paling, of yellow. I took a few from the tree, and from the ground. Corey had planted shade-loving flowers at the base of the tree, and they had thrived there. She and my father had scattered small, rounded boulders among these in a way that seemed no more than decorative. A few of these had been turned over, crushing the flowers near them. In fact, the rock with the money under it had been turned over. But the 2 or 3 inches of dirt over the money packet, triple wrapped and heat sealed in plastic, was undisturbed. I snatched the packet in no more time than it had taken to pick up a couple of lemons a moment before. First I spotted the hiding place, then I snatched up the money packet along with a handful of dirt. Then, eager to leave, but terrified of drawing attention to myself, I picked up a few more lemons and hunted around for more food. The figs were hard and green instead of purple, and the persimmons were yellow-green instead of orange.
There we go.
I found a single ear of corn left on a down stalk, and used it to stuff the money packet deeper into my blanket pack. Then I left, with my pack on my back and the pillowcase in my left arm, resting on my hip like a baby. I walked down the driveway to the street. I kept my right hand free for the gun still in my pocket. I had not taken time to put on the holster. There were more people within the walls than there had been when I arrived. I had to walk past most of them to get out. Others were leaving with their loads, and I tried to follow them without quite attaching myself to any particular group. This meant that I moved more slowly than I would have chosen to. I had time to look at the corpses and see what I didn't want to see. Richard Moss, stark naked, lying in a pool of his own blood. His house, closer to the gate than ours, had been burned to the ground. Only the chimney, stuck up blackened and naked from the rubble. Where were his 2 surviving wives, Karen and Zara?
Bad. Don't
or
help
had they
the
survived?
bear. You'll make me
Where
mad.
were all his many children? Little Robin Bater, naked, filthy, bloody between her legs, cold, bony, barely pubescent.
Here we go.
Yet she might have married my brother Marcus someday. She might have been my sister. She had always been such a bright, sharp, great little kid, all serious and knowing. 12 going on 35, Corey used to say. She always smiled when she said it. Russell Dory, Robin's grandfather. Only his shoes had been taken. His body had been almost torn apart by automatic weapons fire. An old man and a child. What had the painted faces gotten for all their killing? She died for us, the scavenger woman had said of the green face. Some kind of insane burn the rich movement, Keith had said. We've never been rich. But to the desperate, we looked rich. We were surviving and we had our wall. Did our community die so that addicts could make a help the poor political statement? There were other corpses. I didn't get a close look at most of them. They littered the front yards, the street, and the island. There was no sign of our emergency bell now. The men who had wanted it had carried it away, perhaps to be sold for its metal. I saw Layla Yanni's, Shunny's oldest daughter. Like Robin, she had been raped. I saw Michael Talcott, one side of his head smashed in. I didn't look around for Curtis. I was terrified that I might see him lying nearby. I was almost out of control as it was, and I couldn't draw attention to myself. I couldn't be anything
There we go.
more than another scavenger hauling away treasure. Bodies passed under my eyes. Jeremy Bater, one of Robin's brothers, Philip Moss, George HSU, his wife, and his oldest son, Juana Montoya, Ruben, Quintanilla, Lydia Cruz. Lydia was only 8 years old.
There you go.
She had been raped.
I get the last one.
I made it back through the gate. I didn't break down. I hadn't seen Corey or my brothers in the carnage. That didn't mean they weren't there, but I hadn't seen them. They might be alive. Curtis might be alive. Where could I look for them? The Talcots had relatives living in Robledo, but I didn't know where.
There we go.
Somewhere on the other side of River
Mighty
Street.
Ginginator.
I couldn't look for them, though. Curtis might have gone to them. Why hadn't anyone else stayed to salvage wood? They could. I circled the neighborhood, keeping the wall in sight, then made a greater circle. I saw no one, or at least no one I knew. I saw other street poor who stared at me. Then, because I didn't know what else to do, I headed back toward my burned out garage on Meredith Street. I couldn't call the police. All the phones I knew of were slag. No strangers would let me use their phone if they had phones. And I didn't know anyone whom I could pay to call and trust to make the call. Most people would avoid me or be tempted to keep my money and never call. And anyway, if the police have ignored what's been done to my neighborhood so far, if such a fire and so many corpses can be ignored, why should I go to them? What would they do? Arrest me? Take my cash as their fee? I wouldn't be surprised. Best to stay clear of them. But where was my family? Someone called my name. I turned around, my hand in my pocket, and saw Zara Moss and Harry Bader, Richard Moss's youngest wife and Robin Bader's oldest brother. They were an unlikely pair, but they were definitely together. They managed, without touching each other, to give the appearance of all but clinging together. Both were blood spattered and ragged. I looked at Harry's battered, swollen face and remembered that Joanne had loved him or thought she had, and that he wouldn't marry her and go with her to Oliver because he believed what Dad believed about Oliver. Are you all right? He asked me. I nodded, remembering Robin. Did he know? Russell Dory,
Suck my
Robin,
fucking ass.
Jeremy. They beat you up? I asked, feeling stupid and awkward. I didn't want to tell him his grandfather, brother, and sister were dead. I had to fight my way out last night. I was lucky they didn't shoot me. He swayed, looked around.
Fuck you.
Let's sit on the curb.
You.
Both Zara and I looked around, made sure no one else was nearby. We sat
I'm
with
gonna
Harry
die.
between us.
That's
I sat
fine.
on my
I don't care. I'm
pillowcase
gonna
of
keep
clothing.
on going. I'm not gonna
Zara and Harry
cheat
were
this shit.
fully dressed, in spite of their coating of blood and dirt, but they carried nothing. Did they have nothing, or had
Do
they
it
left
over
their
again.
things somewhere,
Okay.
perhaps with whatever was left of their families? And where was Zara's little girl BB?
To not tempt myself.
She know that
I'm
Richard
gonna
Moss was
save
dead?
Right here. I'm not gonna
Everyone's
do
dead,
that.
Zara whispered as though speaking into my thoughts. Everyone. Those painted
The
bastards
fucking
killed
red
them all.
feathers.
No. Harry shook his head. We got out. There'll be some others. He sat with his face in his hands, and I wondered whether he was more hurt than I had thought. I wasn't sharing any serious pain with him.
Just say right
Have
here,
either of you
so I
seen
have
my
all
brothers
the
or
stuff.
Corey? I asked. Dead, Zara whispered. Like my BB. All dead. I jumped. No. Not all of them. No. Did you see them? I saw most of the Montoya family, Harry said. He wasn't talking to me as much as musing aloud. We saw them last night. They said Wano was
Stop
dead.
doing that.
The rest of them were going to walk to Glendale where their relatives live. But I began. And I saw Leticia HSU. She had been stabbed 40 or 50 times. But did you see my brother?
Bitch!
I had to ask.
Fuck! You know, I'm just gonna restart
They're
the
all
fight.
dead,
I don't care.
I told you, Zara said. They got out,
I know
but
that
the
it's
Paints
a stupid reason.
caught them
but
and
I don't
dragged
give
them
a
back
shit.
and killed them. I saw. One of them had me down, and he.
That
I saw.
was stupid
She was being
bullshit.
raped when she saw my family dragged back and killed.
You need to remember
Was
what the fuck I was
Is that
doing.
what she meant? Was it true? I went back this morning, I said. I didn't see their bodies. Didn't see any of them. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I saw your mother. All of them.
There you go.
I saw. Zara hugged herself. I didn't want to see, but I saw. We all sat without talking. I don't know how long we sat there. Now and then someone walked past us and looked at us, some dirty, ragged person with bundles. Cleaner people in little bunches rode past us on bikes. A group of 3 rode past on motorcycles, their electric hum and whine strange in the quiet street. When I got up, the other 2 looked at me. For no reason except habit, I picked up my pillowcase. I don't know what I meant to do with the things in it. It had occurred to me, though, that I should get back to my garage before someone else settled there. I wasn't thinking very well. It was as though that garage was home now, and all I wanted in the world was to be there. Harry got up and almost fell down again. He bent and threw up into the gutter. The sight of his throwing up grabbed at me, and I only just managed to look away in time to avoid joining him. He finished, spat, turned to face Zara and me, and coughed. I feel like hell, he said. They hit him in the head last night, Zara explained. He got me away from the guy who was, well, you know. He got me away, but they hurt him. There's a burned out garage where I slept last night, I said. It's a long walk, but he can rest there. We can all rest there. Zara took my pillowcase and carried it. Maybe something in it could do her some good. We walked on either side of Harry and kept him from stopping or wandering off or staggering too much. Somehow, we got him to the garage. 15. Kindness eases change. Earthseed, the books of the living. Sunday, August 1st, 2027. Harry slept most of the day today. Zara and I took turns staying with him. He has a concussion, at least, and he needs time to heal.
I hate these goddamn
We haven't talked
angles.
about what we'll do if he gets sicker instead of healing. Zara doesn't want to abandon him because he fought to save her. I don't want to abandon him because I've known him all my life. He's a good guy. I wonder if there's some way to get in touch with the Garfields. They would give him a home, or at least see that he has medical care. But he doesn't seem to be getting worse. He totters out to the fenced back yard to urinate. He eats the food and drinks the water that I give him. With no need for discussion, we're eating and drinking sparingly from my supplies. They're all we have. Soon we'll have to risk going out to buy more. But today, Sunday, is a day of rest and healing for us. The pain of Harry's headache and his bruised, beaten body are almost welcome to me. They're distractions. Along with Zara's talking and crying for her dead daughter, they fill my mind. Their misery eases my own, somehow. It gives me moments when I don't think about my family. Everyone is dead. But how can they be? Everyone. Zara has a soft, little girl voice that I used to think was phony. It's real, but it takes on a sandpaper roughness when she's upset. It sounds painful, as though it's a brat in her throat as she speaks. She had seen her daughter killed, seen the blue face who shot BB as Zara ran, carrying her. She believed the blue face was enjoying himself,
Right
shooting
next
at
to
all
fucking side
the
of
moving
her.
targets. She said
Where
his
else would I
expression reminded
shoot?
her of a man having
At her?
sex.
No.
I fell down, she whispered. I thought I was dead. I thought he had killed me. There was blood. Then I saw BB's head drop to one side. A red face grabbed her from me. I didn't see where he came from. He grabbed her and threw her into the HSU house. The house was burning everywhere. He threw her into
Hit her!
fire. I went crazy then. I don't know what I did. Somebody grabbed me, then I was free. Then somebody shoved me down and fell on me. I couldn't get my breath, and he tore my clothes. Then he was on me, and I couldn't do anything. That's when I saw your mother, your brothers. Then Harry was there, and he pulled the bastard off me. He told me later that I was screaming. I don't know what I was doing. He was beating up the guy. He pulled off me when a new guy jumped him. I hit the new guy with a rock, and Harry knocked the other one out. Then we got away. We just ran. We didn't sleep. We hid between two unwalled houses down the street away from the fire, until a guy came out with an axe and chased us away. Then we just wandered until we found you. We didn't even really know each other before. You know, Richard never wanted us to have much to do with the neighbors, especially the white ones. I nodded, remembering Richard Moss. He's dead, you know, I said. I saw him. I wanted to take the words back as soon as I'd said them. I didn't know how to tell someone her husband was dead, but there must be a better,
I hate
gentler
this.
way than that. She stared at me, stricken. I wanted to apologize for my bluntness, but I didn't think it would help. I'm sorry, I said in a kind of generic apology for everything. She began to cry, and I repeated, I'm sorry. I held her and let her cry. Harry woke up, drank a little water, and listened, while Zara told how Richard Moss had bought her from her homeless mother when she was only 15, younger than I had thought, and brought her to live in the first house she had ever known. He gave her enough to eat and didn't beat her, and even when her co-wives were hateful to her, it was 1,000 times better than living outside with her mother and starving. Now she was outside again. In 6 years, she had gone from nothing to nothing. Do you have someplace to go? She asked us at last. Do you know anybody who still has a house? I looked at Harry. You might be able to get into Oliver if you can walk there. From here, the Garfields would take you in. He thought about that for a while. I don't want to, he said. I don't think there's any more future in Oliver than there was in our neighborhood. But at least, in our neighborhood, we had the guns. For all the good it did us, Zara muttered. I know, but they were our guns, not hired gunmen. No one could turn them against us.
You!
In
Fuck
Oliver,
you!
from what Joanne said, no one's allowed to have a gun. Except the security force. And who the hell are they? Company people, I said. People from outside Oliver. He nodded.
Fuck!
That's what I heard, too. Maybe it will be alright, but it doesn't sound alright. It sounds better than starving, Zara said. You guys have never missed a meal, have you? I'm going north, I said. I planned to go anyway once my family was back on its feet. Now I have no family, and I'm going north where? Zara demanded.
There we go.
Up toward Canada. The way things are now, I may not be able to get that
on the ground.
far. But I'll get to a place where water doesn't cost more than food, and where work brings a salary. Even a small one. I'm not going to spend my life as some Kind of 21st century slave. North is where I'm headed, too, Harry said.
Fuck off.
There's nothing here. I've tried for over a year to get a job here, any job that pays money. There's nothing. I want to work for money and get some college. The only jobs that pay serious money are the kind our parents had, the kind that require college degrees. I looked at him, wanting to ask something, hesitating, plunging. Harry, what about your parents? I don't know, he said. I didn't see them killed. Zara says she didn't. I don't know where anyone is. We got separated. I swallowed.
Bitch,
I didn't see
you
your
bitch,
parents,
you bitch.
I said, but I did see some of your other relatives dead. Who? He demanded. I guess there really isn't any way to tell people that their close relatives are dead except to say it no matter how much you don't want to. Your grandfather, I said, and Jeremy and Robin. Robin and Jeremy? Kids? Little kids? Zara took his hand. They kill little kids, she said. Out here in the world. They kill kids every day. He didn't cry. Or maybe he cried when we were asleep. First, though, he closed himself up, stopped talking, stopped responding, stopped doing anything. Until it was nearly dark. By then, Zara had gone out and come back with my brother Bennett's shirt full of ripe peaches.
You bitch, you
Don't
bitch,
ask me
you
where I
bitch.
got them, she said. I assume you stole them, I said. Not from anyone around here, I hope. No. Sense making the neighbors mad. She lifted an eyebrow. I don't need you to tell me how to live out here. I was born out here. Eat your peaches. I ate 4 of them. They were delicious, and too ripe to travel well anyway. Why don't you try on some of those clothes, I said. Take what fits you. She fit not only into Marcus's shirt and jeans, though she had to roll the jeans legs up, but into his shoes. Shoes are expensive. Now she has 2 pair. You let me do it. I'll trade these little shoes for some food, she said. I nodded. Tomorrow. Whatever you get, we'll split it. Then I'm leaving. Going north? Yes. Just north. Do you know anything about the roads and towns and where to buy stuff or steal it? Have you got money? I have maps, I said. They're old, but I think they're still good. No one's been building new roads lately. Hell no. Money? A little.
I'm actually going
Not
to
enough,
save at
I
this
suspect.
part.
No
This
such
is
thing as enough
stupid.
money. What about him? She gestured toward.
'Cause I don't
Harry's
give a
unmoving
shit
back.
at this part.
He was lying down. I couldn't tell whether he was asleep or not.
Because there's too
He
much
has to decide for
fucking
himself, I
bullshit.
said.
And I don't
Maybe he
even
wants
think I'll
to
be
hang
able
around
to
too.
fucking do
Look
this.
for his family before he
Despite
quits.
all of that.
He turned over slowly. He looked sick, but fully aware. Zara put the peaches she had saved for him next to him. I don't want to wait for anything, he said. I wish we could start now. I hate this place. You going with her? Zara asked, jabbing a thumb at me. He looked at me. We might be able to help each other, he said. At least. We know each other, and I managed to grab a few $100s as I ran out of the house. He was offering trust. He meant we could trust each other. That was no small thing. I was thinking of traveling as a man, I said to him. He seemed to be repressing a smile. That will be safer for you. You're at least tall enough to fool people. You'll have to cut your hair, though. Zara grunted. Mixed couples catch hell whether people think they're gay or straight. Harry'll piss off all the blacks and you'll piss off all the whites. Good luck. I watched her as she said it, and realized what she wasn't saying. You want to come? I asked. She sniffed. Why should I? I won't cut my hair. No need, I said. We can be a black couple and their white friend. If Harry can get a reasonable tan, maybe we can claim him as a cousin. She hesitated, then whispered, yeah, I want to go. And she started to cry. Harry stared at her in surprise. Did you think we were going to just dump you? I asked. All you had to do was let us know. I don't have any money, she said.
Nope.
Not $1. I sighed. Where did you get those peaches?
Where
You
the
were right.
fuck? Where the
I stole them.
fuck?
You have a useful skill then, and information about living out here. I faced Harry. What do you think? Her stealing doesn't bother you? He asked. I mean to survive, I said. Thou shalt not steal, he quoted. Years and years, a lifetime of thou shalt not steal. I had to smother a flash of anger before I could answer. He wasn't my father. He had no business quoting scripture at me. He was nobody. I didn't look at him. I didn't speak until I knew my voice would sound normal.
What the
Then,
fuck?
I said I mean to survive, I told him. Don't you? He nodded. It wasn't a criticism. I'm just surprised. I hope it won't ever mean getting caught or leaving someone else to starve, I said. And to my own surprise, I smiled. I've thought about it. That's the way I feel, but I've never stolen anything. You're kidding.
I fucking hate you,
Zara
you
said.
fucking hag.
I shrugged. It's true. I grew up trying to set a good example for my brothers. And trying to live up to my father's expectations. That seemed like what I should be doing. Oldest kid, Harry said. I know. He was the oldest in his family. Oldest, hell, Zara said, laughing. You're both babies out here. And that wasn't offensive, somehow. Perhaps because it was true. I'm inexperienced, I admitted. But I can learn. You're going to be one of my teachers. One. She said. Who have you got but me? Everyone. She looked scornful. No one. Everyone who's surviving out here knows things that I need to know, I said. I'll watch them, I'll listen to them, I'll learn from them. If I don't, I'll be killed. And like I said, I intend to survive. They'll sell you a bowl of shit, she said. I nodded. I know. But I'll buy as few of those as possible. She looked at me for a long time, then sighed. I wish I'd known you better. Before all this happened, she said. You're a weird creature's kid. If you still want to play man, I'll cut your hair for you. Monday, August 2nd, 2027. From notes expanded Sunday, August 8th. We're on our way. This morning Zara took us to Hanning Joss, the biggest secure store complex in Robledo. We could get all we needed there. Hanning vendors sell everything from gourmet food to debussing cream, prostheses to home birthing kits, guns to the latest in touch rings, headsets, and recordings. I could have spent days just wandering through the aisles, staring at the stuff I couldn't afford. I had never been to Hanning before, had never seen anything like it in person. But we had to go into the complex one at a time, leaving two outside to guard our bundles including my gun. Hanning, as I had heard many times on the radio, was one of the safest places in the city. If you didn't like their sniffers, metal detectors, package restrictions, armed guards, and willingness to strip search anyone they thought was suspicious on the way in or out, you could shop somewhere else. The store was full of people eager to put up with the inconvenience and invasion of privacy if only they could buy the things they needed in peace. No one strip searched me, though I was required to prove that I wasn't a deadbeat. Show your Hanning disc or money, an armed guard demanded of them. Massive gates. I was terrified that he would steal my money, but I showed them bills that I intended to spend, and he nodded. He never touched them. No doubt. We were both being watched, and our behaviors recorded. Such a security conscious store wouldn't want its guards stealing the customer's money. Shop in peace, the guard said with no hint of a smile. I bought salt, a small tube of honey, and the cheapest of dried foods oats. Fruit, nuts, bean flour, lentils, plus a little dried beef, all that I thought Zara and I could carry. And I bought more water and a few odd items, water purification tablets just in case and sun blocker, which even Zara and I would need, some stuff for insect bites, and an ointment Dad used for muscle aches. We would have plenty of those. I bought more toilet paper, tampons, and lip balm. I bought myself a new notebook, 2 more pens, and an expensive supply of ammunition. For the .45. I felt better once I had that. I bought 3 of the cheap, multi-purpose sleep sacks, big, tough storage bags, and the preferred bedding of all the more affluent homeless. The country was full of people who could earn or steal food and water, but could not rent even a cot. These might sleep on the street or in makeshift shacks, but if they could, they put a sleep sack between their bodies and the ground. The sacks, with their own strapping, fold to serve as packs during the day.
I fucking
They're light,
tried.
tough, and able to survive most abuse. They're warm even if you have to sleep on them. Concrete, but they're thin, more useful than comfortable. Curtis and I used to make love on a pallet of them. And I bought 3 oversized jackets of the same thin, breathing synthetic as the sleep sacks.
I'm never
They'll
gonna
finish the
make
job
any
of keeping
fucking
us warm at
progress
night
this
as we
way.
moved north.
Just letting you know.
They look cheap and ugly, and that's good. They might not be stolen. That was the end of my money, the money I had packed in my emergency pack. I haven't touched the money I took from the foot of the lemon tree that I had split in half and put in 2 of my father's socks. I kept it pinned inside my jeans, invisible and unavailable to pickpockets. It isn't a lot of money, but it's more than I've ever had before, more than anyone could expect me to have. I pinned it where it is, rewrapped in plastic and secure in the socks on Saturday night when I had finished writing and still couldn't stop thinking and remembering and knowing there was nothing I could do about the past. Then I had a kind of tactile memory of grabbing the money packet in a handful of dirt and stuffing both into my pack. I had an incredible amount of nervous energy that was spending itself in jitteriness. My hands shook so that I could hardly find the money by feel, in darkness. I made it an exercise in concentration to find the money, socks, and pins, divide the money in half, or as close to in half as I could without seeing, put it into the socks, and pin it in place. I checked it when I went out to urinate the next morning. I'd done a good job. The pins didn't show at all on the outside. I'd put them through the seams down near my ankles. Nothing dangling, no problems. I took my many purchases out to what was once the ground floor of a parking structure, and was now a kind of semi-enclosed flea market. Many of them Things dug out of ash heaps and landfills wind up for sale here. The rule is that if you buy something in the store, you can sell something of similar value in the structure.
You
Your receipt,
fucking
coded in debit,
dumbass.
is your peddler's license. The structure was patrolled, though more to check these licenses than to keep anyone safe. Still, the structure was safer than the street. I found Harry and Zara sitting on our bundles, Harry waiting to go into the store, and Zara waiting for her license. They had put their backs against a wall of the store at a spot away from the street and away from the biggest crowd of buyers and sellers. I gave Zara the receipt and began to separate and pack our new supplies. We would leave as soon as Zara and Harry finished their buying and selling.
What
Down
the
to the freeway
fuck?
118 and turned west. We would take the 118 to the 23 and the 23 to US 101. The 101 would take us up the coast toward Oregon. We became part of a broad river of people walking west on the freeway. Only a few straggled east against the current east toward the mountains and the desert. Where were the westward walkers going? To something, or just away? From here. We saw a few trucks, most of them run at night, swarms of bikes or electric cycles, and 2 cars. All these had plenty of room to speed along them.
I
Outer lanes past
fucking
us.
hate you.
We're safer if we keep to the left lanes away from the on and off ramps. It's against the law in California to walk on the freeways, but the law is archaic. Everyone who walks on the freeways sooner or later. Freeways provide the most direct routes between cities and parts of cities. Dad walked or bicycled on them often. Some prostitutes and peddlers of food, water, and other necessities live along the freeways in sheds or shacks or in the open air.
Fuck off.
Beggars, thieves, and murderers
Look
live
at
here,
the fucking
too.
statue.
But I've never walked a
2
freeway before
goddamn
today.
seconds.
I found the experience both fascinating and frightening. In some ways, the scene reminded me of an old film I saw once of a street in mid-20th century China. Walkers, bicyclers, people
Fuck
carrying,
off.
pulling, pushing loads of all kinds. But the freeway crowd is a heterogeneous mass. Black and white, Asian, and Latin. Whole families are on the move with babies on backs or perched atop loads in carts, wagons, or bicycle baskets, sometimes along with an old or handicapped person. Other old
God damn it.
or handicapped people hobbled along as best they could with
Fuck.
sticks or
Fuck.
fitter companions. Many were armed with sheath knives,
I can't do
rifles,
this
and,
shit.
of course, visible, holstered handguns. The occasional passing cop paid no attention. Children cried, played, squatted, did everything except eat. Almost no one ate while walking. I saw a couple of people drink from canteens. They took quick, furtive gulps, as though they were doing something shameful or something dangerous. A woman alongside us collapsed.
Almost there.
I got no impression of pain from her,
I know
except for
that
the
I
sudden impact of her
freaking.
body weight on her knees. That made me
I know this isn't exactly how I
stumble,
wanted
but
this
not
shit to go.
The woman sat where she had fallen for a few seconds, then lurched to her feet and began walking again, leaning forward under her huge pack. Almost everyone was filthy. Their bags and bundles and packs were filthy.
Fuck it.
They stank. And we, who have slept on concrete in ashes and dirt, and who have not bathed for 3 days, we fitted in pretty well. Only our new sleep sack packs gave us away as either new to the road or at least in possession of new stealables. We should have dirtied the packs a little before we got started. We will dirty them tonight. I'll see to it. There were a few young guys around, lean and quick.
Fuck
some
it.
filthy, some
I'm
not
fucking
dirty
trying.
at all. Keiths.
I
Today's
just don't
Keiths.
ever have enough fucking
The ones who
time.
bothered me most weren't carrying much. Some weren't carrying anything except weapons. Predators. They looked around a lot, stared at people, and the people looked away. I looked away.
If I didn't fucking
I was glad to see that
slide,
Harry and Zara did the same. We didn't
I
need trouble.
fucking had it.
If trouble came, I hoped we could kill it and keep
You
walking.
see this? That's
The
what I
gun was
want.
fully loaded now, and I wore it holstered, but half covered by my shirt. Harry bought himself a knife.
I'm losing my mind.
The money he had snatched up as he ran from his burning house had not been enough to buy a gun. I could have bought a second gun, but it would have taken too much of my money, and we have a long way to go. Zara used the shoe money to buy herself a knife and a few personal things. I had refused my share of that money.
I
She
need to
needed
get
a few dollars in
fucking
her pocket.
perfect.
The day she and Harry used their knives,
I
I
only
hope they
have
killed.
one feather
If
to
they
protect
don't,
myself.
Might
and
have
then
to
I have to use my
escape the
fucking
pain.
eggs
And what will
in
they
order
think
to
of
get
that?
into the damn thing.
They deserve to know that I'm a sheriff. For their own safety, they should. No. But I've never told anyone.
I can't
Sharing is a
aim.
weakness,
I
a shameful
need-
secret.
I was on a fucking
A
hexagon.
person who knows what I am can hurt me, betray me,
It's
disable me
idiotic
with little
and
effort.
fucking
I can't
stupid.
tell. Not yet. I'll have to tell soon, I know, but not yet. We're together. The 3 of us, but we're not a unit yet. Harry and I don't know Zara very well.
Oh my god!
us.
Get in the
And
fucking
none of us know
room!
what will happen when we're challenged. A racist challenge might force us apart. I want to trust these people. I like them, and they're all I have left. But I need more time to decide.
I know I
It's
have
no small
left
thing to
my fucking
Commit yourself to other people.
determination
You
to
okay?
get down with this shit.
Zara
Oh
asked.
my god!
I nodded.
I keep on
You
fucking
look like
up.
hell. And you're so damned poker-faced most of the
I
time.
can get this. I know I can.
Just thinking, I said. There's so much to think about now. She sighed her breath out in a near whistle. Yeah, I know. But keep your eyes open.
No!
You get too wrapped up in your thinking, and you'll miss things. People get killed on freeways all the time. 16. Earthseed. Cast on new ground. Must first perceive that it knows nothing. Earthseed, the books of the living. Monday, August 2nd, 2027. Comp. From notes expanded August 8th.
Yes!
Here are some of the things I learned today.
Yes, save this
Walking
shit.
pace. I've never done enough
Oh
walking
my
to learn
God.
that before, but I know it now. It isn't only the blisters and sore feet, although we've got those. After a while,
My
everything
fucking
hurts.
God.
I think my back and shoulders would like to desert to another body.
I
Nothing
know
eases
I
the pain
didn't
except rest.
beat it the way I was
Even
supposed
though
to,
we
but
got
I
there.
don't give a
Late start,
fucking
we stopped
flying
twice today
shit.
to rest. We went off the freeway, into the hills.
Take it,
Or
you
bushes to sit
fat
down,
whore.
drink water, eat dried fruit and nuts. Then we went on. The days are long this time of year. Sucking on a plum or apricot pit all day makes you feel less thirsty. Zara told us that. When I was a kid, she said, there were times when I would put a little rock in my mouth. Anything to feel better. It's a cheat, though. If you don't drink enough water, you'll die no matter how you feel. All three of us walked along with seeds in our mouths after our first stop. And we felt better. We drank only during our stops in the hills. It's safer that way. Also, cold camps are safer than cheery campfires. Yet tonight we cleared some ground, dug into a hillside, and made a small fire in the hollow. There we cooked some of my acorn meal with nuts and fruit. It was wonderful. Soon we'll run out of it and we'll have to survive on beans, cornmeal, oats, expensive stuff from stores. Acorns are home food, and home is gone.
So
Fires are
tired.
illegal. You can see them flickering all over the hills, but they are illegal. Everything is so dry that there's always a danger of campfires getting away from people and taking out a community or two. It does happen. But people who have no homes will build fires. Even people like us who know what fire can.
Suffocate
will build them.
and die.
They give comfort, hot food, and a false sense of security. While we were eating, and even after we'd finished, people drifted over and tried to join us. Most were harmless and easily
You
gotten rid of.
fattening
Three claimed
fucko.
they just wanted to get warm. The sun was still up, red on the horizon, and it was far from cold. 3 women wanted to know whether 2 studs like Harry and me didn't need more than 1 woman. The women who asked this may have been cold, considering how few clothes they had on. It's going to be strange for me pretending to be a man. Couldn't I just roast this potato in your coals? An old man asked, showing us a withered potato. We gave him some fire and sent him away and watched to see where he went, since a burning brand could be either a weapon or a major distraction if he had friends hiding. It's crazy to live this way, suspecting helpless old people. Insane. But we need our paranoia to keep us alive. Hell, Harry wanted to let the old guy sit with us. It took Zara and me together to let him know that wasn't going to happen. Harry and I have been well fed and protected all our lives. We're strong and healthy and better educated than most people our age. But we're stupid out here. We want to trust people. I fight against the impulse. Harry hasn't learned to do that yet. We argued about it afterward, low-voiced, almost whispering. Nobody's safe, Zara told him. No matter how pitiful they look, they can steal you naked. Little kids, skinny and big-eyed, will make off with all
Watch
your
the cast list now.
money,
Yeah,
water, and
sure.
food. I know. I used to do it to
do
people.
that.
Maybe they died.
I
I don't
I'm
know.
going to, you know,
But I didn't die.
watch this
Harry
shit.
and I both stared at her. We knew so little about her life.
You guys can
But to me,
save that right there.
that moment, Harry
I
was our
know,
most
me
dangerous
too.
question mark. You're strong and confident, I said to him. You think you can take care of yourself out here, and maybe you can. But think what a stab wound or a broken bone would mean out here: disablement, slow death from infection or starvation. No medical care, nothing. He looked at me as though he wasn't sure he wanted to know me anymore. What, then? He asked. Everyone's guilty until proven innocent? Guilty of
Close this
what?
out.
And how do they prove themselves to you? I don't give a piss whether they're innocent or not, Zara said.
So I don't give a piss. That's a good one. Oh, remote control F. Give me piss. That is 130, which belongs in chapter 16, in which is just over halfway. Halfway in the book. Do I know exactly what happened more towards the end? Not exactly. Cast on new ground. Must first perceive That knows nothing. I don't know exactly what's going on, but again, it doesn't matter because I'll go to school and I'll figure it out then. I'm tired. I don't want to do an outro. I legit need to go to bed right now.